Tabling of documents. Il est de mon devoir.
It is my duty to table upon the table pursuant to subsection 21(1) of the Electoral Boundaries Readjustment Act, a certified copy of the report of the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission of Nova Scotia.
Pursuant to Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader. Sorry, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have the honour to submit a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General of Canada for her signature on this report.
S'il vous plaît, debout.
Please, everyone rise.
Son Excellence,
Her Excellency the Governor-General transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B for the necessary funds to the funding of public administration for the fiscal year ending 2023 of April under the Constitution Act of 1867 recommends this budget to the House of Commons. Please remain standing while I read this in English.
In English. Her Excellency, the Governor-General, transmits to the House of Commons the supplementary estimates B of sums required to defray expenses of the federal public administration for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2023, and in accordance with Section 54 of the Constitution Act 1867, recommends those estimates to the House of Commons. Thank you. The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now I have the honour to table in both official languages the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2023.
Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Algabra, seconded by Madame Fortier, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Customs Act, the Railway Safety Act, the Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act 1992, the Marine Transportation Security Act, the Canada Transportation Act, and the Canada Marine Act, and to make a consequential amendment to another act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Algabra, puis...
Mr. Algabra, seconded by Ms. Fortier, proposes that this bill now be read a first time and printed.
Is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development with respect to Bill C-248, an act to amend the Canada National Parks Act, the Ojibwe National Urban Park of Canada. The committee studied this bill and decided to report on it to the House without any amendments. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, entitled Canada's Environmental and Clean Technology Goods and Services Selected International Trade Considerations. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Valdez, seconded by Ms. Bradford, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Establish National Women's Entrepreneurship Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that women entrepreneurs in every industry face systemic barriers when trying to start and grow their businesses. Supporting them is the right thing to do and the smart thing to do. Our government recognizes that fact and continues to look for ways to stand by these innovative leaders as they break down barriers. I rise in the House today to introduce the bill entitled An Act to Establish National Women's Entrepreneurship Day. As a former small business entrepreneur and myself, it is important that we mark November 19th of each year as National Women's Entrepreneurship Day. Une journée qui...
A day that is already celebrated in more than 140 countries and recognized by the United Nations.
Of this House to consider November 19th as National Women's Entrepreneurship Day. Women are intelligent, creative, and ambitious, and they already know how to achieve success. We'll be there for them, and we'll assist them as they need, and we'll work towards solving the problems of today to build for a brighter tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Valdez, seconded by Ms. Bradford, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-32, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022, and on the amendment of Mr. Hallam.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Speaker. I'm really pleased this morning to be able to stand and to reference various areas in the Fall Economic Statement. I think it was a very good statement that gave us an opportunity to see some of the focus in some of the areas that the government and all the members of the House, I'm sure, are concerned about and are supportive, but especially for the residents of Humber River, Black Creek. The help for the cost of living, the dental care, the rental, and numerous of those issues are tremendously received very, very well by residents of Humber River, Black Creek. So when the government released the 2022 Fall Economic Statement, it talked about making life more affordable, something we hear a lot about and something we know is very important. And also, how do we continue to grow an economy that works for absolutely everyone? It outlined a plan for continued support to help all Canadians, both with the cost of living, but also to continue to build a Canada where no one is left behind. We are committed to continue to help families cope with the increasing costs that we hear about every day and that we see every day when we go to the grocery store, we go to the checkout counters. Part of this is to make housing more affordable. This is another issue, certainly even in this morning's news. The top story, I believe, was talking about housing affordability. And I believe this tries to address some of that. It also tries to strengthen and build a thriving net zero economy with opportunities and jobs of the future. Amid global economic uncertainty and reckless trickle-down economics approach pushed by some here in the House that benefit the wealthy, we're staying focused on making life more affordable for everyone and building an economy that will work for everyone. We are investing in Canadians, from eliminating interest on student loans and apprentice loans. Now, I've been here long enough to know how many times I've met with the student unions and so on from all of the universities across the country. They come and continually talk to us about how difficult it is to get student loans and how the interest continues to climb. So finally taking some action on that, I think, is extremely helpful and will be very appreciated by that particular part of the community. Apprenticeship loans are another issue. And trying to give time for people to get a job and have additional time before they have to start repaying loans is important. And now with interest rates rising, eliminating the interest on those loans will be very much appreciated. We're also talking in the economic statement about helping people to buy their first home. And I can tell you how important that is. We all know that. We all have grandkids or kids that are looking to buy their first home. And the fact that now they'll have a $40,000 tax-free home savings plan, I think will really be a boost for the housing industry, but also will be very helpful for many of the young people that are trying to buy their first home. But it also is going to continue to attract investment in our clean economy and to help create good, solid jobs. Everyone should have a safe and an affordable place to call home. And it's one of the reasons the 2022 Fall Economic Statement, our government is delivering $500 in additional support to low-income renters. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I have many renters in my riding, as others have, and the struggle to keep up with the increased cost in the rental accommodation is very difficult. So, you know, some people will say, well, $500 once is not enough. $500 is a help as they move forward to try to deal with the inflation that hopefully maybe is just coming to an end here in Canada at least. So the $500 is additional support under the Canada Housing Benefit, specifically for the low-income renters. This federal benefit will be available to all Canadians with an adjusted net income below $35,000 for families. And so we are talking about families who are truly struggling to make ends meet, or below $20,000 for single Canadians who pay at least 30% of their income towards rent. Tell you, Mr. Speaker, in Humber River Black Creek, I know lots of families who are struggling in that situation. We're also creating a new refundable, multi-generational home renovation tax credit to provide up to $7,500 in support for constructing a secondary suite, which will help families to take care of an aging grandparent at home, or to help parents to afford to support a child with a disability move back home, starting in January 2023. That's another step forward when we talk about affordability and the lack of housing that's in so many different parts of our urban centers or our rural centers. To be able to do some renovation of your home that will allow you to have a second suite, which is either rental income, or to be able to have an aging parent age at home is much appreciated. The Fall Economic Statement is also big news for students, as I mentioned earlier. It proposes to permanently eliminate interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprenticeship loans, including those currently being repaid, beginning on April 1st, 2023. This will save the average borrower $400 per year. Recent graduates can also wait until they make $40,000 a year to start repaying their federal loans. These things seem like common sense issues. If we're trying to encourage Canadians and our young people to take additional courses, whether it's apprenticeship or advancing their education, so that they can earn a better income and contribute better to moving Canada across, then we all want to see that they are not penalized at the end of the day. So helping them in a variety of different ways is quite helpful. Our government is also doubling the GST tax credit to put hundreds of dollars in the pocket of those who need it the most. Starting November the 4th, 2022, so it's already moving forward, single Canadians without children will receive up to an extra $234. and couples with 2 children will receive up to an extra $467. Again, some people might say that's not enough. Why bother? Well, when you're stretching from $1 to the next dollar to the next dollar, $234 is a lot of money, same as $467 to help feed the family and put the food on the table. Seniors, which we talk about a lot and care immensely about, will also receive, on average, an extra $225. We are also delivering much-needed relief for parents who cannot afford dental care for their kids under 12. That's an issue that we've talked about for many years that I never imagined we would actually deliver. And so I'm glad that we've started a program that truly is going to help our young children, because there's many of those that do not have any kind of coverage, and so they don't see a dentist until something starts to hurt, and then they are forced to do that. A third of Canadians do not have dental insurance. And in 2018, more than 1 in 5 Canadians reported avoiding dental care because of the cost, because it is very expensive. Our job is to help parents who struggle financially by investing in their children's health care. Canada's dental benefit will provide parents or guardians with direct, upfront, tax-free payments of up to $1,300 over the next 2 years to cover dental expenses for their children under 12 years old. Canada needs to also build the technology, the infrastructure, and businesses to help them reduce our carbon reliance. But this will not occur without rapidly increasing and then sustaining private investment in activities and sectors that will strengthen Canada's position as a leading low-carbon economy. That's why the 2022 Fall Economic Statement launched the Canada Growth Fund, which will help bring billions of dollars in new private investment required to reduce our emissions, to grow the Canadian economy, and create good-paying jobs. This Fall Economic Statement also has support for hardworking Canadians, and that's in the new quarterly Canada Workers Benefit. We are moving this to an advance payment because people who work really hard for really low pay cannot wait until the fiscal year is over to get a top-up. They need it while they're working, and they deserve it. We should be rewarding them for doing those hard jobs and encouraging them to continue. Mr. Speaker, I am very pleased to have the opportunity this morning to speak to the economic statement, and I look forward to hearing comments from my colleagues in the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's an honour to stand here this morning. And I want to thank the member opposite for her speech today. One comment that was made there was, I guess the goal is to make life more affordable. And I can tell you in my constituency office and emails, that's not the case. So, and we always talk about how we're giving money back. That money is from the taxpayers to begin with. So my question would be, do you not think it would be better, as an example, to scrap the carbon tax in order that that money's in their pocket each day instead of them wondering and waiting whether or not they will get some money back for help? So I guess that would be my question. Do you not think it would be better to help individuals today? Thank you.
The honourable member, Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you to my honourable colleague. Thank you very much for the question. And let me tell you, my constituents are getting that money back every single day. The carbon tax is refundable. Everybody's getting it back. But most importantly, we need that carbon tax because we've got to start paying more attention to climate change. We look at what happened this summer in the Maritimes. From coast to coast to coast, there was a tremendous amount of damage that will be years and years before that's ever corrected. All of this is talking about climate change and the changes that we need to make for our children and our grandchildren's future. Thank you.
Question commentaire.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. Mr. Speaker, we are at the dawn of what might be a recession in 2023, so we would have expected the government take stronger action to help Quebecers and Canadians deal with the possible recession. We are still waiting for the promised EI reform. 6 out of 10 workers who lose their jobs are not eligible, so such a reform is essential. The member also spoke about her love for seniors and how they're supporting seniors. Well, last time I checked, the retirement age is 65, but fewer and fewer Canadians are actually taking their retirement because there's no support for 65 to 74-year-olds. So here's my question for the colleague, Mr. Speaker. What about these seniors? How should they get through the possible recession without support?
L'honorable député de Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you to my colleague for that question. I'm very proud of the work that our government has done since we've come in 2015. Seniors have been every bit as important as everyone else that we're trying to deal with. We have increased fund to them, the OAS, the GIS. There's been a 10% increase in the pension, which was not an easy thing to accomplish. And we continue, even in this economic statement, there's an additional $234 to seniors. But we're trying to help a variety of people through a variety of different programs. And that's part of the role of the government, is to see where those opportunities are, where we can make sure that we are lifting up people so that they can get through, no matter what their age.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
I joined the honourable member's speech, but there is a major shortfall in this fall economic statement. Over $30 billion a year goes to overseas tax havens on the behalf of the corporations that are benefiting the most from greedflation and the ultra-rich. And out of that $30 billion, this federal Liberal government has decided to claw back about $600 million, so about 2% of the $30 billion. Now, of course, Mr. Speaker, as you well know, that $30 billion would be one of the top 5 expenditures of the federal government. It means that seniors and students, people with disabilities, families are shortchanged from benefits and supports that they could be getting. So my question is very simple to my honourable colleague. Why are the Liberals refusing to crack down on massive tax evasions and tax loopholes in overseas tax havens that cost Canadians over $30 billion a year?
The honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And one of the things that I neglected to mention on the Canada Workers' Benefit, which I think is really important for all Canadians, but especially for the residents of Humber River, that I wanted to make sure to mention, the Canada's Worker Benefit will provide up to $1,428 for single workers, or up to $2,461 for a family this spring through the existing tax return payment. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that is a significant assistance to give people to move forward as we go forward. So I'm not answering my colleague's question because it's important for me to tell Canadians and people in Humber River the extra money they're going to get. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to speak this morning to Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. Or more specifically, I'll be talking about a very exciting research institution that should have been mentioned in the Fall Economic Statement but wasn't. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment, or CIPSRT, is headquartered in my riding at the University of Regina. But before I get into the details of the vitally important work that CIPSRT is doing, I would like to invite my fellow MPs to imagine themselves as witnesses to a number of tragedies that recently occurred across our country. On November 10th, 2021, a cyclist was killed after being run over by a dump truck. He was the 5th cyclist in that city to be killed that year, on top of numerous other car crashes. This happened in Montreal, in the Prime Minister's riding of Papineau. In May of this year, following severe thunder and lightning storms, a 59-year-old man was killed when a tree fell on him. This happened right here in Ottawa in the official opposition leader's riding of Carleton. In 2018, a driver heading westbound on a highway lost control of her vehicle, veered into the eastbound lanes, and was struck by 2 other vehicles. The out-of-control driver was killed, and 5 others were injured, including a young child. This also happened in Montreal in the Bloc Québécois leader's riding of Beloeil-Chambly. And in May of last year, a 23-year-old man was shot dead in a violent gang attack at a shopping center that saw 2 other people wounded and sent patio diners ducking for cover and using tables as shields. That happened in the NDP leader's riding of Burnaby South. And last but not least, Mr. Speaker, there were the horrifying events from the Labor Day long weekend in which an ex-convict armed with a knife went on a stabbing spree in his hometown and a neighboring community, leaving 10 dead and 18 wounded. I am, of course, speaking of the events at the James Smith Cree Nation and the village of Weldon in my hometown, in my home province of Saskatchewan. Now, Mr. Speaker, I could go on for hours citing tragedies in every single riding in this country from coast to coast to coast. The question, Mr. Speaker, that I would like members of this House to ask themselves is this. If they had witnessed even one of these events, which we all easily could have, how would they be affected? Mr. Speaker, I bet we would all feel stressed out. Many of us would probably have nightmares. Some of us would even come away with a sort of PTSD that we would experience the next time we were driving down a highway or walking through a shopping mall or cycling past a dump truck or maybe even just walking by a tree during bad weather. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that I am speaking of the sorts of psychological scars that we would carry from just one single event. But our frontline public safety workers, including police, firefighters, paramedics, soldiers, border services, and correctional services, and many others, they face this type of trauma every single day, and often multiple times per day. For our safety and for our well-being, frontline public safety workers not only face daily physical risks, but they also live in a constant state of psychological siege that does not end when they punch the clock at the end of the day. It follows them home, affecting their health, their sleep, their relationships, and more. Several members of this House had the opportunity to meet and talk with the representatives from CIPSRT at their breakfast reception here on Parliament Hill earlier this month. Dr. Nicholas Jones and Dr. Nicholas Carleton, affectionately known as the two Dr. Nicks, brought MPs up to speed on a number of shocking facts about the psychological fallout suffered by public safety workers. For example, studies have shown that fully 1/4 of all paramedics have had suicidal thoughts over the course of their careers. And the profession has a rate of suicide attempts roughly double that of the general population. The two Dr. Nicks have also told me that a significant part of the problem is the mental health culture within many of these professions. For police, firefighters, soldiers, and others, there's often a tough, suck-it-up attitude about mental health that in the long run only serves to make the problem worse. But it can be difficult to break through this frame of mind. After all, the people in these professions are trained to be tough, to be authority figures. They are trained to be the people who remain calm and in control when others are panicking. So one can easily imagine how very difficult it must be for these people in these professions to let their guard down, to allow themselves to be vulnerable, and to ask for help when usually they are the ones providing help to others. When speaking about social problems, advocates often like to use the word epidemic to describe them. And this word most certainly applies to the mental health challenges faced by public safety workers. Yet, despite the growing extent of the problem, relatively few public resources have been invested. This is where CIPSRT comes in. Founded in 2018, the Institute was established as a knowledge hub, working in conjunction with the Canadian Institutes for Health Research to investigate the treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries for the country's public safety workers. While CIPSRT may consist of a multidisciplinary research team, they do not merely conduct studies and gather reports. Instead, they are actively engaged in developing practical, real-world tools to assist public safety workers. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that one of the rules of this House is that we are not allowed to use props, because I would love to demonstrate one of the very innovative solutions that CIPSRT has developed. One of these innovations that the two Dr. Nicks demonstrated to me at the University of Regina earlier this year is a daily stress monitoring device and app. Essentially, the public safety worker uses a stress monitoring device once per day. This device collects data about the person's blood pressure, heart rate, and other physiological signs, and the device is sophisticated enough to distinguish between physiological changes brought on by stress, and those brought on by, say, going for your morning jog. All of this data is then fed into an app that the public safety worker and his or her therapist can see and monitor over time. If those stress levels are starting to go off the charts, or off the app in this case, then those public safety workers can ask themselves what was happening at those times that triggered that stress. Likewise, the therapist can start to work on intervention strategies to bring down those stress levels before they get to dangerous levels. And Mr. Speaker, CIPCERT has accomplished all of this and more through the frugal use of their initial funding of $5 million, plus a few project-specific grants along the way. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, all of this good work that CIPCERT has done and all of the good work that they could potentially do in the future is in jeopardy. Their initial 5-year funding commitment from the federal government expires on March 31st of next year, just 4 short months from now. No federal funding has been committed after that date. Furthermore, due to the ethical code of conduct to which researchers are bound, they cannot begin research with new subjects unless there is enough time left for the subject to also finish the program. That means CIPCERT will not accept any new public safety workers into their program after Christmas. That's why, Mr. Speaker, I was particularly disappointed that the Finance Minister did not mention this research institution in her 10-minute speech to the House on November 3rd. Nor was there any mention of CIPCERT in the 96-page Fall Economic Statement. Nor was there any mention of it in the 172-page Implementation Act that we are debating this morning. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge both the government and every member of this House to take a closer look at the Canadian Institute for Public Safety Research and Treatment and the solutions that they can provide to this country's public safety workers and to their mental health challenges. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And a couple of things come to my mind when the member has made his presentation. One is the fact that never before have we seen a national government play such a prominent role in terms of mental health, where we have literally allocated millions of dollars, going into hundreds of millions of dollars, towards the issue of mental health. We've reinforced through Veterans Affairs financial support for those individuals that need to be able to have that support in that whole area. When it comes to research, as a government, I would challenge the member to find another national government in the last 20, 30 years that has invested more money in research in science. And I suspect that there is going to be many universities and other post-secondary facilities that are out there. My question to the member is it the position of the Conservative Party that the Government of Canada should continue to look at post-secondary facilities and financially support research projects, even if it means having to pay tax dollars?
The Honourable Member for Regina, Wascana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. So the Conservative Party is in favour of a one-for-one policy when it comes to government spending. If for every new dollar of government spending, we should find $1 of savings somewhere else. And I really don't think that is very difficult to do, Mr. Speaker, when one considers the Canada Infrastructure Bank that has cost $30 billion, but has not delivered a single project. When one looks at the ArriveCan app that cost $54 million, I'm sure with a little bit of effort, we could find savings elsewhere in government to fund a very worthwhile program like CIPCERT. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to investments in mental health, and specifically investments in our first responders, well, this matters greatly to me. When mental health deteriorates, there are always reasons. These reasons could include lack of support. Over the past 30 years, the federal government has not adequately supported mental health. The government needs to look at itself. There have been cuts everywhere in Canada All provincial and territorial governments have had to make cuts to ensure that services can be offered, and this affects first responders. And this is because the federal government has not invested enough. So can the colleagues speak to health transfers and the fact that the federal government should handle what's in its jurisdiction, not in provincial and territorial jurisdiction?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Yes, so my view is that it is the role of provincial governments to deliver and implement a lot of these programs, and the federal government's focus should be on research into new treatments and new technologies which can be used across the country and across the world. And that is where I think CIPSRT is in a unique position in that they don't just talk about the problem, they have actually developed solutions. And what they're asking for is a rather modest funding allocation of several $1 million to scale up their research and to make it available across the country to benefit first responders and to benefit everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. Now, he focused a lot on rising crime. And the reality is, I was in this House, as were many of the members, when the former Harper government destroyed the network of national crime prevention centres. Now, Mr. Speaker, that made no sense at all, because as we know, $1 invested in crime prevention saves $6 in policing costs and court costs and prison costs. And yet the Harper government reprehensibly absolutely destroyed that national centre, the network of national crime prevention centres that did such good work in preventing crime right across the country. Now, I think the Conservatives would be right to criticize the Liberals for not re-establishing those crime prevention centres, but the reality is Conservatives wear the fact that they destroyed the bulwark against crime in this country. And my question through you, Mr. Speaker, to the members is simply why? Why did the Harper government, why did Conservatives destroy the National Crime Prevention Network that did such great work in preventing crime in our communities?
The honourable member for Regina, Wisconsin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the honourable member for his question, although that is quite a bit beyond the scope of my intervention. I mean, there will always be violent crime, sadly enough. There will always be earthquakes. There will always be car crashes. And I hope that there will always be first responders there to help people when they are suffering some sort of tragedy or some sort of crisis. And the mental health challenges will always be there as long as we have first responders doing their jobs. And it would be nice if we could provide some more support for our first responders, as I outlined in my intervention. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and it's such an honour to stand up this morning to speak in support of the Fall Economic Statement. And let me begin by acknowledging that we're all gathered here on the traditional unceded lands of the Algonquin people. I want to, just before I proceed, acknowledge that yesterday the Mayor of the City of Toronto appointed my municipal colleague, Dr. Jennifer McKelvey, as the Deputy Mayor for the City of Toronto. So I want to take this opportunity to congratulate her on this enormous responsibility she has, and I have every confidence that she will serve the people of Scarborough Rouge Park as well as the people of the City of Toronto exceptionally. So I look forward to working with her and, of course, the Mayor as he starts his third term. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things that are here in the Fall Economic Statement, but I think the most glaring issue that I see is that of the current economic situation faced by Canadians. Inflation, although it's tapered down a little bit from its high, it's at 6.9%, and it's been persistent for the last couple of months. And when we talk to families, you know, we had our constituency week last week, and I think many of us in this House were able to speak to families and individuals and students to talk about some of the challenges they have, and many have spoken to me about the increasing cost of living, increasing cost of housing, transportation, gasoline, as well as talk about some of their anxieties, especially students who go to both the U of T Scarborough in my riding as well as Centennial College. So I really want to thank Canadians who've been struggling a great deal over the last several months, but want to assure them that as a government, we're here to support them. We're here to ensure that affordability remains front and center in the work that we do, and to make sure that we are there for them every step of the way. In fact, this is the reason, Mr. Speaker, we brought forward in just several months ago, and the checks went out about 2 weeks ago on doubling the GST credit, and that really does have a significant impact on millions of Canadians who need the support. We've also adopted dental care for young people with family incomes of less than $90,000, and there's no question that that is a critical component of what is required for the health and well-being of Canada's youth. And unfortunately, many families simply are unable to afford it, and I think this is a very important step in ensuring that young people have dental care. But we're really building this from 2015 in terms of supporting Canadians, Mr. Speaker. If we talk about the Canada Child Benefit, for example, it supports young people and families across Canada. In my riding alone, it's had a significant impact on addressing the issues of poverty and poverty amongst our young people, and that's something that I think we can all take pride in. As a government, we've worked very hard and diligently to make sure that we target supports to those who need it and not give checks to millionaires and those who really don't need it. So it's a means-tested approach, one that I think is very smart and one that's really has had a significant impact on addressing the issues of poverty. The adoption of $10 a day childcare in Ontario is a game changer for many families. If we look at how we're supporting, let's say, for example, someone with 2 kids in childcare, we're talking about thousands of dollars in savings on an annual basis. It's something that is going to change how our workforce is. It's going to have more women enter the workforce and be supported by the government. As we introduced $10 a day childcare in Ontario this year alone, childcare expenses will be reduced by 50%, with the goal of it being reduced to $10 a day as we move forward. And that too is a very important aspect of addressing the issue of affordability. The National Housing Strategy is another perfect example of how we're addressing a number of things, including chronic homelessness, the need for transitional housing, as well as affordable housing within the market space. And we know that there are many different players. I know in Scarborough Rouge Park, for example, we have a number of initiatives. One we just announced several months ago with the Fred Victor Center, and we have a transitional housing that's being built, modular housing rather, and that will be available with proper supports for those who need it. And it is in fact replicated across not just the City of Toronto, but across Canada. And that's supplemented, of course, by, we have a project at what's called 250 Brenyon Way, where again, the National Housing Strategy as well as the CMHC is intricately involved in providing those supports. What I have to, given the limited time I have, Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak to a very key aspect of the Fall Economic Statement, namely the elimination of interest on student loans, the Canada Student Loan Program, as well as the Canada Apprenticeship Loan Program. I've always said, and I've repeated this many times in this House, education is the ultimate equalizer in society, and we can look through whether it's history or whether through even people in this House. My personal lived experience, education has given certainly me the tools to be able to do the things I do, whether it's as a lawyer or someone who was previously in business or working with youth. It's given me the skills through education. And the youth of today, we know, need the education, the formal education, whether it's through colleges, universities, apprenticeship, or trade programs. They need the education in order to compete in this world. And we've seen some phenomenal successes, whether it's in AI or in healthcare. We've seen an enormous amount of young people rising to the challenge, whether it's COVID-19 or whether it's developing the state-of-the-art technology. I can't tell you the number of times I meet people, whether it's during Christmas time or in the summer, where they've gone from Canada to the Silicon Valley or to other countries, Germany. There's someone very recently who went to Finland, working at like high-tech firms. But oftentimes young people are very apprehensive because if they don't have the means, if the families do not have the means to support the individual student, they're oftentimes very apprehensive in going forward with such a huge debt. And we know programs such as law and medicine in particular have a very high cost of entry, high cost of tuition, with the assumption that once you finish the program, your ability to earn a higher income is there. But the challenge, Mr. Speaker, and it's very true for many racialized first generation or Indigenous peoples, is that burden, the high level of debt that you would have to incur in order to pursue a specialized program, or even any program rather, can be a deterrent in someone being able to pursue post-secondary education or training. And therefore the elimination of the interest, federal interest portion of the student loan program, I think is a game changer. I was able to drop by the University of Toronto Scarborough campus, speak to some students. I talked to some students from Centennial College, and they feel very happy with this elimination. But also I've spoken to some people who are already graduated and who are working, who also feel like this is a very important measure that will allow them to be more secure, be able to really go through the next few months and save money. So I'm really pleased, Mr. Speaker, to support that. So with that, I'm looking forward to questions and comments from my friends, and thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Parliamentary Budget Officer identified $14.2 billion in the fall economic statement of new spending that has no details to it. Effectively, it's $14.2 billion of a blank check that the government is asking parliamentarians to accept. Why is that member supporting more inflationary spending when we know that Canadians are hurting, and the right thing to do would be not to have $14.2 billion of a blank check given to this federal government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I've spoken to a number of people who are well-versed in economics, more so than myself. And I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that the measures that we put in place is very measured. It does allow for Canadians to have the support without contributing to inflation. So I'm very confident, Mr. Speaker, as is the Minister of Finance, that this is a fall economic statement that is prudent and one that reflects the current needs as well as the current realities of inflation.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you how I'm feeling this morning. I'm a little skeptical, and I'm sick and tired of the Liberal government making countless announcements, small ones, in order to garner sympathetic media coverage We'll support rent. The opposition says it's not enough. Of course we'll say it's not enough, but we agree it's better than nothing. We'll take that $500, but it's a ridiculous amount given how expensive it is to pay for rent or housing. Social costs are extremely high. Some people will be getting $400. Fine, we'll take it. But this is not changing the system. We need measures that will change the system. Every time I get up here, I'm sick and tired of saying, I'm tired of asking for more income for our seniors who are over the age of 65 who can't pay for their groceries. The Liberals are making tons of tiny little announcements. They're saying they're helping seniors. When are their seniors' benefits going to increase for people aged 65 and older? The Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Justice. Thank you very much for the question.
I find it hard to believe that the member opposite is suggesting that we haven't made structural changes. I can assure you that the Canada Child Benefit is the single biggest contributor to the reduction of poverty amongst young people. I can assure him that the introduction of $10 a day childcare, and although in Quebec it's existed for many years, it's going to be a game changer in Ontario. The elimination of interest on the federal student loan program is critical, Mr. Speaker. Dental care for young people is critical. So I would really ask my friend opposite to rethink his perception on the things that we've done.
Question communautaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for what I believe to be an important contribution to this House. However, I do want to make an important comment that I think will benefit all members of this House in relation to labour. It's no question that there is, in fact, war on workers. We see it here in Ontario, and albeit it's going to be happening soon in Alberta. Mr. Speaker, labour was happy to see that this government moved on demands of the New Democratic Party in relation to anti-scab legislation, in relation to the UTIP program that benefits training centres across union halls in this country. But one area that I think is in massive deficiency within this fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of EI reform. Mr. Speaker, this is something that the labour movement has been pushing for a long time. We've seen just recently in this fall economic statement comments about an upcoming recession. Mr. Speaker, now is the most important time that Canadians who are contributing to their EI need to in fact see that work for them. That program needs to be enhanced, Mr. Speaker. The government promised to do it. They're not doing it yet. When will they?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my friend for his hard work on a number of files, but also this question. I had the opportunity to meet with members of Unifor a couple of days ago, and many of the issues that he identified was brought up, including the anti-scab legislation that's coming forward by the Minister of Labour, as well as the needs for reform in EI. One thing we have to look at, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic, during the worst economic crisis this country has faced, our government was there for Canadians every step of the way. And as we go forward, I can assure him and I can assure the House, and particularly my friend from the NDP, because there is, I think, consensus on how we need to support workers in this country. And we will work with him and his party to achieve what's right for workers, Mr. Speaker.
Continuing debate, reprise du débat.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today, we're here to debate Bill C-32, tabled by the government, and ordinary Canadians understand that it's an economic update, but really it doesn't mean much to the average Canadian. So what does economic update mean? Well, actually, at the beginning of the year, you've got the budget, and later on in the year, the government realizes it has to make changes or smaller announcements for the upcoming year when the new budget will be tabled. And so there are some announcements, smaller ones, in an economic statement. But the Bloc would have liked to have seen three major things in the economic statement. One, unconditional increase in healthcare transfers, not in the economic statement. Increase for seniors benefits for people aged 65 and up wasn't there. And thirdly, a major EI reform, because people suffered during the pandemic, and it was hard for them to access those benefits even before the pandemic, and we're headed for a recession. So these were the three priorities of the Bloc Québécois. We had talked about them to the government. There's a consensus in Quebec, but the government was not listening. But I'll speak about other things right now, Mr. Speaker. In the economic update, there was a statement, an arrogant statement that was repeated continuously, and it was badly taken by the province of Quebec, and it had to do with infrastructure. In the last federal budget, which was tabled in the spring, there was a short line which was largely unnoticed because a budget can go up to 600 pages in length. So when we read it, we try to find the main points. But later on, we went back and took a closer look to see if there was anything else hidden in the budget that we hadn't seen at first glance. And maybe this was the intent of the government, because, again, there was a short line which went largely unnoticed, but which has a huge impact on Quebec. Basically, in the Canada Investment Program, the deadline to table projects had to be, originally was the end of March 2025, but that was moved up to the end of March 2023. So 2 years less for Quebec and other Canadian provinces to present their projects. However, in the case of Quebec, there's something quite special or different in the case of Quebec. We had a bilateral agreement which had been signed between the federal government and the government of Quebec. So there had been negotiations on the form of how the money should be distributed, because these infrastructures, of course, belong to Quebec and to municipalities. 90% of these infrastructures are in municipalities. So we're talking about jurisdictions here. But with this little, largely unnoticed line in the budget, the federal government showed it would not respect the bilateral agreement signed with Quebec. So our research team looked into the matter, and they said, no, it can't be that the federal government would not keep its word. There had been a signed agreement. The federal government would respect that agreement. But in reality, well, anyhow, we wanted to look into the matter even more, because that agreement on infrastructure, which was signed, represented $7.5 billion in total, a lot of money. And when we saw this, we saw that $3.5 million from that envelope had not been allocated yet. We know elections were coming up. This was in the summertime. The summer, in fact, was the pre-election period for the fall election. And here in November, there were just a few months left, November, December, then it would be Christmas, January, February, and then March. So there would only be a few months for the province to present billion-dollar projects, not enough time. And the federal government had already signed an agreement with the province. So we still couldn't believe what we were reading. So I was at the parliamentary committee. I asked the minister about this, the Minister of Infrastructure and Intergovernmental Relations. I can't name his name, but he's a member representing a maritime riding. So I asked about this. We were worried, and he simply said, and he was quite frank, actually. He said that as far as he was concerned, the money, if it hadn't been spent, if projects had not been presented to the federal government by March 31, 2023, well, the money would stay with the federal government. We know other provinces would like to have that money. But the other provinces, like us, if they didn't meet that new deadline, well, they wouldn't get the money. So that's what we were told in committee. Worse, $342 million were left under the first phase of the project. And under the agreement, it stated that if that money had not been spent, the money could go elsewhere. So I asked the minister, what about the $342 million, which was included in the agreement, which could go to certain projects? No, the answer was the money would go back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, which means that $342 million were stolen from Quebec. If we hadn't seen that little line in the budget, nobody would have heard about this. How hypocritical. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when we learned this, we were furious, and we spoke with Quebec's office in Ottawa. We spoke with Minister Lebel. We spoke with our mayors. They were furious as well. They could not believe that the federal government pulled a fast one like that. And we spoke with other stakeholders, with the Quebec Union of Municipalities. Quebec had respected the agreement. I personally spoke with Sonia Lebel, who is the Minister of Intergovernment Affairs and Treasury Board at Quebec. She said they would keep on negotiating with the federal government. She was confident that an agreement would be reached. However, what we've seen in the economic statement is that nothing has changed despite everything that was said by the Bloc Québécois, by the Union of Quebec Municipalities, by the Quebec government. Because at the end of the day, millions of dollars would be lost to Quebec under the infrastructure fund. Well, the Liberal government is so arrogant. I just can't believe how Ottawa operates. I don't understand how this way of operating actually exists. And I really am curious to hear what kind of justification the government will make. In fact, the only justification I can see is that the federal government is on a power trip. Ottawa wants to show everyone else who's the boss. Ottawa's the boss. You guys are on your knees. We're going to tell you what to do. We're going to put you in your place. I am so upset. I can't believe, Mr. Speaker, the federal government is acting that way. There were two parties at the table. Negotiations lasted years. Hands were shaken. The agreement was signed. A deal was made, and then Ottawa turned around and said it would do exactly what it wanted to do. That's the message that was sent by Ottawa. Ottawa's saying, we're going to take the money of Quebec taxpayers. That money goes to Quebec, and Ottawa is threatening Quebec, threatening to take the money of Quebecers and send it elsewhere. Quebecers have done their share, and the way the federal government is comporting itself is unacceptable. There's a mafia here. There are bandits here. It's unacceptable, and it's almost racketeering. What is racketeering? Well, the definition of racketeering is extorting money through threats. That's exactly what Ottawa is doing. They said the provinces could present projects until 2025. That deadline was moved up by 2 years. Ottawa is lording it over everybody else. Infrastructure falls under municipal or provincial jurisdiction. Ottawa, it's not Ottawa's business. Why can't it mind its own business, respect its own jurisdictions? It's withholding Quebec's money, the money Quebecers are paying in taxes. Well, the only way for us to control our own money is to become our own country, Mr. Speaker. And I really hope that Quebecers are going to remember what the federal government has did. And I hope that Ottawa is finally going to be reasonable about this whole affair. Thank you.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there's a fundamental flaw that the member started to highlight at the very end. And the fact is, the member is a separatist. He doesn't want Canada. He wants to see Quebec separate from the rest of Canada. He doesn't recognize that the national government does play a role, even though a majority of the people in Quebec, Manitoba, in Canada believe that the federal government has a role when it comes to infrastructure, healthcare, and many other areas in which we work alongside with the stakeholders. That's the difference, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that in order to build a healthy, strong, united Canada, you need a national government that reflects the interests of the population in its whole, Mr. Speaker. That's why we continue to work day in and day out, whether it's with provinces, Indigenous communities, municipalities, and other stakeholders, in the best interest of all. my question to the member opposite is, does he not recognize that even his own constituents, a very large percentage of them, want federal participation in many of the programs that the member just spoke out against?
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting to hear the member across the parliamentary secretary say that my statement was, my opinion, my speech was not really valid because I'm a separatist. We're some dangerous type of insect. Regardless of what we say, we're always disqualified. So I'd like to have him understand his action drives our separatism and our desire to be independent. When he says, when he talks about what people in my riding want, what they want is to get their money that Ottawa takes hostage. That's what they want, Mr. Speaker. And the way Ottawa is acting is unacceptable, and people will remember this. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a person from Alberta, I hear something that the member has said that I agree with her because many Quebecers have the same issue with Ottawa. Ottawa thinks that all good ideas come from here, and we have no good ideas coming from our provincial capitals. So I'd like to hear about the healthcare transfers. There's always a battle between provincial premiers and health ministers with respect to who has jurisdiction over health. In Alberta, I think it's my province that knows how to manage its affairs in health, and I'd like to hear more from this member from Quebec, the honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very relevant because what he is saying is, what about health transfers? It's interesting because my speech was on infrastructure and the federal government that wants to get involved and put a gun to our heads. And it's exactly the same thing that's happening with healthcare transfers. It's a copy and paste, same thing. And probably in many other files as well, because what Ottawa wants to have is a central government where it controls everything and provinces have nothing to say and they don't care about our funding.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Nunavut.
There are 16 northern stores in northern Quebec. Northern showed profits of $13.2 million, and it's subsidized by the Nutrition North program. And I wonder if the member agrees that the Canada Recovery Dividend proposed in this bill needs to be extended to profit in grocery stores in the millions.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard my colleague's question, but I have to say that it wasn't really about my speech. I noted that my colleague does come from a riding in Nunavut, and I find it interesting to say this because we are jealous about this, for this riding, about one thing in particular. It's the agreement they have on infrastructure. The fact that they moved up the province's deadline doesn't apply to them. I'd like to know what she has to say. How come they decided to move up the deadline for provinces, but not for the territories? How come we can't do the same thing for everyone?
Reprise.
Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a real honour to rise to speak about Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. I think, from the offset, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that I find extremely confusing, and I've heard the Bloc say it again this morning, is that the government has not tried to help Canadians during such a difficult time that we're dealing with inflation and the inflation that we're seeing not just in Canada, but indeed throughout the world. And I will speak to that, but before I do get to that, Mr. Speaker, I want to read a quote to you. This is a quote, Mr. Speaker, quote, "The government is ruining the Canadian dollar, so Canadians should have the freedom to use other money such as Bitcoin," end quote. Any guesses where that quote came from?
Donald Trump.
No, it wasn't Donald Trump, but it's his protege in Canada. That would be the member from Carleton, the official leader of the opposition.
That was my second guess.
He actually said those words. He said, "Canadians don't have faith in the Canadian dollar, so they should be able to use other forms of money. And basically encouraging, from his position of leadership, encouraging people not to trust the Canadian dollar, but instead to trust cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin. And of course, I don't have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, what has happened to Bitcoin, not just in the last several months, but indeed in the last week, what we've seen. Not only have we seen the collapse of cryptocurrencies out there, Mr. Speaker, but now the new revelation with FTX and the games that they were up to create liquidity within their business, and then the experiences of bank runs that occurred as a result after that, and then the collapse of their coin, and being unable to find seeing as much as $1 to $2 billion literally missing. What we're seeing here, Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing here is we're seeing what happens when there isn't government control and government-backed currencies. That's exactly what we're seeing with the collapse of crypto and the revelations that are coming about as a result of the businesses that were heavily involved in running crypto and investing in them. And this is where we are today. The member from Carleton famously has his video of when he bought that shawarma and he paid for it with crypto. Let's assume he had bought that Bitcoin in order to make that purchase. Who knows? What did he buy that Bitcoin for? $10 worth of Bitcoin to make that purchase? What would that have cost him today? How much more Bitcoin would it have cost him to buy that shawarma today? Probably about 4 or 5 times as much Bitcoin. You want to talk about inflation? That shawarma that he bought so famously, so proudly, using a non-government-backed currency, literally would cost him today about 4 or 5 times as much.
Point of order from the honourable member from Haldeman Norfolk.
Yes. Are we debating our statement, our fall economic statement, or are we debating the Liberals' economic statement?
I believe we are falling into debate, but I will remind everyone on relevancy when we talk to bills in this House of Commons. So, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
My conservative colleague from across the way spent 10 minutes only about 20 minutes ago talking about one particular business in his riding and why that wasn't mentioned in a 10-minute full economic statement of the whole entire country, but somehow I can't be critical of the leader of the opposition and his position when it comes to cryptocurrency. My humble advice.
I think we have another point of order from the honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rita Lakes.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. My friend from the Kingston and the Islands sounds a bit hangry. Let's go get a shawarma.
Of course, that is not a point of order, but for those of us who do like shawarmas, I know it's a difficult thing. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
My friend from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rita Lakes, that lives, the riding is next to me. He should come visit me. I'm happy to take him out to lunch in Kingston anytime. But what we're seeing. I'll pay for it with Canadian cash if he's okay with that. What we are seeing, though, Mr. Speaker, is unfortunately he and Conservatives are up to games again. Just the other night, he was up to games and orchestrating quorum calls in the House where he would get all these Conservatives, he was standing behind the door there, get all these Conservatives to leave the room, and then somebody would jump up and say, quorum, quorum, and this is what our official opposition is doing. Childish games that I wouldn't expect of my 4-year-old in kindergarten. Literally elected as members of Parliament. The member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rita Lakes thinks this place is a big joke. And the work that we do here is supposed to be a big joke, and we can play these games. And don't let the Bloc colleagues turn their heads away from this too, because they were equally responsible for that the other night too, Mr. Speaker, playing these games. It's unfortunate, but we have to do the work of Canadians. And the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rita Lakes would rather play games than do that. I would encourage him to get back to the business of Canadians. And if he wants to discuss that over lunch in Kingston, I'd be happy to do that with him. But when we talk about the supports for Canadians, I'm drawing a comparison, Mr. Speaker, and this is my whole point here. I'm drawing a comparison between what this government has been doing to support Canadians versus the hyped up rhetoric and division and sowing the seeds of trying to plant doubt in Canadians when it comes to the financial institutions that we have. The member from Carleton, the leader of the opposition, rather than actually work towards some of the measures that are contained in this bill, would rather get up in this House and would rather tell Canadians, don't believe in the Canadian dollar. We all know it's worthless because it happens to be run by, a bunch of people that I particularly don't like. This is what he's saying. So instead, you should go out and invest in Bitcoin. Well, what happened to Bitcoin over the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely plummeted. Anybody who took his advice would be in a pretty devastating position right now.
I think there's a point of order. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, this doesn't happen when I will defend the Conservatives. But can he be somewhat serious? We're supposed to be working on measures that the government is moving forward. We're talking about people facing inflation. And now, for 8 minutes, he's been talking about cryptocurrency. There are people who are watching us on TV. Can we get down to business, please? I think this is once again debate, but I will say once again that we do need to discuss the bill at hand.
So the bill that we actually have before us, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
It's incredibly rich coming from this bloc member who happens to be sitting next to the member who only 2 nights ago made the point of saying, yeah, it's fun to watch us run out of the room and do a quorum call. And this member wants me to trust that the bloc is taking this place seriously when his own colleague sitting right next to him was engaging in those activities just 2 nights ago. Mr. Speaker, the bloc, and if the bloc wants me to talk about them because they're feeling a little bit left out because I've been focusing on the Conservatives, I'm happy to do that too. But the bloc member, his colleague, again, who's sitting next to him, said moments ago, he said, why isn't the government focused on supports for Canadians during these difficult times? Is he living under a rock, Mr. Speaker? That's my question for him. Because look at the countless initiatives and things are in this fall economic statement that are there specifically.
Of order from the honourable member for Bell River Crowfoot.
So certainly, Mr. Speaker, in light of the many things that that member is not able to do directly, that he seems to be doing indirectly, I would ask you, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that there is in fact quorum in this place, to ensure that the Canadians know that there are actually people here doing the work that they expect us to do in this place.
That's a quorum call, so I guess I believe I quickly have to count, so we'll do that. The table says we are in quorum, so the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
And 3 times the other night while I was speaking alone, they did the exact same thing. I would actually take this opportunity to encourage people to go to my Twitter feed right now, where I posted a really interesting video that shows how Conservatives were playing with that quorum game just 2 nights ago in this House. And they did it again. And what happened? They do a quorum call, you stand up, verify that we have quorum, and then I continue. This happens to me, it happened to the member from Saanich Gulf Islands. They're doing it routinely. And I don't understand if they think that that is the business of this House, because it's not. But I'd like to get back to the bloc, and I apologize to my Conservative friends that I've gone off topic from them, and I want to focus on the bloc. I'm back with the bloc now, Mr. Speaker. They say that we aren't doing any initiatives for Canadians. There's nothing to help Canadians. Look at the countless measures in here. Making life more affordable on its own. Taking the interest off student loans. Go talk to students or students that have interest on their loans and ask them if that's going to help make life more affordable for them. Lowering credit card transactions, doubling the GST for 6 months, the GST tax credit for certain Canadians, a $500 top-up for the Canadian housing benefit, the Canada dental benefit, a new quarterly Canada workers benefit. Is the bloc trying to tell me that those aren't meaningful things that would impact? Are they nodding? Because if they're nodding, that basically means that they don't think that that stuff would be impactful to Canadians and Quebecers. Even if they are nodding, I doubt that they would actually agree with that. But you can also look at some of the other stuff in here, Mr. Speaker, making housing more affordable. the housing top-up that I mentioned, helping young Canadians afford a down payment faster, helping Canadians save on closing costs, introducing a new refundable multi-generational home renovation tax credit, cracking down on house flipping by ensuring that profits from properties are held for less than 12 months. I mean, do they think that these are initiatives that Canadians are not going to benefit from? Or the Canada Growth Fund to help build technology, infrastructure, and businesses. I could go on and on and on. And then you know what's going to happen? The Bloc are going to get up and say, yeah, but what about the health transfers? So therefore, you guys are failing because we don't happen to agree with the manner in which you're distributing the health transfers. Listen, this fall economic statement, Mr. Speaker, is about providing supports for Canadians. That is exactly what's been laid out in this document. It's exactly why I'm very much in favor of supporting it. And I think that the Canadian people will judge those who choose not to support these measures, and we will see how that comes to be when we do get to vote for this. And hopefully Conservatives will let us vote on this sometime in the fall rather than waiting till June like last year, but I won't hold my breath. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and you might rule me out of order because I wish to ask a question on the fall economic statement. Now, finally, I did hear a comment at the end of the speech that listed, a few topics broadly that were listed. In an earlier exchange with a member from Calgary Shepherd, he asked a question of the previous member, one of those things that the honourable member across the way did not list was the $14.2 billion blank check. I've yet to hear what that is about. How is that not incendiary spending as identified by the public budget officer? I'd like to know whether that's a measured response, which a previous speaker so described.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I have not asked a single question this morning, Mr. Speaker. He might be referring to somebody else. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Beauport-Limoilou.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we are debating C-32. The opposition's role is to highlight what's missing from the bill. Thus far, the government's role seems to be to tout its own successes and not listen. We are here to highlight deals which have not been upheld. For instance, infrastructure, which my colleague brought up earlier. There's something else which has not been upheld for a long time. That is the Constitution. In the New York Times, the last election said that they said that in the last election, the party that respected Canada's Constitution the most is the Independentist Party, the Bloc Québécois. We want Quebec jurisdiction and other provinces' jurisdiction to be respected constitutionally. The 1867 Constitution, that's the only one that Quebec signed. It's still not translated, despite a 1922 agreement to have it translated within 6 months. So when will it be translated, and when will you respect your own Constitution? Because it's high time you do so.
If I heard the member correctly, she said that the New York Times said that Quebec was the best at respecting the Constitution. I apologize if I'm not willing to take advice from a foreign newspaper on Canada's Constitution and the way that various different parties contribute to it. I apologize, but I just can't see how I can possibly answer a question that is based on the premise of a foreign newspaper weighing in on our Constitution.
Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for his important intervention, especially holding members of the opposition accountable. I believe, as a member of the opposition, that it's important to advance our program, the program that New Democrats fight for every single day in this place, which is to make conditions, the material conditions of Canadians, better. Mr. Speaker, in my community of Edmonton-Griesbach, I want to offer a respectful reflection of what they're experiencing. We know that across the country there's a housing crisis. People in my community cannot get ahead. We have 3,400 houseless folks across the city of Edmonton. We have nearly 470 people who died in the last 2 years of houselessness. These are folks that I knew real people that are affected. This fall economic statement does, in fact, to give credit to the government, help some of those folks with a $500 housing benefit. I know that's going to help Canadians. New Democrats pushed for that, and we agree with that. However, Mr. Speaker, it was clear that the National Housing Strategy detailed by the Auditor General earlier this week is damning. It says that the results that the government was supposed to build units for folks did not hit its targets. It also said that the government would fail to ensure that the proper amount of housing is established by 2027 and 2028. Mr. Speaker, when will the government take housing seriously, and when will they increase the supply?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
It's a great question. I think it's a valid question. I want to thank the member for bringing it up, and I would agree that there will always be more that we need to do. And I want to thank the NDP for actually being adults in the room when it comes to the other parties. It's the NDP that can take credit for what's in this bill, because they do, and they do on when they see appropriate, because they saw a situation where it's a minority parliament, and they said, rather than just be obstructionists like the two other opposition parties, why don't we try to work with the government to actually advance things for Canadians? And they did exactly that. So if the member would like to continue talking about housing, I'd be more than willing to do that, because I think it's an important issue, and I hope that he keeps raising it.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This fall economic statement arrives during one of the most difficult financial periods in many Canadians' living memory. For my constituents in Edmonton Mill Woods and for Canadians across the country, life has become increasingly difficult. We are witnessing an unparalleled affordability crisis, and too many Canadians are barely hanging on. My constituents are struggling to deal with inflation, which is at a 40-year high, and interest rates that are increasing at the fastest rate in decades. This crisis derives almost entirely from a government who, since being elected into office, have decided to spend more money that Canadians don't have on projects and initiatives that Canadians haven't seen. After years of imprudent spending, the government has run out of Canadians' money. The Bank of Canada is working overtime, attempting to keep up with this government's fiscal irresponsibility. This is why Canada finds itself in the position that it is today. Our national debt has doubled, and the Prime Minister has created more debt than any other Canadian Prime Minister combined. We have heard from the government benches that the Prime Minister had no choice, that he had to double our debt. Yet, 40% of all the new spending measures have had nothing to do with COVID. That amounts to $205 billion worth of unnecessary and harmful debt that future generations of Canadians will have to account for. Similarly, government spending is now up 30% from pre-pandemic levels. The cost it takes for this government to service the debt that it has created, often needlessly, is as much as the Canadian health transfer. This means Canada can spend less and less money on crucial social expenditures like health care. Canadian tax dollars that could have gone towards hospitals and nurses are instead being squandered on the efforts to keep up with this Prime Minister's debt. This is just one example of how government spending is hurting Canadians. These are real-world consequences to the Prime Minister's reckless decisions. The Prime Minister is happy to spend $6,000 a night on the most expensive hotel room in London, while Canadians can't even afford to pay their rent. As a consequence of this, we are now in a position of where the cost of government is driving up the cost of living for Canadians. The Prime Minister's inflationary deficits to the tune of $500 billion have created more dollars while Canada produces fewer goods. Worse still, inflation has increased the cost of producing and distributing these goods. This is how we've come to find ourselves in this very difficult position. Canadians are having to skip meals, and food banks were visited over 1.5 million times in a month, a 35% increase in comparison to just last year. Canadians across this country could no longer afford basic necessities like heating their homes and gas. Mothers are having to mix water into their baby's food, milk. And as we head into this holiday season, parents are having to have less to spend on their children. Nearly every single component of the Canadian economy is failing. Home prices have doubled, and a significant number of young Canadians simply cannot afford to purchase a home in the cities and towns that they grew up in. There was once a time where being able to afford a home was not a luxury reserved for the wealthiest. Yet now in Canada, the second largest country in the world with the second most space for housing developments, purchasing property is the outside realm of possibility for too many Canadians. Cities like Vancouver and Toronto have the 3rd and 10th most overpriced housing market in the world. This means poor and working class kids and new Canadians will never be able to afford a home. And despite Canada having the most inflated housing bubble in the world, those who have been able to afford a home may lose that as well. Monthly payments on mortgages are rising even as house prices are starting to drop. Families that bought a typical home 5 years ago with typical mortgage that is now up for renewal will pay $7,000 more per year. This is clearly unsustainable for too many Canadians. Recently, a constituent of mine wrote to me and how they can no longer afford to pay their mortgage, which had increased significantly every single month. How can we expect Canadians to afford this? Despite this, the Bank of Canada has said that they will have to continue hiking interest rates just to keep up with the government's inflation. We now face a crisis where many Canadians can no longer afford to pay for those mortgages. And as the Prime Minister's inflation makes the cost of everything even more expensive, household debt has skyrocketed as more Canadians are relying on credit cards instead of paychecks. Despite this, Canadians have never paid more in taxes to the government. The government goes on collecting taxes, further draining the pockets of Canadians. They have revealed no intent to slow down. They plan to triple the carbon tax, making vital goods like food and heating your home even more expensive than it is today. Conservatives have consistently voiced our concerns for seniors and families unable to afford food or to even heat their homes this winter. For some families in Millwoods, this will be the toughest holiday season yet. But this Prime Minister continues to carry on with his wasteful spending agenda on the backs of hardworking Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need a break. The government can't go on spending like this while providing little to no support for Canadians who are struggling to keep their heads above water. This economic update does not come close to what Canadians are expecting and what they need to see. It fails to address the cost of living crisis spurred on by this government's out-of-control spending. Before the fall economic update, the Conservatives made 2 demands of this government: that they will stop the tax increases and that they will stop the spending. We urge the government to introduce no new taxes on the backs of my constituents and to those who are struggling across Canada. This includes cancelling all planned tax hikes, like the tripling of the carbon tax. We need to work towards making life easier for Canadians. Instead, this government chooses to actively make life more expensive and much more difficult. Secondly, we ask for the government to stop the needless spending. A Conservative government would ensure that new spending is matched by equivalent savings. Yet, as we have seen from this economic update, this government will continue their wasteful spending, expanding their inflationary deficit, which will drive up the cost of everything. Despite the government saying that they are now going to be fiscally prudent, they have refused to commit to any of our requests. This fall economic statement will keep Canada regressing down the path of economic hardship. Instead of creating more cash, this government should be supporting the creation of what that cash buys. This Prime Minister should be looking at building more homes and developing our ethical natural resources. This will mean the production of cheaper food and other essential goods right here in Canada. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, we cannot support the government's inflationary update, and we will continue to represent Canadians who are struggling to hold this government to account. It's time for a government to address the cost of living crisis. They need to plan to make energy more affordable. That's why Conservatives will actually repeal anti-energy laws and get Canadian energy out to market. We'll remove government gatekeepers and get more homes built, make Canada the quickest place in the world to get a building permit. We will reform the tax benefit system to ensure that whenever somebody works an extra hour or takes an extra shift or earns an extra bonus, they're always better off by working. Canada does have a future, and hope in the Canadian dream can be restored. But first, this government must control their wasteful spending and address the cost of living crisis that is affecting every Canadian. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians need to be concerned when you get Conservative after Conservative standing up saying that every dollar that was borrowed that was not directly attributed to the pandemic is harmful and unnecessary debt. That's what the member said. Think in terms of childcare. A national childcare program. Yes, there is a cost to it, but there's also a benefit to it that the Conservatives continue to not recognize. In fact, the Conservative Party of Canada wants to get rid of our national childcare program. I have a tough time with that. Canadians have a tough time with that. Can we anticipate, given what the Conservatives are saying today, because we had to borrow some money in order to support our national health care system, can we anticipate that the Conservative Party would also roll back the costs and the investments that we are putting in health care today? Is that a part of the hidden agenda from the Conservative Party? Do they intend on rolling back health care transfers?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwood.
He talks about having a tough time. You know who's having a tough time? Canadians who are having to visit the food bank to feed their families. 1.5 million Canadians in 1 month. That's a record for Canada, a sad record. You know who else is having a tough time? Is Canadians who are now having to choose to skip a meal. And I would ask that member, what would he say to those parents who are having to tell their kids that they will not be able to maybe provide a gift for them during this Christmas? Mr. Speaker, it is their inflationary crisis that is putting this strain on Canadian families.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de...
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. It's really ironic to hear the Liberals talk about health transfers and think that the Conservatives would do differently, but we could give them a chance to do differently. I thank the colleague for his speech, which is very topical and relevant to today's topic. The colleague spoke a lot about housing. Housing is critical. It's a very important issue, and it is a major problem that almost everyone has right now. That is the cost of housing. What would he suggest for a major substantial investment in social housing so that people would be taken off the market and it would make prices drop, but there has to be a significant investment. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Mr. Speaker, he mentioned a couple of things there, and I appreciate his question. First, on health care. The fact is the Liberals right now are spending as much as the health care transfer amount on servicing the debt that they created. So right there, that's where we would find savings, is to actually support health care and not servicing debt. The other thing is, Mr. Speaker, he's talked about the housing crisis, and he's right. There really is a housing crisis, and what we need to do is to increase the supply. In Canada, we have that. We have the space. We can actually, we have the space to build more homes, and we just need to get to a point where we are actually building those homes. So we need to have faster building permits. Under a Conservative government, we will have the fastest building permits around the world, not only to build houses, but to build projects and to get this country moving again.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to continue on that theme about housing, because I think actually if you listen to the Conservative leader, what you would know is that as long as there's this much capital as there is in the market, bidding on new homes and new units of various kinds, you're going to have to build a lot of units in order to ever see the price of housing come down. One of the things that's in Bill C-32 is a pandemic dividend, or a Canada Recovery Dividend, or some name, which is really about going to the very same financial institutions that the Conservative leader has rightly complained got a lot of liquidity support during the pandemic, and taking some of that money back into government coffers, but in order to be put out in things like the doubling of the GST rebate, the dental benefit, the Canada Housing benefit. And so I've found it odd not to hear any support from the Conservative leader for the pandemic dividend, because it seems to me that that is very clearly an issue of justice when we're talking about who should bear the cost of the moment that we're in light of what's gone on in the pandemic. And it's also, seems to me, a pretty important tool for trying to right one of the really structural problems in the housing market right now. So I wonder if this member might offer his thoughts on the pandemic recovery dividend.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods, not a lot of time left, but allow him to answer the question.
We've been very vocal that we want Canadians to pay less taxes. We actually believe that it's more effective for Canadians not to have to pay out that money and giving that money back to the government. We want Canadians to make a choice of where to spend that money, and many Canadians would spend it on housing. They'd be able to afford more of the rent and get into more houses. The other thing is, yes, he's right, we do need to build a lot more houses. In fact, this government has a plan to significantly increase immigration as well. So what we need to do, we need housing. And we have a construction industry that's ready to build those homes. We just need to get the gatekeepers out of the way so we can get that built.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise in the House on behalf of the residents of Calgary Skyview. Mr. Speaker, Albertans and Canadians are feeling the squeeze to the rising cost of living. I have had numerous conversations with my constituents of Calgary Skyview. I talk to workers, small business owners, families, newcomers, seniors, and students. The message is crystal clear from them. An affordable cost of living is a top priority for them. That is why I'm so proud to rise today to speak about the real actions our Liberal government is taking to support Canadians through the recently released Fall Economic Statement. Our government's plan outlines a responsible and fiscally prudent path to help the economy grow and prosper while making life more affordable for Canadians. We are doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months. This is important. This will provide an estimated 11 million low and modest income Canadians a much needed credit top-up. This means somebody living in Calgary will receive an additional $234, and a family of 4 would receive an additional $467 to assist with the rising cost of living. Mr. Speaker, I recently had the opportunity to talk to Raj, a university student. He told me about the challenges he faced as a post-secondary student due to the rising cost of living, and how important it is for the government to support students. That is why I'm proud to say that the Fall Economic Statement will make all Canada student loans and Canada apprentice loans permanently interest-free, including those currently being repaid, so we can continue to support young people during these turbulent times. Half of all post-secondary students in Canada rely on student loans to help them afford the cost of tuition and essentials during their studies. By eliminating interest charges for student loans, we are helping ease the burden that students face after graduating. Our government is committed to strong fiscal prudence. It is a promise that we have made to Canadians, and that one we continue to uphold. Canada has one of the lowest net debt and the lowest deficit to GDP ratios in the G7. Our economy had one of the fastest job recoveries in the G7, and we have a near record low unemployment rate of 5.2%. Throughout the pandemic, we took quick and decisive action to support Canadian families with emergency payments. Through responsible investments in our communities, we are continuing to support Canadians by sustaining an economy that works for everybody. We understand that through a responsible fiscal strategy, Canada's economy can continue to be resilient and well-positioned to endure challenging and ever-changing global conditions. The transition to a greener economy requires significant investments. In the fall economic statement, our government has announced new initiatives to help support the economy through a green transition. These investments will ensure that we build a globally competitive, sustainable economy that is fair and leaves nobody behind. This includes a $6.7 billion investment tax credit for clean technologies, which will provide a refundable tax credit of up to 30% for investments in various green technologies such as solar, electricity storage system, heat pumps, so Calgarians, and indeed all Canadians, can afford the transition to greener technologies. Furthering our commitment to supporting sustainable jobs, we have created the Energy Transition Centre to help equip Canadian workers with the skills of the future. These key investments are necessary to ensure Canada becomes a world leader in the net zero transition. We are focused on supporting businesses and creating high-paying jobs. This is why, similar to the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, we are taxing stock buybacks to make sure businesses pay their fair share and to incentivize reinvestment of their profits into Canadian workers. Mr. Speaker, from the devastating effects of the COVID-19 pandemic to the recent cost of living crisis, our government is committed to helping Canadians through tough times. While we take strong action and provide tangible results for Canadians, the only ideas we hear from the Conservatives, including cutting essential government programs and providing financially illiterate buy cryptocurrency to opt out of inflation, advice to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our government's work, and I know it will help my constituents in Calgary and, in fact, Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for reading that into the record and for his appearance here today. That's much appreciated. You know, in the riding of Calgary-Skyview, it's a riding I know well, I'm often there. The median income, according to Statistics Canada, after tax is about $87,000. That's not a lot of income for Calgary. That is income that puts you directly into the middle class. They'll be paying thousands more because of inflation. Because of their inflationary spending that this government keeps supporting. I'm going to ask him the same question I did this morning to a different member. $14.2 billion was identified by the Parliamentary Budget Officer as not being related to anything. There's no specifics on how this money will be spent. It's a blank check. That's what the Parliamentary Budget Officer essentially said. I want to hear from the member. Can he explain where this money is going and why does he think that this federal government deserves another $14.2 billion blank check?
The honourable member for Calgary-Skyview.
Well, I want to thank my colleague from Calgary-Shepherd for his question. The residents of Calgary-Skyview have been working tremendously hard and have felt the impacts of inflation. You know, they're the ones who worked on the front lines during the pandemic. When we were accused and blamed for spreading the pandemic, we have the highest rates of vaccination in the province of Alberta. They're the folks who drive our buses, clean the snow off our streets, work in those nursing homes, work in the airport that I know many of my colleagues in southern Alberta use to get here. They're the frontline heroes from my community, helping keep our city functioning and our economy moving forward. Thank you for the question.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we can agree, despite the difference of opinion on certain aspects, that Bill C-32 updates previous legislation and brings in new measures. That being said, our role is also to point out gaps, and one of those gaps is money for people aged between 65 and 74. My colleague, the member across, a little earlier was saying that seniors would get about $220 more soon, but pensions have not gone up to mirror the consumer price index. So the government, at the end of the day, has created two classes of seniors. So what is that extra amount is about when so many seniors who have asked for their pension on time are not getting what they're entitled to? It's great to have measures, but we have to think about our seniors because they're the ones who have built Canada and Quebec, the places we know today, and they deserve all of our support and our consideration. So when will seniors between the ages of 65 and 74 get the financial support and the consideration they deserve? The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank the honourable member from Beauport-Limoilou for the question and her advocacy on behalf of seniors. In our government increased the OAS top up by 10%. And I know in my constituency of Calgary Skyview, I was at a senior centre last week, and I regularly engage with seniors at various senior centres. They are happy with that because that has supported them and provided additional supports for them to pay for their bills. It's important that we do more, and we continue to work together across party lines to support seniors during this difficult time and make sure they have more resources to help to support them in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Just briefly, I guess, reiterate the question that was posed, which had to do with seniors between the age of 65 and 74 getting access to the OAS increase that the government often talks about as if it's an increase for all seniors. But I didn't hear an answer on when that increase is coming for seniors 65 to 74. So in case the member missed it the first time, I want to make sure that he has an opportunity to actually answer the question. We've had the preamble. Now let's have the answer.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Elmwood-Transcona for asking that question. I mean, it's important that we find ways to support seniors, and I'm supportive in finding new measures that we can help support seniors as quickly as possible. But we are supporting seniors with additional investments, and you'll see in the fall economic statement, there's many ways we are. And I think the rental supports is another support, how we've provided seniors, low-income Canadians with that $500 rental top-up, which will support them through this difficult time.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, a little earlier, I spoke about the gaps in the government's economic statement. And so today, I would like to talk about more specific measures contained in Bill C-32. I think this is important because it's a matter of justice, of fairness in Canada's economy. And so I'd like to talk more specifically about the Canada Recovery Dividend. At the beginning of the pandemic, our large financial institutions received a great deal of support from the government. And we also know when we look at the fallout from the pandemic and the financial performance of these banking institutions, when we see how well they did during the pandemic, that, in fact, the support they received was not necessary, as necessary as was thought when the financial aid was advanced. In fact, the financial support may have caused even more pressure in the housing market.
Financial institutions got a lot of help very quickly in terms of liquidity support. We can see, if you look at the record of their performance over the pandemic, that help really wasn't necessary, or certainly not to the extent that it was delivered for them, because they made record profits during the pandemic. When most Canadians were worried about losing their home and experiencing a significant decrease in their own household revenue, financial institutions were making even more profit than they did before the pandemic began. And I think there is some evidence, sometimes I think exaggerated to some extent, that help did increase inflationary pressure within the housing market. I think there are other important factors when we look at the housing market that are driving that inflation. If we look only at the assistance that was provided to financial institutions and banks during the pandemic, we miss a very important part of the story about inflation and housing that was happening at breakneck speed even before the pandemic. So it's not, I don't want to minimize the impact of that, but at the same time, I think that if we exaggerate that impact, then we're not putting ourselves in a good position to be able to address the real structural challenges within the housing market that precede the pandemic and continue even today. So one of the measures that's in this bill that I think is really important from a point of view of addressing that problem, which is also a problem of fundamental economic justice, is the pandemic recovery dividend, because that is about assessing a one-time tax on the profits of banks and financial institutions in excess of $1 billion. So before anyone freaks out about how this is a tax and it's going to hurt the economy and everything else, it's just being applied to banks and financial institutions just on their profit over $1 billion. Now, I think most Canadian business owners, if they're listening, would think if they had a year where they had revenue over $1 billion to tax at an exceptional rate, that would be a pretty good year. And if banks and financial institutions want to object that there's some kind of unfairness going on, I think that is a sign of how out of touch they are with the real lives of Canadians and the people that they're supposed to serve as offerers of financial services. And I would say that any politicians in this place who want to pretend that somehow this is an unfair tax or some kind of horrible socialism or some act of tyranny is likewise out of touch. And I'm going to talk a little bit in a moment about actually how I think some of these measures, like the permanent increase on the corporate tax rate, are well warranted, and certain measures like the pandemic recovery dividend, in fact, ought to be expanded to other industries through a windfall tax. So what has surprised me about the debate around the pandemic dividend is actually I haven't heard that term out of the mouth of a Conservative in the debate so far, and it could just be that I missed it. So apologies to any Conservative member who did talk about it if I didn't hear them, but I have listened to a number of their speeches now. It's certainly not a common theme. And why I find it strange that they're not talking about it is because for a long time, all their leader wanted to talk about was the role that big financial institutions were playing in jacking up the prices in the housing market, because they had too much accumulated capital that they had gotten from government during the pandemic, he says. So here now is a measure actually addressed specifically at undoing the harm that the leader of the Conservative Party has made the key plank, first of his leadership campaign, and now a central plank of his party's strategy in critiquing the government, and he's got nothing to say about it. Here's an example of actually doing something to go after gatekeepers in the financial industry who are jacking up prices for Canadian working families that are thinking about getting their first home or trying to figure out even just another home to move to if they can't afford their current home, and all of the chaos that we know is happening for Canadians within the housing market. This is actually a way of rectifying that and helping to pay for certain things, which the Conservatives often say, where are you going to get the money to pay for this? Money doesn't grow on trees. Well, it does for the big banks and financial institutions, apparently. And the leader of the Conservative Party is willing to talk about that as a problem. But when you get to talking about solutions, suddenly you can't find him. I don't know. Maybe he's under his desk right now, Madam Speaker, or hanging out in the lobby. I don't know where he is. But he ain't talking about a potential solution, right? Which is at least a beginning here to say, wow, a perversion of the pandemic was that these large banks and financial institutions that already make a ton of money made even more money. So assessing a one-time 15% tax on that extra profit above $1 billion, above $1 billion, I mean, this isn't a low threshold by any measure, is a perfectly reasonable way of trying to get some of the money that we need to pay for things like a doubling of the GST tax credit when people are trying to figure out how inflation isn't going to mean that they can't buy food for their family or can't make rent, right? The banks and financial institutions aren't going to miss that extra money. They may on their balance sheets, and I'm sure they'll shed a few tears around the boardroom table. And, you know, I wish them well in their journey for catharsis. But I don't think it's a reason not to do it, because I think they have the money to spare. And I think that this money is very much needed in order to be able to accomplish things for Canadians who really are in dire straits and not just worried about whether they're going to post $2 billion in profit or $1.85 billion of profit in their next shareholder report at the end of the quarter. So this is a significant reason why New Democrats are supporting Bill C-32, because we think it is about time that we start talking about the people that are making incredible money in this moment of extraordinary challenge for Canadians. Where we think the government has fallen short on this, and we've talked about this a lot on many opportunities, is that outside of financial institutions and banks, there are other companies that are doing very well and posting record profits. We've talked in this place about Loblaws, just as an example within the grocery world, where companies are making huge profits. We know that oil and gas companies are making huge profits in this moment when Canadians are struggling with the rising cost of energy. Those profits wouldn't be growing if they were just increasing their prices to account for their increase in costs. So they're not just passing costs on to consumers. That would mean that their profit would stay the same, all things being equal. Instead, what they're doing is raising prices that go above and beyond the increase in costs. That's how they're achieving record profits in a time of serious strife. And so that's why we believe that there should be a windfall tax like the pandemic dividend along the same structure that applies to oil and gas companies, that applies to grocery retailers, that applies to big box stores who also did very well during the pandemic as mom and pop businesses struggled because they couldn't offer the same level of service to people in extraordinary times. And that has meant that some of those businesses have closed their doors and they're not necessarily coming back. There's been a permanent structural change in certain industries that have favored larger companies. And it makes sense that they would pay more tax on that extraordinary profit. So I thank you for the opportunity to highlight what I think is a central issue in respect of C-32 that has not gotten enough attention to date. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would agree with the member in his assessment of the unfortunate reality of corporations that are using the opportunity of inflation to further expedite the problem by adding more inflation by trying to profit off of it. I'm wondering if he can share how he sees, I mean, it's one thing to say do this by putting a special tax on it, but how do you do that? He talked about those with the profits over $1 billion, I think he said. How does he see that practically being implemented and the results of that and how that will be received?
Honourable Member for Elmwood-Turnskona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, I mean, the way that it works in the pandemic dividend in the legislation that the government crafted is that they establish a baseline profit in advance of the pandemic, and then they look at the pandemic window, and they look at the kind of how much more profit was made during the pandemic compared to baseline. And then that's how they come up with the threshold, and then they apply a tax for profits over that threshold. So, I mean, there's a reasonable method already in place that could be applied to other industries. It would capture industry-sensitive differences in terms of the level of profit, and I actually think could be pretty well, we don't like the word cookie cutter here, but I think actually the way this works could be applied to other industries, and that level of sensitivity that you would need and expect is already in the mechanism.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear him talk about housing and the housing crisis. This is one of the things that are very important in terms of the inflation we're seeing right now. At the Bloc, we think that we have to invest massively in social housing. And I think it even should be a recurring commitment of 1% of the budget every year so we can reduce pressure and remove a lot of renters from the market. This would be an efficient way. Obviously, there's construction starts as well, but I'd like to hear what he has to say about that. The honourable member for Elwood Transcona. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Of course, the NDP thinks that we do need investment in social housing because we hear the Conservatives talk about how we need to construct more in the private market, but they don't really have a plan for social housing construction. Many Canadians cannot buy private housing. Therefore, they don't have access to housing that could help them. So regular investment every year is very important because nonprofit organizations need to know if they can have appropriate funding every year so they can invest in initial stages of social housing projects. If they don't know when this investment will be done, when they receive funding from the government, it's hard for them to commit.
Time for one last question. The honourable member for Saanich-Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to my honourable friend from Elwood Transcona, his speeches are always thoughtful and well-informed. And I apologize to him that I'm going to ask a question about something he didn't touch on. But in today's debate, we've heard a lot, particularly from Liberals, about their commitments to net zero by 2050. And I wondered if he happened to see recent news coverage that our former Minister of Environment, Catherine McKenna, is part of a United Nations high-level expert panel that has looked at the greenwashing, to put it mildly, around net zero by 2050 commitments. The criteria set out by that expert body and former Minister Catherine McKenna makes it clear that most of these promises by non-state actors are not measurable, not realistic, and are simply empty promises. Canada's commitments don't measure up to the expert panel's criteria. Does the honourable member have any thoughts on that?
The honourable member for Elwood Transcona, 20 seconds.
Well, thank you. I think it's pretty clear that if Canada wants to get serious about meeting its emission reduction targets and anything like the timeline, even the inadequate timeline that has been promised by the government, we have to see more actual projects getting built. The proof is in the pudding. The investments aren't there and the construction isn't happening. So we're not going to see infrastructure that reduces greenhouse gas emissions if it ain't getting built. Announcing it doesn't do the job. And so far, all we've got are the announcements.
Debate, the honourable member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to be able to rise today to be able to speak to the Fall Economic Statement, which of course is reflected in Bill C-32. Let me go on record just quickly, Madam Speaker, by talking about the Federal Electoral Boundaries Commission of Nova Scotia. The report was released today, and I want to applaud the Commission on particularly the focus on reinstating all of Hants County as part of Kings Hants. There was a lot of community, I'll say, backlash or engagement on this particular issue, and I certainly want to applaud the Commission for their work. I know it's not an easy job, but as it relates to the boundaries in Kings Hants, I do think objectively it is fair and reasonable. I'm going to use my time this morning, Madam Speaker, to talk about the fall economic statement and how what this government is putting forward is going to matter to my constituents. And then I'm going to talk about a few things that I think are going to be extremely important in the days ahead as we move into 2023 and start to focus on budget 2023. So, first of all, it's been talked a lot about in this House. I think right now we know that times are challenging, particularly for those Canadians who are vulnerable or lower income. And I want to applaud the government for trying to strike the balance between fiscal discipline, but also making sure that there are targeted measures to help those Canadians that do need an extra help right now. And first of all, that is a doubling of the GST rebate for the next 6 months. So this is a targeted measure. 11 million Canadians will receive it. It's something that I think is around $2 billion to the Treasury, but it is something that matters to those families and those individuals who need a little bit of extra help right now. It was approved by this House, and I certainly appreciate that it's there, along with a doubling of the Canada Housing Benefit. So this is to about 1.1 million renters across the country who are lower income. I had the opportunity to speak to one of my constituents last week who was really struggling to be able to pay the bills. Now, Madam Speaker, my riding is rural. It's outside of Halifax. But she was trying to be able to pay a rental bill of about $1,500. That has increased significantly even since I would have been elected in 2019. We know the challenges around housing, and I think this is a really important measure to help those that are needing the extra help. Of course, by working together here in Parliament, we have been able to move forward on dental care support for those children who are under 12. I believe that has actually passed the Senate. Another important measure for those children who are in households with an under $90,000 income and don't have any private insurance. We're making sure those children have access to dental care. I was disappointed to see that the official opposition, the Conservatives, voted against this. Did not hear much of a rationale as to why they wouldn't support something like this that matters to constituents, frankly, from Newfoundland, Labrador, all the way to British Columbia. But I'm pleased to see that it is going to move forward. I know it's going to make a difference for families in my riding of Kings Hants. One of the big measures, Madam Speaker, and I speak as one of the youngest members of Parliament in this House, who does indeed still have student debt, albeit not federal, but the measure to actually get to remove interest from the federal portion of student loans. This is something that matters. I think on average it's going to save those who hold debt almost $400 a year. And it's making sure that we're not piling on interest at a time where students are trying to be able to recover. This, of course, is in addition to the fact that we moved the repayment schedule from $25,000 up to $40,000 before someone would have to be able to start repaying. I think these are really important measures. I had the chance to be with the Minister for Youth, Equity and Gender Equality at Acadia University last week. We spoke to students. We know how important that this measure is. The Canada Workers Benefit. So, Madam Speaker, this is a benefit that is now going to be brought forward on a quarterly basis. It's going to be automatically available to workers. Workers don't have to apply for this. This will come as part of benefits from the government. And it's for workers who have family income below $42,000. So very targeted, trying to help those who are working hard but are struggling to be able to stay ahead. This is another affordability measure that I certainly support. And on the tax-free home savings account and the doubling of the first-time homeowners tax credit, again, as a younger member of Parliament with a number of my friends, people that I know who are looking to try to get into the housing market, these are really important measures to make sure that they have tools to be able to try to help purchase their first home. And I applaud the government for moving forward on them. In my riding, Madam Speaker, I have the most concentrated group of farms east of Quebec, and we have a number of supply-managed farms. And of course, this government made a promise to make sure that supply-managed farms would be compensated. And I'm pleased to see that the government is moving forward with that. The Minister of Agriculture had the opportunity to announce that in Quebec on Monday. I know it's going to make a difference across the country, but particularly for farmers in my riding, who I think we know how important their work is, particularly during the pandemic. Two other quick ones before I transition to something else. The launch of the Growth Fund. So this is a $15 billion capitalization of fund to try to draw private capital. I think right now on energy transition, on opportunities, on Canadian leadership on food and on energy, This is a really good thing. I'm pleased to see the Minister of Finance moving forward with it, along with the tax credit for the hydrogen and critical minerals sector. Madam Speaker, I was particularly pleased with the Minister of Finance's candor about the challenges we could face in the days ahead, particularly with the prospect that we could be facing a global recession in 2023. And, you know, when I look at some of the challenges, whether it be healthcare, and let me say I was disappointed to see provincial health ministers not take federal money that was on the table in British Columbia on the guise somehow of national sharing of data was a step too far for them to be able to work together. I mean, we're seeing challenges across the country. We want to make sure if we're going to put federal money on the table that is actually going to healthcare and it's going to deliver on results. So was quite disappointed, but it is going to be a significant spend. The Government of Canada has made sure that there will be more money coming ahead. That's one element when we look at the fiscal discipline and the fiscal ability for the government. That will be a challenge. Reducing emissions and fighting climate change, and of course Canada's position in the world. So I have about 3 minutes left. I'm going to take that time to talk about things that I think we have to be really focused on as a parliament in the days ahead. And first of all, it's on regulatory reform, modernization, and non-cost measures. We need to really start talking about things that don't cost money, that can help achieve results and outcomes that we as parliamentarians or that the government may wish to see, because I do think there's going to be a real challenge on the fiscal position in the days ahead. So this could include interprovincial trade. A Senate report suggests 2 to 4% of GDP is being left on the table. If premiers want more money for healthcare, fine. First of all, stop the fakery around the idea of national sharing of data and being able to have results, but also get out of the way and make sure that we can grow the economy so that we can actually have a sustainable way to pay for it. I'd like to see us move away from command and control regulations. We are one of the worst in the OECD in this regard. I think that that's really important. And I'd like to see things like a presumptive health approval. And I've said this in the House before, Madam Speaker. If an applicant comes to Health Canada and they already have approvals from jurisdictions like the United States, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, jurisdictions that we trust their process, why wouldn't we give them a presumptive approval to actually be able to operate in Canada until such time that either Health Canada approved them outright or found a reason as to why they couldn't operate in the country? I want to ask my colleagues, have we given thought to how we're going to double or triple the energy generation in the country? Because as we move to EV vehicles, as we try to move to a low-carbon economy, we have to have serious conversations on how we're actually going to generate that electricity. And I submit to this House that nuclear energy has to be a big part of that conversation. We have a tremendous opportunity in Canada to be a global leader. We already are. We're recognized as being one of the best as it relates to nuclear energy. I think that this is something, when we look at a zero-emission opportunity to generate electricity, we need to get more serious on this. I'd like to see the government introduce nuclear as part of its Green Bonds initiative. And I hear too much in this House of colleagues that talk about net neutral, that talk about getting towards our 2050 goals, but are not talking seriously about the technologies that are also available before us right now and how we get there. Atlantic Loop, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss without talking about this. I hope to see in Budget 2023 a firm commitment from the government to make sure that there is money on the table to drive this initiative. Let me go on record in saying I'm disappointed in Premier Houston's government in the fact that Bill 212 at the Nova Scotia Legislature is creating real challenges for Nova Scotia Power and Emera to actually raise the equity to make this happen. I think it's unfortunate, and I really hope that he can get to the table with our provincial utility to make sure that we don't squander this historic opportunity to help get Atlantic Canada off coal. I see him at time. I look forward to taking questions from my colleagues and appreciate having the opportunity today.
The Honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from King's Hants for his speech. And what I found remarkable, Madam Speaker, is in the last year we've seen a change in the Liberal Party in terms of nuclear energy. I agree with the member that it is critical for any industrialized country to meet their climate change reduction targets to have as baseload power generation support for nuclear. The issue is, Catherine McKenna, when she was the Minister of Climate Change and the Environment, did not support that technology. In fact, in all of the discussions of our Paris targets, it was never mentioned, Madam Speaker. The technology was not included in the Green Bonds program, as the member discussed. He has the opportunity in the Liberal caucus to make that decision clear that they should have included that technology. The investments in small modular reactors, these are all positive steps. Maybe the member could tell this House what has changed within the government after 6 years of inaction on nuclear. Are they now going to pursue this as part of their strategy?
Member for Kings Heads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I look at the lights in this building right now, 60% of the generation of the electricity here in Ontario is done by nuclear power. So I would agree with the member opposite, as I made very clear in my speech. We need to become more serious on this. And as I've said, I would encourage this government. I hope the Minister of Finance will make sure that in the next offering around green bonds, nuclear is included. I look at Canadian oil and gas industry. As we try to decarbonize their process to ensure that they can be competitive in the days ahead, nuclear and SMR technology has to be a part of that. So I don't speak for the executive. I stand here as a member of Parliament proudly saying that that is something that I will be encouraging the government both in this House and in our conversations in caucus to continue to pursue in earnest, because I think it's extremely important if we're actually serious about meeting our climate target goals.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always a pleasure to see you. What I appreciate in this House are members who are hardworking, honest, authentic. I appreciate members who represent their constituents well. The member for Kings Heads is among those I appreciate. I appreciate him very much. He's very honest. I know he will answer my question honestly and without partisanship. In my riding, what I hear about most is seniors under 75 who are not treated the same by the federal government as seniors over 75. They come to my riding office and they say, why should we be treated differently? Why should we be treated differently from other seniors? C-32 does nothing to fix this double standard, this creation of two groups, under 75 and over 75. Can the member tell me why? The Honourable Member for Kings Heads.
Thank my honourable colleague for the question. I want to make sure that it's well known that I appreciate how the government actually increased. It's $3 billion a year in spending that the government had put forward for 75 and older for old age security. Like the member opposite, I've heard a number of questions and concerns about those who are 65 and older, not 75, who particularly are from lower income, that were not necessarily pleased with that decision. I think in hindsight, a better approach would have actually been to take that $3 billion, make it 65 and up, but have it set on a certain income scale. That's not what happened. That's fine. We still want to appreciate the fact that the government has moved significantly in this direction on investing in seniors. I'll remind my member opposite that there is a platform commitment that this government has committed to increasing the GIS for 65 and up by $500. I think that's an important measure. It's something that I know a number of folks on this side of the House push for, and I look forward to making it happen in this Parliament.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his thoughtful intervention. I think that he's clearly outlined one of the concerns that the Conservatives have said. The Conservatives this morning have been talking about how Canada is sending out a blank check, and I completely disagree with that. You've provided some very great measures that this bill will provide to make sure that more Canadians can keep money in their pockets. I also appreciated the measures that he thinks needs to happen for the future. And so my question to him will be if he agrees that there needs to be a comprehensive EI reform, something that his party started campaigning on 7 years ago.
The Honourable Member for Kings Heads, 15 seconds.
30 seconds, was it, Madam Speaker? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. Look, I do agree, and this is something that the Minister has committed to doing. I'll give you one example in Atlantic Canada. On the basis of Ms. Gail Shea, I believe it was part of her work in the last Conservative government, there's what's called dividers. So, for example, in Prince Edward Island, the EI requirements in Charlottetown are vastly different than what they may be even 15 kilometers away. That's one example where we have to create more uniformity, be able to modernize the system. I think it makes a lot of sense, and I look forward to working with the government to make that happen. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise and represent my constituents of Foothills on this important discussion today on the fall economic statement. Now, what we've heard from the government since this statement was released, and we've certainly heard it in many of the speeches over the last few days, is the Liberals are bragging about being fiscally responsible and fiscal discipline when it comes to this statement. I don't know too many Canadian families or Canadian businesses, for that matter, who would describe fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline in a time of economic crisis to be increasing spending and going further and further into debt as the right definition of fiscal discipline. Canadians, families across the country are struggling to heat their homes, struggling to feed their families, struggling to operate their businesses and their farms. And the Liberals' response to that is to continue inflationary spending at a record pace. We have seen inflation at a 40-year high, where many Canadians are having to make difficult choices when it comes to their food choices at the dinner table, certainly in their everyday lives. And when the Liberal government talks about making difficult choices, I don't think they really understand what the average Canadian is having to endure when it comes to those difficult choices. A difficult choice for an average Canadian family isn't the difference between canceling your Disney subscription or having a decision to make on which $7,000 a room night I stay in when I'm in London. The difficult choices Canadian families are having to make right now are, am I going to be able to put my child in sports? Am I going to be able to pay the grocery bill this month? What sacrifices am I going to have to put into my family budget so I can afford to pay my mortgage this month and not lose my home? It just shows you the contrast, Madam Speaker, on how out of touch this government is when they talk about difficult choices being, well, we're only adding up to $40 billion in new spending to add to the $200 billion in additional debt that had nothing to do with COVID, in comparison to the tragic choices Canadians are having to make every single day just to try and get by. I found it, like I would hope many colleagues in this House, found it quite tragic when I heard 1.5 million Canadians had to rely on a food bank in the month of March alone. A 35% increase over that same month prior to COVID. A record number of Canadians relying on a food bank. Those are the difficult choices Canadians are having to make. So when the Liberal government says we are practicing fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline by adding record debt to further spur record inflation and higher interest rates, those are having real consequences on real Canadians. For example, I'm now hearing from farmers across the country, because of these higher interest rates, are unable to manage the debt on their farms, which is already at a record high. And these interest rates are making that situation much, much worse. And certainly I've heard from constituents who are saying, well, now my mortgage has gone up $500 a month. That is crippling. Now, I know my colleague, who I do respect from Kings Hants, had mentioned his conversation with his constituent who said her rent is now at $1,500 a month, and he's hopeful that she'll get the $500 rent relief. Well, more than 60% of Canadians won't actually qualify for that rent relief program. And I would ask my colleague, if she does qualify for that $500 a month rent relief, one-time check, what is she going to do in January, February, March, April, when she's no longer getting that government check? They need long-term solutions, not a little Band-Aid for what is a hemorrhaging of their financial futures. And as a result of this, the Liberals have not been able to offer the most basic services despite these massive increases in spending. Canadians aren't seeing any bang for their buck as we see an inability to get passports, a $2.4 million backlog in immigration applications. Certainly we've seen the Veterans Affairs Minister under fire for the backlog in veterans benefits, zero infrastructure projects completed from the Infrastructure Bank. All of these things are having an impact on Canadians who don't see the benefit of these increases in spending. But I want to get back to the impact that this is having on the average Canadian. And I do want to certainly talk about Canadian agriculture as well. When we talk about food being at a 40-year high inflation and the impact this is having on Canadians' everyday ability to buy groceries and put healthy food on the table, which is frustrating considering, Canada is one of those countries where we export 80% of what we produce when it comes to food, and we are seeing these record high prices. When the cost of bread is up 17%, flour 24%, a head of lettuce 21%, potatoes 17%, and pasta up 30%. These are not, as I've said before, these are not, luxury items that you would get at a Liberal cocktail party. These are the staples that Canadians rely on every single day to feed their families. And they're no longer able to afford those critical staples. As a result of inflationary spending, but certainly a tripling of the carbon tax, a fertilizer tariff that are increasing and driving up the price of food because it impacts every aspect of the supply chain. Now, those prices are difficult to swallow, certainly. But because of Liberal policy, they're going to get worse. In the fall economic statement, it didn't say anything about listening to Conservatives and putting a cap on tax increases. The Liberals are moving ahead with tripling the carbon tax. That is only going to further drive up the cost of food. And the Liberals' undemocratic escalator tax is going to increase the tax on beer, wine, and spirits by 30%. When the Liberals put in the escalator tax, they indexed it to inflation. Now, why this tax is undemocratic is it doesn't come back to the House of Commons for debate. It automatically goes up every single year. But when the Liberals put in the escalator tax, inflation was around 2%. They felt industry would be able to absorb that. But again, no one foresaw what was going to happen this fall, when inflation was in excess of 10%. So now, as a result of that, the escalator tax is going up more than 6%. That is significantly higher what the industry was able to absorb year after year. When our restaurant industry and hotel industry is struggling as a result of coming out of COVID, now this puts a further burden on cost. This is going to severely impact our wine and beer industry, certainly our craft brewers, who bring incredible rural economic development to our rural communities, but certainly also to our farmers who grow the barley and the grapes for those products. This is going to impact them as well. This is a 30% increase on their costs they're going to have to pass on to the consumer. This is an undemocratic tax that is now going to further cripple our agriculture industry and certainly have a massive impact on Canadians and consumers alike. But the huge part of this, and what we asked the Liberals to do in the fall economic statement, was no new taxes. And we were facing a financial economic crisis. For them to continue to pursue tripling of the carbon tax is nonsensical, especially when food security is probably the #1 issue that we're facing not only here in Canada but around the world, when we need our agriculture sector firing on all cylinders to be able to reach its full potential, to meet the needs not only here in Canada but around the world. To be further putting these burdens on Canadian farmers makes zero sense. We already know that the carbon tax costs the average farmer about $45,000 a year. I have one bill here from a farm family in St. Thomas, Ontario. Their propane bill in 1 month, the carbon tax was more than $11,000. Wow. 1 month, $11,000. Now, thanks to the opposition, the Conservatives, with the support of the NDP and the Bloc, with Bill C-234, we've got that through committee, which will be a carbon tax exemption of propane and natural gas. Farmers will get some relief. And we need that bill to go through. And just lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to add this to the conclusion of my speech. We desperately needed the Liberals to put resources aside to establish a vaccine bank here in Canada for Canadian agriculture. The United States says we will no longer be allowed to rely on them for vaccines for livestock. We've seen the impact the avian flu has had on the Canadian agriculture economy. Foot and mouth, African swine fever. These are more than a $45 billion impact on our industries if we do not have the resources in place in Canada to try to address that. We're asking for $4 million to establish that vaccine bank. That was not in the economic fall statement, which I know every stakeholder has pushed the government to do. These are critical resources we need to protect our food supply, food sovereignty, and certainly our agriculture industry in Canada.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kings Heads.
Madam Speaker, I have respect for the member opposite as well, but, you know, I can understand why Canadians would be confused on what Conservatives actually stand for, because I just listened to the member opposite talk about the housing benefit and it not being wide enough scope immediately after he just said that the government's spending too much money. He talks about carbon pricing, and yet he ran on a platform just more than 12 months ago to do exactly that, to actually put a price on carbon. He also ran on a platform that actually would propose to outspend what we were planning to spend as a government. So what would this member have to say to his constituents where he comes in the House, he talks about carbon pricing being bad, but yet he ran on it just a month ago. He talks about the government spending too much money, but then yet stands in the House and says the government's not providing enough support. Where is the principle in what he's saying here today? What does he actually stand for?
The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the question from my colleague. And that seems to be the answer for every Liberal problem that they create themselves, is let's just throw more money at it and that will solve the problem. Well, they haven't solved any problems. In fact, despite record levels of spending, the problems have gotten worse. The Liberals have broken Canada. This is a government that you ask any Canadian cannot offer the most basic services. Despite adding tens of thousands of public sector workers, despite adding $200 billion of additional debt, what has it accomplished? You can't get a passport. Our airports are unfunctionable. We have a $2.4 million backlog in immigration applications. That is what this additional money has accomplished. Nothing.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Joliette.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. In the fall economic statement, the government mentions inflation, I don't even remember how many times, dozens and dozens of times, 115, all right. But when you look at the measures that are announced in the statement, well, it's essentially the implementation of measures which were announced in the budget. So other than rhetoric, the government is not acting to fight ongoing inflation or deal with the risk of a recession. We, the Bloc Québécois, have put forward solutions to support the most vulnerable. For example, increasing OAS for seniors as of age 65, better funding healthcare, and also reforming the EI system. This government mentions the economic challenges but doesn't actually put forward new measures. What does my colleague think? The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank my colleague for his great question, and certainly I would agree. I don't believe the fall economic statement added any new measures to try and curb inflation and higher interest rates. In fact, I think this fall economic study is doing everything they possibly can to accelerate inflation and higher interest rates by continuing the inflationary spending, by continuing to go further and further in debt, and tripling the carbon tax. So it's unfortunate that the Liberal government did not listen to the opposition parties who put forward very concrete and realistic potential solutions to try and curb inflation by no new taxes and no new spending. Like I said, any Canadian business or any Canadian family, when they are facing a financial crisis, their solution is not to rack up the credit card. The solution is to get their budget in order.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Griswold.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Foothills. As the member would know, healthcare in Alberta is at a crisis level. Children are going without. Some hospitals, particularly in Calgary, have wait times of almost 20 hours for children. These are real people, and I know the member cares deeply about our province and about the people in it. Madam Speaker, it's been a position of New Democrats for a long time that when healthcare, something so critical to Canada, is at risk, that we must defend it and we must protect it. Publicly administered, publicly accessible healthcare was the promise that began in Alberta and went into Saskatchewan, and now, albeit it is across Canada. Will the member defend publicly accessible healthcare that is publicly administered, that our founders of our province were able to secure?
The honourable member for Foothills, 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And certainly I want to thank my colleague for his question. And he's right. I do care about my constituents, certainly all Albertans, passionately. And it is frustrating to see not only what's happening in Alberta, but certainly across the country in terms of the condition of our healthcare system. And we certainly saw over the last few weeks with the inability to purchase children's Tylenol and acetaminophen products, for example, and how it took the Liberal government months or weeks to try to address that. But I am proud of the fact that we had a Prime Minister in Stephen Harper that increased healthcare spending and made that accountable every single year by making sure that.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. C'est toujours un.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people of Halifax West.
Economic statement, the so-called mini-budget, which updates Canadians on the state of our economy and announces new measures to drive growth and make life more affordable. Je pense qu'il est important.
I think that it is important that Canadians and constituents hear some of the key points of our economic statement. So I will highlight some very welcome aspects.
After one of the most significant economic disruptions of our lifetime, we have come roaring back. We've experienced stronger economic growth in 2022 than the rest of the G7 countries. In October, our unemployment rate was 5.2%, close to the record lows we've observed earlier this year. Aujourd'hui,
today, 400,000 more Canadians are working than before the pandemic.
A deficit of $36 billion this year, down 30% from what was projected in Budget 2022. And amongst provinces, Nova Scotia has had the third highest change in employment relative to pre-pandemic levels. However, high global inflation and rising interest rates are making life more expensive. You only need to look at the prices at the grocery store and fill your car with gas, and believe me, I've done both, so I know. Our challenge now is to provide relief to Canadians without adding fuel to the inflationary fire. That's why our government is taking prudent, targeted action to grow the economy, support those who need it most, and ensure that Canada has room to respond to a potential global economic slowdown. Because of the forecasts are to be believed, if they are to be believed, we need to protect our fiscal capacity. Alors, c'est ce chemin que nous poursuivons.
So that's the road we're taking.
Economic statement, and I'm going to name a few here, that some of them spoke to me. We are launching the Canadian Growth Fund to make key strategic investments in our economy that will attract substantial private sector investment and accelerate our net zero transition and the adoption of clean technologies. Automatically issuing advance payments of the Enhanced Canada Workers Benefit, which puts up to $1,200 back in the pockets of Canada's lowest paid workers each year. Providing up to $1 billion through the disaster financial assistance arrangements to support recovery from Hurricane Fiona in my region. Making it easier to enter the housing market by creating the new tax-free First Home Savings Account, doubling the first-time home buyers tax credit, introducing a new multi-generational home renovation tax credit, and fully taxing the profits from flipping properties that are held less than 12 months with some exceptions. Creating a competitive clean technology tax credit to empower our companies to compete internationally, create jobs and reduce their emissions. And putting $250 million towards the training and upskilling of Canadian workers to equip them for sustainable, good-paying jobs in the lower carbon economy that we're building. These important measures are on top of the affordability plan we've already introduced, the GST credit payment we just delivered to some 33,000 recipients in Halifax West, and the dental and rental benefits working their way through the Senate. But I want to zero in on a few issues I've heard about most in my riding. The first is our move to permanently eliminate interest on Canada student loans and Canada apprenticeship loans, including on those currently being repaid. This is significant support for our students, and it will put money back in their pockets. And through the repayment assistance plan, those borrowers can now pause their repayments until they make at least $40,000 a year. It has been so encouraging for me to hear the response from my community when this measure was unveiled. In fact, after the fall economic statement came out, I went back to my riding and I attended the installation ceremony of Dr. Joelle Dickinson as president and vice chancellor of Mount St. Vincent University. And she was so excited by the change and what it will mean for a student. In fact, talked about her personal experience as a student, that she mentioned that in her speech. And just the other day, my assistant pulled me aside to share a message he received from a friend whose partner was thrilled to hear about the measure. And I'm going to quote, "He literally did a happy dance, and once I qualify for loan, it might make it less scary for me to consider going back to school." So this is what it looks like to have the back of Canadians as they pursue the education that they need to succeed. And the fall economic statement delivers for our small businesses, which is another top priority of mine. It outlines our approach to lower credit card transaction fees for our small businesses without adversely affecting other businesses or consumers. In conversations with community members after the statement came out, I heard about how our ministers, and I quote here, "fix this or we'll fix it for you" message was resonating with small business owners. And that was echoed loud and clear when I stopped by at the Atlantic Convenience Expo and the Convenience Industry Council of Canada's Retail Awards last week. Halifax West has so many incredible small businesses and iconic convenience stores. For one example would be Fairview Super Mike, for instance, and I know that this change will benefit him and many more. So what's also included is significant support for youth employment. I spent a lot of time this summer, as I'm sure most of you did, connecting with employers and employees benefiting from the Canada Summer Jobs in Halifax West. The response was incredible. Coaches, yard clerks, lifeguards, camp counselors, etc. Over 450 jobs were created by the program in my riding alone this year, boosting local businesses and not-profits and providing youth with valuable work experience. Suffice it to say, I was thrilled to see the fall economic statement include over $800 million to support youth employment through job placements, wraparound support, and of course, the Canada Summer Job Program. And I'm seeing firsthand the benefit of a whole lot more in my community. The fee reductions for parents that our child care agreement is delivering on is another great example. I was out door knocking last week in my riding, and a woman on Forestside Crescent stopped me. She has twins, two 17-month-old, and she told me the 25% cut in fees that we delivered has made a world of difference to her. So for families like her, fees are scheduled to be reduced further, and I look forward to the commitment for child care for all families. And that's vital because we have a significant labor shortage across sectors, and we have to address it. I've heard loud and clear from builders, from the Canadian Construction Association, from many corners. And
Canadians understand that immigration is part of the solution.
More construction workers, more healthcare providers, among many more others. Fortunately, we have a new immigration levels plan that sets us on the path to do just that, to welcome those who can help us get more homes built, reinforce our struggling healthcare workforce, and drive our economic growth. We need to hit our bold target of new permanent residents by 2025. And we need to ensure that those people settle in regions where housing is available, have their foreign credentials recognized, and can work productively in their fields. The labor shortage is also why recently we announced the lifting of the 20-hour-per-week cap on hours that our international students can work off campus while studying in Canada. This helps students ease their financial strain of paying for school. It supports our businesses and leaves them with more valuable Canadian work experience. And that's why I was thrilled yesterday when I heard the 16 new occupations that are eligible for PR through express entry. I know there's a lot more to be done on the processing and backlogs, and I'm very pleased to have heard the announcements on that as well. So I can tell you how excited I am as well to have seen firsthand the benefit of the $500 million city stream for our extended rapid housing initiative, and the fact that Halifax was one of the cities that were announced in that. And one good example in that is the ATSM for Women and Children's, the Sunflower Project in Lakeside, that was also funded by that. So, and the 28-bed crisis shelter for Indigenous women that we are supporting in Hammonds Plains through the Shelter Enhancement Program. So I'm going to wrap it up there, Madam Speaker. I believe we've hit the right balance between positioning us for economic and demographic growth and providing targeted relief for the Canadians who need it. Alors, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Wetaskiwin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. And like so many Liberals, the Honourable Member was very excited to list off all of the spending that the government's doing. I want to ask a question about the Trudeau legacy. Bear with me. I know it's confusing because there's a lot of economic disaster in the Trudeau legacy, and it gets confusing at times. But back in the 70s and 80s,
I think the Honourable Member is referring to the former Prime Minister.
Just so it's clear, Madam Speaker, I kind of caught the gist in terms of where the member might be going, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that he would have gone in that direction. It would have been far better off for him to make reference earlier prior to making the statement.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton, yes, please, just to ensure that we do not...
I understand, of course, the Liberal confusion when I mention economic disaster, that they have a hard time understanding which Liberal government we're talking about. But
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, on a point of order.
What the member's trying to do, Madam Speaker, is do something indirectly that he can't do directly. He's trying to talk about the former Trudeau government and suggest that it's equal to
just refer to Liberal government, so we'll let him pursue. The Honourable Member.
We can debate all day which Liberal government was more of an economic disaster, but I'm talking about right now the former Trudeau government of the 70s that ran deficits 14 out of 15 years, and then a generation later had to slash tens of billions of dollars, $35 billion in healthcare, education, and social services funding, the lowest level of international development spending in Canadian history. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member wants to answer whether anybody on her side in the Liberal caucus ever even reflects on the potential for that situation to reoccur.
The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Listen, let me say this. I believe this fall economic statement has hit the right balance between fiscal responsibility and protecting Canadians who need to be protected. This is what we stand for on this side of government. Now, when you talk about fiscally responsible, let me just remind you that Canada is the third largest triple economy in the world, only after United States and Germany. We have received the Moody has reaffirmed just this past after the statement the AAA rating deficit, 1.3% of our GDP. We're the lowest deficit in the G7 countries.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Nova Scotia for her speech. Yesterday, I was walking with a friend who was renting a house in Nova Scotia, and we were actually saying good things about Nova Scotia. And we were also hoping that Hurricane Fiona hadn't caused too much damage. I'm convinced that Nova Scotia's healthcare system suffered, obviously, from all the extra patients that came in as a result of the hurricane. My colleague, if she has conversations with Mr. Houston and the Prime Minister, when the topic of unconditional health transfers comes up to help provinces and Quebec rebuild their healthcare systems to meet increasing demand, like as a result of the hurricane. So what would you say to Premier Houston, who also wants unconditional health transfers? The honourable member for Halifax West. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Very good question. Thank you very much. I am a proud citizen of Nova Scotia. I've worked in the Nova Scotia legislature, and I understand we have a real challenge when it comes to health care and health transfers. However, our healthcare system, in fact, throughout the country, probably around the world, are confronted to huge challenges, and it's important that we all work together because all Canadians they want help regardless of where it comes from.
Comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for her thoughtful intervention. I've mentioned this before, food banks usage is up, grocery store profits are up, and it's great to see that they've, in this bill, created the Canada Recovery Dividend, which does not do enough. And I wonder if the member can explain why this government has not extended the Canada Recovery Dividend to big box stores who are clearly contributing to the hardship that people are facing.
Short answer from the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you to the honourable member for the question. There's no doubt there's always more to be done. This is it's a mini budget, but as I said in my speech, the fact that we're eliminating interest on Canada's student loan, the fact that we're lowering credit card transaction fees, we're doubling the GST for 6 months, we're providing a $500 one-time Canada top-up. There's a lot of good things in this mini budget.
Et nous devons reprendre le débat. L'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, Bill C-32 contains 25 tax measures and about 10 non-tax measures. There are two kinds, legislative updates and initiatives which were announced in last spring's budget 2022, and which were not included in the first implementation bill adopted last June. What does it mean? It means that this bill contains no measures to address the new economic reality of high living costs and a potential recession. As with the economic statement presented 2 weeks ago, there's nothing new, just more of the same. The government thinks its measures are like shepherd's pie. They're better when they're reheated. It's a bill which scores no points and gets no bullseyes. It's not worthy of applause, yet it contains nothing one can oppose. Given the current rate of inflation and the risk of recession, the Bloc Québécois had called on the government to refocus on its core responsibilities, that is, on vulnerable people. So, to increase healthcare transfers, provide adequate support for those 65 and over, and to reform employment insurance. But the government chose to reject these proposals, and we are denouncing the missed opportunity to help Quebecers who are already facing tough times and are afraid of what might come. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois asked the government to agree to the unanimous demand of Quebec and the other provinces to immediately and permanently increase health transfers without conditions. The healthcare system is at the end of its rope. While ER physicians are warning that our hospitals have reached their breaking point, this government isn't doing anything. Clearly, it's focusing its strategy on prolonging the healthcare funding crisis in the hope of breaking the consensus between the provinces so they'll eventually agree to water down their financial demands. And that's exactly what the Liberal Health Minister said at the National Assembly, and this is called predatory federalism. Madam Speaker, you know only too well that seniors are on a fixed income and they can't cope with the steep increase in the cost of living.
Seniors are the most likely to have to make difficult choices at the grocery store or at the pharmacy and even housing. Yet this government is deliberately choosing to deny 65. Sorry, I have been told, Madam Speaker, that I have to share my time with my honourable colleague from Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Borpor. Sorry, you don't have to share your time. These are 10-minute speeches. Thank you. So as I was saying, seniors are the most likely to have to make tough choices at the grocery store or at pharmacies, and even in terms of housing. But this government is deliberately choosing to deny 65 to 70-year-olds the old age pension increase that they need more than ever. And this, Madam Speaker, is not an insignificant choice. The government is hypocritically seeking to raise the retirement age. In a sneaky way, they're choosing to force the less fortunate to work until 75. With inflation, the Liberals know full well that it'll be impossible to get by on what the state is offering. So we're seeing a two-tier pension system being implemented. If you're well off, you can retire at 65. But if you don't have a private pension fund, you have to work until you're 75. This government is choosing to grow inequality and is targeting women first and foremost. This is the feminism that the Liberals offer. The Sheriff of Nottingham could not have done it better himself. And another issue, there's a risk of a recession as early as in 2023, and the Canadian government is backing down on the comprehensive reform of the EI system that it promised last summer. No EI reform. The system has been essentially dismantled over recent years, and now 6 out of every 10 workers who lose their jobs are not eligible for EI. This 7 years after the government promised reform, time is running out. Of course, Liberal promises are only binding for those who believe them. And on a more serious note, we must avoid at all costs being forced to improvise a new ECP to compensate for the inadequacies of the system if a recession hits. We see that EI can stabilize the economy in the event of a recession, but the government's financial projections clearly show that it does not expect more people to access EI. This is an issue. The government is projecting a $25 billion surplus in the EI fund by 2028, which will go to the consolidated fund rather than reform in the EI system. This is unacceptable. And in terms of 26 weeks of sick leave, this measure was already in the bill, passed 18 months ago before the last election. All that is missing is the government degree that puts it into effect. But people are still waiting. Yes, Madam Speaker, this House ordered the government to extend sick leave to 52 weeks, and it hasn't even implemented the 26 weeks. In sum, Madam Speaker, this government is pointing to the problem of the rising cost of living, but it's only talking about words here. It is announcing difficult days ahead, but without planning how to get through them. It's making harsh economic statements, but it's not taking into account the slightest proposal from the opposition to prepare for it. It repeats the measures it has taken in the past, but it implements only what it announced in the budget last April, which goes nowhere. If we think about supply chains that were so fragile during the pandemic, this budget, last spring's budget, named the problem 71 times, and this statement renames it another 45 times. But neither of these include any measures to really address the problem, and there's nothing in C-32 either. There you go. Madam Speaker, all too often, we know that the government buries bad things in a mammoth budget implementation bill, hoping that they will go unnoticed. But not this time. There are no surprises in this bill, unless they're really, really well hidden and we haven't seen them yet. C-32 even contains a certain number of interesting measures announced in the last budget. For example, there's an anti-house flipping tax to limit real estate speculation. There is a tax credit for multi-generational residences for those who convert their home to accommodate an aging parent. And the Bloc has been calling for this measure since 2015, so we applaud this. There's a tax measure for first-time home buyers to cover some of the costs involved in buying a home. There's also a temporary surtax and a permanent increase in the tax rate for banks and financial institutions. There's an abolition of interest on student loans outside of Quebec. Quebec, of course, has its own system, but will receive its share. And there's an abolition of a tax measure to help oil extraction. But this is just a drop in the bucket of subsidies. At least it's a start, though. And tax measures to encourage mining development of critical minerals essential to the energy transition. There's an excise tax to prevent cannabis producers from having to pay excise tax on their unsold inventory, which causes them serious liquidity problems. We know that these producers are having issues and they're providing a solution. But for the rest, C-32 is nothing but legislative dust. For example, it proposes changes to the Tax Act to bring it in line with new accounting standards for financial institutions. This is technical verbatim. Amendments to the Tax Act to those who hold for certain loopholes that financial planners have tried to use to allow their clients to avoid tax. Some people always try to do this, and the government has to do much more to fight tax fraud and tax evasion and tax avoidance. And finally, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure that this will really interest the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader, who is currently standing in this House talking to another colleague and not even listen to what I have to say. But anyway, hats off to him. There's also the implementation of a Canada-U.S. agreement on salaries for public servants who want to go to the moon. Yes, let's target the moon. So C-32 is a bill that misses the big challenges that face our society, but it doesn't do anything harmful. It does do some good things and cleans up the legislation. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member was quite eloquent in covering from the moon and back, going on a wide spectrum of issues. The one I want to pick on was the issue of employment insurance. The current Minister of Employment has actually been very clear. As she went through the pandemic, there was all sorts of modifications. She's recognized that there's a need to modernize the EI system and has put into place some actions to ensure that we will see some changes. In the member's comments, he somewhat gives the impression as if the government's not looking at EI reforms, when in fact we know quite factually that the Minister of Employment is very much dedicated in terms of modernizing EI. And I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts or some other specific things he would like to see in that modernization.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The government, since 2015, has been saying we're going to reform EI. Let's look at it. And the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is saying that the Minister is still looking at this and that she'll take care of it. But last year you said that this would happen this summer, and now it's almost winter, 2 seasons later, and we still haven't seen it. What we know is that the government is saying is that we have an inflation crisis, there's a risk of a recession, and we're saying, could you please hurry up? We need a reform before there's a recession so that we have an automatic stabilizer, and we don't want to have to bring in a second CERB. So the minister said she would reform EI, but we know that such promises are only good for those who believe them. We don't believe them anymore. The Honourable Member for Calgary-Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Joliette is, of course, right. At his speech, he referred to the moon, and of course, in the Tintin comics, one of the best, I think, that I've ever seen in my life refers to this. And the government obviously is in the moon, has its head in the clouds, if it thinks that another $20 billion in spending, an additional spending in this economic update, in its second budget, well, they're really not grounded. The parliamentary budget officer has said that $14.2 million in spending has not been assigned to a specific project. It's like writing a check but not saying what it's going to be for. And the PBO, the agent that has said this. So how does this government, how is it still up on the moon in terms of spending? The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. if that was the government's objective, they have reached it. I'd like to thank the member for Calgary Shepherd for his question, and good job in French for asking it. What we want to tell the government is that during this uncertain period, we're asking them to focus on their essential functions, namely EI reform and healthcare funding, and stop multiplying programs and stepping on provincial jurisdiction. The government is even good on their own files in terms of passports, border control, funding health. We just don't want them involved in what doesn't concern them. And like the PBO has said, a lot of money is being spent on undetermined programs, but in the long term, it is provincial funding that is an issue because the federal government is not funding enough in terms of health. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'd like to thank the member for his intervention and having some of his focus on the need for EI reform. He's been asked a few times about what the party would like to see, and I wonder if he could elaborate for us on what types of reform the party would like to see in EI reform in this legislation. The
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Nunavut for her question, and I'd like to thank her for all the work she does to defend her nation, which really does need a strong voice like hers in this House. Since 2015, the government has been saying that it's going to reform EI, and consultations have happened a bit everywhere, and we all know what we need. What we don't want is the current system that is not working to stay in place. We need to help workers right now. 6 out of 10 workers who lose their job don't have EI. So we need such measures as, well, there's a whole issue of freelance workers, independent workers. There are black holes in the system.
The honourable member for Transcona on
a point of order.
On a point of order, yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to raise this point of order. What I'd like to do is just give you a brief history or summary of the issue, give you a couple examples from of parliamentary precedent that I think bear on the case, and then propose a remedy. I'm getting up in respect of Bill C-228. At committee, there was an amendment moved to not only protect the pensions of workers when companies go bankrupt, but to also protect their termination and severance pay. That was an amendment that was agreed to by the bill sponsor in advance of the second reading vote. It was ruled out of order by the committee chair. That was overturned by the committee itself. Subsequently, in response to a point of order by the member for Winnipeg North, that amendment protecting termination and severance pay was removed by the Speaker as being out of order. There are a few examples in parliamentary history where amendments that were removed for the very same reason, which was that it was determined it was outside the scope of the bill, have been put back in with unanimous consent by the House of Commons. I refer specifically to June 17, 1986, when Speaker Bosley ruled that 3 government motions in amendment at report stage of Bill C-106 at that time were out of order because they went beyond the scope of the bill. The parliamentary secretary to the president of the Privy Council at that time asked Speaker Bosley whether the motions could be put to the House with unanimous consent. The Speaker agreed, and the amendment motions were reintroduced in the bill with the unanimous consent of the House. Similarly, on April 28, 1992, the House was about to begin consideration at report stage of Bill C-54. The admissibility of 3 amendments to the bill which had been adopted in committee were called into question on a point of order. The 3 amendments were ruled out of order by the chairman of the committee, as 2 of the amendments sought to amend the Parent Act, and a third, like these, went beyond the scope of the bill, but the chairman's decisions were overturned by the committee. After hearing comments from other members, Speaker Fraser ruled immediately that the inadmissible amendments adopted by the committee to Bill C-54 be declared null and void and no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House. Right after the ruling, the amendments in question were agreed to by the House once again by unanimous consent. Now, I submitted these amendments again for report stage of the bill, which will begin tomorrow. So I think it's timely that I'm raising this point of order now, with report stage of that bill pending for tomorrow. And we're getting heckled on a point of order now by the member for Winnipeg North, who's very clearly keen to remove protection for termination and severance pay from Canadian workers. But the point that I'm coming to is that the remedy is to seek unanimous consent. When I presented those amendments for report stage, according and in accordance with Standing Order 76.1 sub 2, the table decided not to put those amendments on notice. And so the only remedy now is to seek unanimous consent of the House. So in the context that I've laid out, I would now like to seek unanimous consent of the House to reintroduce the amendment that would create Clause 4.1 to the bill, which would protect the termination and severance pay that a bankrupt owes to various categories of its employees. And I would ask that you seek unanimous consent of the House now, Madam Speaker, to do that very thing.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay.
For shame. For shame.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona on a point of order.
This point of order is about the conduct of the member for Winnipeg North, who, it's no mystery to people in this House, they know he speaks a lot, both on the record and off the record. And so I wonder, when he said no to that request for unanimous consent, if that was just part of his normal chit-chat on the benches that maybe the Speaker heard because it happened to be very loud, or if he intended to say no to removing the termination.
I think we're getting into debate, and I would like, yes, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary on the same point of order.
Madam Speaker, the member from Elmwood Transcona is trying to be a little tricky here. I was not the only person that said no. When unanimous consent is requested, Madam Speaker, it's not appropriate for members to stand in the chamber and then start pinpointing, okay, who said no? Let's find out who said no. I was not the only member.
We are clear on that. So we are not going to start a debate on the issue. Yes, we are clear on that. There was no unanimous consent. Does
the honourable member for Joliette have another point of order on the same issue? Yes, the honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to pay tribute to the work done by my honourable colleague from Elmwood Transcona, and I'd like to add my voice to the statements he said during his first point of order. Yes, the chair's decision was made, but I'd like to remind the chair that over the years we have seen that the chair interprets the amendments that can be brought to committee in a stricter fashion. And it's the same thing. I think that the honourable member will agree that we're starting to contest the chair's decisions. I think that the House has pronounced on this. There is no unanimous consent. We're going to move on with debate. The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In a speech like this one, in the midst of a inflationary crisis, I cannot go without saying and talk about those who are in my region, seniors who have built our country. And since I have been the member from my riding, many people in my riding have been frustrated because they are in a financially precarious situation. They can't pay their bills because the cost of goods and services is going up. We are heading towards particularly difficult times. It's putting pressure on everyone's purchasing power. Some people can deal with this, but others who are more vulnerable, like seniors, have fewer solutions. I'd like to say that the government has been proactive in recent years, but this hasn't been the case. Whether you'd like it or not, people are getting older and they're living longer. And I think that the government underestimates the impact of not increasing seniors' income. Many of us would have liked to have seen structural changes to get through this tough time, and I think everyone's ready to tighten their belts to make their budget work, but sometimes we're just treading water because we have to help vulnerable people, because if they can't move forward, they're taking a step back. When you're hungry, you wonder if you still have a roof over your head to protect you. Sometimes we have to focus on doing better, and the government has to work on things that directly concerns it. Those who are most at risk of living with a lower income, namely those who are over 65 years of age, they're most likely to face poverty. We're talking about renters, women, and seniors. Seniors with low income face serious challenges. For example, they have reduced mobility. They have to pay for transportation. They have to upkeep their house. They have to heat their house, and they have additional health care costs. Our seniors have worked hard and saved their entire lives. They paid into a system to support them, but they are being excluded from the future. Most seniors depend on fixed income, but interest rates are going up. Higher taxes, higher heating costs hit them harder, and this means that many seniors have to go back to the workforce, even though the government lowered the retirement age from 67 to 65. Seniors have to make decisions based on their wallets and not in terms of their preferences. And this adds to the problem that many seniors face.
Sont déjà confrontés dans ma circonscription.
Seniors in my riding are already dealing with a host of other problems, including isolation, lack of health care support, transportation support, and federal services, all of which worsen isolation and health problems. The current inflationary period is combined with one of the worst housing crises in 15 years. For seniors living on a fixed income, for anyone living on a fixed income, this is a terrible tragedy. Energy costs more, taxes are up, grocery costs, there are also the Bank of Canada rate hikes. People are being excluded from their homes. We recognize that we can't let the economy get out of control, but currently people have to choose between selling their homes, skipping meals, or taking on another job in order to make ends meet and survive. This government needs to be aware of the action it is taking so that it can be compassionate and give more than just compassion and advice, like telling people to cancel their Disney Plus subscription in order to save money. That type of measure isn't really useful for anyone other than those who have privilege and available income. It's not helpful for those who are living paycheck to paycheck or on a fixed income, who are facing a lot of pressures on their personal finances, and then they don't need the government to tell them what to stop spending on. Now, we need to have a model for seniors. The member for Joliette spoke last week in response to the minister's fall economic statement and said that for a feminist government, well, the government's doing a great job ensuring that women aged 65 to 75 who don't have a pension because they didn't get one, and now they are faced with issues. Natural caregivers don't have a real income, but it is a real job and they should not be ignored. Senior women's issues are worsened by the wage gap between men and women. Women who work face more problems during retirement than men do. Men are paid more for the same work or are promoted more often than women. This is the type of systematic injustice that the government must address if it truly claims to help women who need help from the government. As for single seniors, the current financial system was built for a traditional nuclear family in the 50s. For example, a couple with 2 children who own their own home. But this model is no longer relevant. There is a lot of separation and divorce. Also, more women on the workforce. Partners can pass away, or there can be more different preferences and choices. Either way, for all these reasons, more people are living alone. Single-person households are growing faster than any other type of household, according to StatsCan 2005. This number will only increase. It is thus illogical to continue to reward couples and help couples while we don't help single people. Society has always marginalized single people. In fact, in many government speeches, there's often mention of families and couples rather than singles, unless it comes to singles who are in senior care or in homes. This system was deliberately conceived by the government through unfair practices. Seniors should be able to live comfortably in their final years. We can all become single at some point. There can be a separation, a partner can pass away, and we end up alone, which is very challenging. There are many problems, including income insecurity, solitude, health problems. That's why things need to change, Madam Speaker, as of now. And I'd like to add that in this economic statement, there's no support for those who are living in precarious situations, that is, on a fixed income with no ability to have additional income. I circulated a petition to my constituents in Abitibi-Témiscamingue. The text of the petition is asking for a $110 a month increase of an OAS for seniors over 65 in order to improve their quality of life immediately. This petition was tabled after the budget, so we were expecting there to be more support and mention of seniors in this fall economic update. You know how many signatures I got on this petition, Madam Speaker? 5,000. 5,000 people who felt very strongly about the situation of seniors. I hope the Minister for Seniors is listening and understands how important it is to take action through our budgets. Maybe in the next budget, seniors will be prioritized as they should be, because let's not forget that seniors have no means of increasing their income because they're living on a fixed income. We have a labor shortage and seniors could work. We need to encourage them to work without then losing their income through taxes, for example. I care about seniors, Madam Speaker. That's why I set up an advisory committee for seniors with the 4 regional counties of Abitibi-Témiscamingue. That was one of my commitments when I was running for office. On my advisory committee, we care a lot about healthcare issues and all care about the financial situations of seniors. In Abitibi-Témiscamingue, so many people are interested in this petition and in what the Bloc is putting forward. We want the OAS increased by $110 a month, and we have been putting forward that idea since before we were in an inflationary context. And if we do have a recession, it will be even more important to support seniors in our ridings. Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Understanding is that the Bloc will, in fact, be voting in favour of the legislation, and for good reason. I think there are many initiatives within this legislation and the fall economic budget which will help literally hundreds of thousands of Canadians going into the millions. And one of the things in which I take great pride in is that what we're doing is we're establishing the forgiveness or getting rid of interest on loans. I shouldn't use the word forgiveness, but students will not have to pay interest. And I see that as a very strong, positive way in which the national government is going to ultimately enable more students to be able to be fully engaged in post-secondary activities. It'll give them more money in the long run. And I'm wondering if he could just provide his thoughts in terms of how important it is that we support our students, especially given the fact that we're going through inflation.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's interesting to hear the Parliamentary Secretary because I spent my whole speech talking about vulnerable seniors, and he's asked me a question about students who have their whole lives ahead of them. That is a positive measure, but it's not relevant for Quebec. There are some decent measures, for example, decreasing credit card fees. That's positive. The Bloc supports that. But there are a lot of things absent. For example, supporting our farmers. The cost of inputs and outputs is very expensive, and it is decreasing their income. there could have been a program with access to advantageous rates. We really need a lot of cash flow in the agriculture sector. That's very important in our ridings. The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue for his speech. He spoke a lot about retirees and seniors, which refers usually to those over 65, although it seems to be defined as over 75. He also mentioned toward the end of his speech labor shortages. Could he speak more to how he feels we could help, not necessarily solve the whole problem, but how we could help with labor shortages? Perhaps we could help by modifying some taxes for retirees. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for this excellent question. When it comes to labor shortages and seniors can't fix all the problems, but seniors participating could, in fact, resolve 5% of labor shortage issues. It doesn't have to involve complex programs. Currently, seniors, when they work, they don't actually get to take their extra income. We need to find a way for seniors over 65 who earn money to keep that money. Up to $5,000, $10,000, we could set an amount, but it needs to be profitable for seniors to work so that they want to work, because currently if they do work, whatever extra they make, they don't actually get it in their pockets. Business people in my riding are saying if someone could just come and work 1 day, 2 days, 3 days a week, these older Canadians are so knowledgeable. They have a lot of knowledge and experience. They can also help with knowledge transfer. They can help business people solve labor shortage issues so that business owners can focus on other major business issues. And so I don't understand why we're not acting to support this now.
I'd like to thank the member for focusing his intervention on the needs of seniors. I think we share the same respect and admiration for seniors, and I really appreciated that. I wonder if the member agrees that the OAS also needs to add a supplement for seniors that live in the Arctic, to add that supplement to recognize the higher cost of living, including for seniors in the 14 Nunavik communities that are in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I remind you of the motion of the petition, $100 extra a month for OAS for seniors 65 and over. And of course, this includes seniors in Nunavik, in the north, and everywhere else. But of course, we do need to give special attention to those who don't have the means to increase their income. So of course, I care about that. We also have labor shortage. So Abitibi-Témiscamingue should perhaps, in the current context, be considered a more remote, more northern region. Maybe we need to be granted a special status in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak on Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. 2022 has been a very eventful year. We came out of 2.5 years of pandemic. We faced the pandemic. I think we did face the pandemic in a good state compared to many other countries. We listened to the opinion, recommendations of the healthcare professionals, experts, and we came out better than many other countries. The Canadian economy also came roaring back after the pandemic. We have recovered all the jobs that were lost during the pandemic. Madam Speaker, if you recall, we had lost around 8.9 million jobs during the pandemic. And not only we recovered all the jobs that were lost, I think we even added to it. I think we got around 117% of the job that was at the pre-pandemic level. The unemployment rate, which was very high, historic high during the pandemic, now it is at historic low. In fact, we have maintained that historic low unemployment rate for quite few months during the past several months of this year. The economic growth has been the strongest. Canadian economic growth is enviable. amongst the G7 countries. We are better than many of our G7 partners, US, UK, France, Japan, Italy. We have the lowest deficit amongst the G7 countries. In fact, if you recall, during the budget of this year, we had forecasted, I think, around $56 billion deficit, and the actual budget is now projected to be about 30% lower than what was projected a few months back. The budget's deficit has also gone down, I think, from about 3%, that what we had estimated. I think it is going down to about 1.3%. Again, this is the best amongst all G7 countries. The debt-equity ratio, before the pandemic, we had the lowest debt-equity ratio amongst all the G7 countries, and we continue to have the lowest debt-equity ratio among all G7 countries. The fall economic statements also projects that we will reach a balanced budget in the foreseeable future. However, we are not making big deal out of that right now. Now, the problems created by the pandemics continue to exist today. The supply chain issues that we saw during the pandemic have continued during the post-pandemic period too. One, the pandemic affected production worldwide, but now one of the biggest manufacturers of various goods in the world, China, continuing with its zero COVID policies, has added to the problems we see in the supply chain issues. This has resulted in the price increase of numerous products across the board. Then again this year, Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has created its own major problems, huge security problems in Europe and repercussions beyond Europe. It has created problems in the energy supply, raising the prices of fuels. It has created problems in the food grain supply. Ukraine, as we know, that was one of the major suppliers of wheat to the world. So all these factors, the supply chain issues, Russian illegal invasion of Ukraine, resulting in the higher fuel cost and spike in food grain prices, has resulted in inflation. And the Canadians are feeling the pinch when they go to the grocery stores for their essential purchases, or when they go to the gas station to fill up their tanks with gas. So the inflation, I think October inflation is 6.9%. In the last several months, it was, few months back, it was higher. From that high, it has come down lower. It was 6.9% in September. It has stayed at 6.9% in October, which is a good trend. But interesting thing is that this number is much below what the private sector economists were forecasting. I think they were forecasting between 7.1% to 7.4% inflation, but it has stayed at 6.9%, which is a good thing. Again, this inflation, what we are seeing in Canada today, is lower than, say, in the US or the UK or in the Eurozone. So, it is not the inflation pains that Canada is experiencing today is not limited to Canadians. This is something that has been faced by people all across the world, the developed countries, developing countries, and everybody else. So to combat this inflation, Bank of Canada has started raising its rates some time back. I think it has raised the rates dramatically. There is no parallel to this rise in interest rates in the history of Bank of Canada, if I'm not wrong. Because it has to stay to its mandate of bringing down the inflation to the manageable, to the targeted rate at around 2%. So with this increase in interest rates and higher inflation, so it doesn't require brains to forecast that the economy is going to slow down in 2023. That is expected. To help Canadians today, the vulnerable Canadians who are facing the problems of inflation today and the forecasted economic slowdown next year, we have already taken numerous measures. While we are taking numerous measures that we have explained in the last few months in the budget and also in this fall economic statement, we are continuing to shrink the deficit because we don't want to add fuel to the fire of inflation. So, Canada is better placed today than any other country amongst the developed world to face this oncoming economic slowdown. However, because of the pain faced by Canadians today, it is natural for Canadians to worry about the current status and the future. Canada's prosperity, Canada's standard of living has been quite high compared to any other country in the world. It is because of the natural resources we had, oil, gas, minerals, metals, forestry product, and the hard work of several generations of Canadians. So we have good prosperity, good standard of living, but the current status and the possible slowdown has got Canadians worried about the future prospect for our children and grandchildren. They're naturally worried whether can we pass on the prosperity that we enjoyed in the past to our future generation. However, in spite of the inflation today we are facing, in spite of the pain today we are seeing, we should not forget the big picture. There is huge economic opportunities ahead of us for in Canada. I'll come to that in a minute. The globalization and the global trade as we knew before the pandemic is almost on its way out. Even the developed country, even our biggest trading partner in the United States, their Secretary of Treasury states what they call as friendshoring. And that is going to be a big issue going forward. They have brought in the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act, they have brought in the U.S. CHIPS Act. Basically, they are stating a new industrial policy. We have to see what are the opportunities available for us. One of the biggest opportunities I foresee for us in Canada is the critical minerals that is required to power the next generation of vehicles and energy storage batteries. We have the critical minerals. We have already stated in the previous budget the support to the critical mineral sector. Recently, federal government signed an agreement with the Ontario for the Ontario Regional Table to develop the natural resources sector, specifically the clean electricity grid, the critical minerals, the nuclear technology, the clean hydrogen, and sustainable forestry. What the federal government is doing is taking a Team Canada approach of working with the provinces so that we can work together to align the resources, to go on these timelines, to work together on the timelines, to work on the regulatory approaches, to develop the critical minerals, the forestry sector, the nuclear energy, and the clean electricity. So there's a lot of opportunities that are ahead. We have also set up the Canada Growth Fund, through which we want to bring in billions of dollars in private sector investment to achieve our economic objectives. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Maskinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. When he talks about acting against inflation, I think a basic and important way of doing that is to start building houses to reduce the pressure on the real estate market, especially with affordable housing, social housing, which would help to house people who are looking for housing. And I'd like to hear my colleague about our proposal, which is that 1% of the budget would go to social housing, something that would be renewed every year. I would like to remind the member that the PQ does not sit in this chamber.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that's an important question. Housing is a real issue. We have problems both in affordable housing, in housing affordability. Every dollar we invest in affordable housing saves multiple dollars in other social costs. So it makes a business case for investment in affordable housing. I am proud that I am part of the government which has committed a huge amount of money towards housing. The National Housing Strategy, through which we have committed $55 billion, Madam Speaker, and every single day we are announcing new housing projects wherever possible. In fact, recently the Minister for Housing announced the new stream of Rapid Housing Initiative and other things. Whenever people talks about affordable housing, I ask them, bring in a proposal. Money is not the constraint. The constraint is in getting the proposal to which we can fund.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the question to the Honourable Member is, will he be able to tell us what will be the interest payment on just the $38 billion deficit they're getting this year?
Honourable Member for Nepean.
Madam Speaker, that's an important question because interest payment is a significant amount for most of the deficits throughout the history of Canada. However, the member may remember when we went in the pandemic, when the long-term interest rates were close to zero, we changed the composition of the Canadian debt, Canadian federal debt. From about 12%, if I am not wrong, we took the long-term debt close to 0% to about 46% of the debt.
The honourable questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I always appreciate hearing from my colleague that I respect a lot. But within the fall economic update, we have this incredibly irresponsible approach by the Liberal government. As you know, Madam Speaker, $30 billion every year goes to overseas tax havens, goes to tax evasion. Large corporations, some of the ones that have profited the most from greedflation, and the ultra-rich benefit enormously. And what the Liberals did in the fall economic statement is close of that $30 billion is scant 2%. 98% of it they're continuing to allow to go offshore, to continue to go to tax evasion. Madam Speaker, I wanted a comment from my colleague, who I have a lot of respect for. How can he tolerate, as a Liberal member of Parliament, the Liberals giving 98% of freedom to those to take money overseas through tax loopholes and overseas tax havens?
The Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a very important question. Tax evasion is bad. Tax avoidance under the rules is okay, but tax evasion is bad. Madam Speaker, we have invested enormous amount, I think close to $400 million in CRA to target this tax evasion tactics of various corporations. For every dollar that is invested in this, I think the return is more than $5 in the normal circumstances, but it can go as high as $20 for every dollar invested to control the tax evasions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And, it's a real pleasure to be able to speak in this House, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the people of Don Valley East for providing me with the privilege to be able to speak in this House. My community is a remarkable community. It's very diverse. It's diverse culturally. It's diverse in education, diverse in professions. There's so many differences in our community, but despite all of these differences, we have the same value set. We believe in values that combined us, values like hard work pays off, or education is and should be a top priority. Values like if someone is sick, we come together and we pool our resources to make sure they get the help they need. And making sure that our country remains clean and our environment's protected. But the most important value that I've picked up over the years is that when we stick together, we're actually stronger and we're better for it. These are the values that make Canada work. It makes my community work. And I have the opportunity through my community supporting me to come into this chamber through the democratic process and to reflect those values in this House. And we put those values into actions, and we do that by making decisions. So each of us has a choice we can make every single day. It's about choice. When you really cut away from everything else, at the end of the day, we are here, we are sent to make decisions, to make choices for our community. And this is an important word, choice, when it comes to democracy. It's an important word in this House. And every day those actions we take, those choices we make, eventually they set a tone and they become government policy and they become law. So we're here to make decisions and to make choices. And when your choice is not aligned with your community, you know what happens, Madam Speaker. Your community eventually will boot you out of office. So we have an opportunity here to align with our community. And I'll tell you this, when it comes to the fall economic statement, I am very aligned with where my community's at, and my community is aligned with the position I'm taking in this House. Madam Speaker, I am proud to support Bill 32. And I'll tell you why. Because I grew up in a community where, despite all of these big differences, we worked together, we stuck together. It's a community that has many different types of housing, from low-cost rent housing to subsidized housing, Toronto community housing. There's low-cost condominiums. There's an array of different styles of homes, and we all live together. And we know that some people struggle in my community. You know, I grew up in a neighborhood where it wasn't, you would see young people come to school without lunches. Growing up, seeing young people not getting the support that I got at my house, and you pick up on these things, you see these things. You know, I come from a neighborhood where many of the young men I grew up with didn't graduate high school. And by the time I was 21, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker, by the time I was 21, I must have known at least a dozen young men who were murdered in my community through street violence. So you pick up on these things and you take note. And the reason I originally ran to be a school board trustee when I was, almost 30 years old was because of these reasons. I saw inequity in society, and I wanted to take those values that were instilled in my community and look for ways to bring it into forums like this. And I saw many young people with limited opportunities. And I know that we have an opportunity in assemblies like this to create opportunity for people by the decisions and choices that we make. So I was pretty lucky. I had a family, my mother and father were there, aunts and uncles, cousins, lots of friends around me. I got to go to school and I got my lunch packed for me. I came home, there was a warm meal. I was a lucky person. Then, I didn't have to think about, the next meal. I didn't have to think about being safe at night. I didn't have to think about those things. So I had the opportunity to look for opportunity. And, it was because of government programs like student assistance that I got to go off to university. I was the first person in my family. In fact, on my whole street, there was 2 guys who went off to university, and I was one of them. And I was lucky to have that opportunity, and it was because of government programming. And there were times growing up when there was one time when our family was threatened to be thrown on the street by the landlord, and we went to the legal aid clinic, and because of those government programs, my family was safe. One of my first jobs I ever got was subsidized by the government, like the Student Summer Job Program, where I could actually go and get some experience and take that experience and grow. So it's because of those programs, Madam Speaker, that I was able to continue go off to university and to serve my community as an MPP, as a member of Parliament here in the House of Commons. So at the end of the day, we are opportunity makers. That's what we do in this House. We create opportunity for people. We create opportunities to make life better for people, to make opportunities more abundant to people. And we do have choices. And eventually, those decisions we make here, the tone that we set, again, there's a tipping point where it becomes government policy. So I'm proud to stand in the House of Commons and to support Bill C-32 because I know it's going to create more opportunities for people who need those opportunities. Now, we just came from a pretty rough financial situation and COVID. The financial sector on this planet was shocked. COVID changed the entire trajectory of how we do many things, and economically, it's been very challenging for Canadians and for the Canadian government. Back in 2009, when we went through an economic challenge here in Canada, the Conservatives were in power. And Stephen Harper and the Conservatives had choices to make back then. And they decided to take a different route than the route we're taking today. The route that they took is they cut programs. Actually, they just sent out a blanket statement saying, let's cut 10 to 15% from ministries. Just cut what you can from departments. They cut literacy programs that were aimed for adult learners. And they did something which shocked Canadians during that time period. They actually changed the rules around eligibility for seniors when it comes to their pension, moving it from 65 to 67. So here we are today in the House of Commons, and a bill's being put forward by this government, by the finance minister, to look for ways to strengthen people by providing more opportunity. And the Conservatives have a choice. They have a choice to support people, which I would say without a question is the greatest resource we have as Canadians, is the people that make up this great country. So when you see Conservatives voting against things like dental care, you know, imagine a $1,200 dental care program for the kids, the kind of kids that I grew up with, the kind of kids, like I would have been eligible for that program when I was a kid. The Conservatives are going to vote against that. I presume they will be voting against this bill, C-32, the way they've been speaking. You know, $500 subsidy for some of the people who need help, who rent apartments. You know, the Conservatives are going to vote against that. You know, we talk about programs like childcare that can save families, you know, $10,000 a year. Conservatives will vote against that. In fact, in this bill, you know, the elimination of interest, Madam Speaker, the elimination of interest on student loans. I had a student loan. The only way I could get to Carleton was to take out a loan that ended up costing me $57,000, and I paid it back, and I was proud to pay it back. Because it provided me with an opportunity to eventually be in a place like this with my fellow colleagues representing my community. So we all have choices. And, you know, it was Nelson Mandela. It was Nelson Mandela who Mr. Speaker, when I was a very young man, I got to see Nelson Mandela speak in the House of Commons. I was a very, very young man, and I got to hear him speak. But I came across a quote yesterday. I was just you know, learning a bit more about choice and politics in general, and I came across this great quote. He said, "May your choices reflect your hopes, not your fears." And I think the Conservatives need to stand up and align themselves by choice with their communities and stop using fear as the motivator to separate people, but use hope, which I think Bill C-32 does, to bring people together and to create opportunity and hope so the next generation of young Canadians and Canadians today have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to build a better country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And when it comes to the government's economic policies, one thing that I find very troubling is the fact that this government always spends and spends, but the results aren't there for Canadians, and that's very true when it comes to Indigenous services. Mr. Speaker, this government has spent, I believe, has increased spending by over 100% for Indigenous Services Canada since they took office, but reports from the Parliamentary Budget Officer show that spending has not actually led to a commensurate increase in the results, in the positive results for Indigenous people. I'm wondering if the member can expand on what has gone wrong in the Indigenous services and maybe provide some suggestions on how the government can actually ensure that those dollars that they are spending are getting to the programs that they're actually destined for.
Yeah. For Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a government that is prepared to invest into Indigenous communities, to work as partners to build a better country, and I think that in fact I would suggest that we should probably spend more money supporting Indigenous communities rather than looking at ways to make cuts like the Conservatives have done in the past.
Now, in looking at the time, maybe what we'll do is we'll stop here and continue after. The questions will continue. The Honourable Member will have 3 minutes and 35 seconds coming to him after question period. Right now, we'll go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to rise in the House today to highlight an exceptional individual from our community in Whitby who was recently inducted into the Whitby Sports Hall of Fame. She's been a dedicated coach for ringette teams in Whitby for over 30 years. Starting in 1991, she began her ringette journey by volunteering to help coach her daughter's team. For those who don't know, ringette is a fast-paced team sport played on ice similar to hockey, but with a rubber ring and stick and lots of passing. Since 1991, this individual dedicated countless hours on and off the ice in supporting the Whitby Ringette Association and mentoring generations of ringette players, predominantly young girls in our community. When not coaching her own team, Carolyn can be found around the rinks in Whitby talking to parents, helping other coaches, and checking in with players. We know that great coaches have a profound impact on children's lives and their health and development through sport, where many young people learn countless skills and lessons, make memories, and form lasting relationships. Carolyn Mountjoy, today we salute you for your immeasurable contributions to our community and for all you've given to make Whitby Ringette what it is today. Go Whitby Wild!
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, we have wonderful Canadians in every part of this country who work every day to make our communities an even better place to call home. That's why, like many of my colleagues, I've been pleased to present a Queen's Platinum Jubilee Medallion to outstanding local Canadians who are making a difference in the name of service. In our service clubs, in our faith communities, in arts and culture, in our local events and festivals. These leaders often work quietly behind the scenes without seeking recognition. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to one medallion recipient specifically today. My friend and Cornwall's #1 ambassador, David Murphy, who lost his battle with cancer at the age of 50 this past week. I was honored to present him last month with a well-deserved medallion, joining several other groups who recognize Murph for his service to Cornwall throughout his life. Simply put, David Murphy was a great man and a great Canadian. Mr. Speaker, I ask that my colleagues join me in recognizing all medallion recipients from my community. I want to say thank you and well done to these great Canadians.
The honourable member for Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, cancer is a disease that affects the lives of countless individuals and their families. In Canada, 2 out of 5 are diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. Due to increasing numbers of patients, staffing shortages in healthcare, and lengthy wait times, too many people living with cancer worry that they might not get the care they need at the right time. I began to understand the gravity of the situation upon meeting a truly inspirational constituent of mine, Miss Jag Kaur Tucker, a single mother who at the young age of 37 was diagnosed with breast cancer. In Jag's recent book entitled Now's the Time for Self-Advocacy, you can read about the struggles she went through with our healthcare system. It's also important to point out that Jag is not alone. Breast cancer peaks in Black and Asian women much earlier, and these racial disparities are still not taken into account in Canada today. These women are 30 to 40% more likely to die of breast cancer simply because they fail to diagnose them in time. The journey with cancer can be a very difficult one, and it's on all of us to work with all levels of government in taking concrete actions so Canadians can get the care they need and deserve.
L'honorable député de Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This month, Saint-Eustache's Genealogical and Historical Society is turning 25. Since 1997, this organization has been helping people from Saint-Eustache and de Montagne to trace their ancestors' history, where they were born, when they arrived in Canada, their profession, descendants, and so on. The group offers training on topics like search tools and paleography, which teaches how to read notarized documents from different periods. It also organizes monthly lectures and outings to historical sites. With 200 members and many more before the pandemic, this is one of the most dynamic groups in Quebec. As activist Marcus Garvey eloquently put it, a people without knowledge of its history is like a tree without roots. Mr. Speaker, in our region, we have deep roots, and it is thanks to the Historical Society that we know about them. Happy 25th anniversary. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, noting that Canada has over 1 million people of Filipino heritage today, and I had the opportunity to recognize a very special relationship between Canada and the Philippines. Last week, I was able to travel to the Philippines, and it was a wonderful trip. With my local MLA, who happens to be my daughter, Mr. Speaker, we had planned numerous meetings related to helping people come to Canada. We met with the local embassy officials on a wide variety of issues, which included aid, trade, and of course, immigration. I appreciated the discussions and the support from the Philippines embassy here in Canada and the Department of Foreign Affairs in the embassy, in particular, former Ambassador Robles. I'd like to especially give a special thank you to Mayor Honey Lacuna. She and her talks were wonderful, and I really appreciated recognizing the 9 Canadians who lost their lives in serving the Pacific Theater during World War II on the grounds of Manila City Hall, where we had a special celebration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, get up, the caller calls, get up, and in the dead of night, to win their bairns, their bite and sup, I rise a weary wight. My flannel dudden dawn thrice over, my birds are kissed, and then I with a whistle shut the door, I may not ope again. This is, of course, written by Pitman poet Joseph Skipsky. As the snow has begun in Canada, I thought it appropriate to highlight the blood on the coal tartan. It commemorates the coal miners who lived, worked, and died in the designer's hometown of Spring Hill, Nova Scotia, in my riding of Cumberland Colchester. Coal has been mined in Canada since 1639, and most of all mines in Nova Scotia have been since abandoned. Miners' Day, also known as Davis Day, in honor of William Davis. Davis was killed in a riot in New Waterford, Nova Scotia in 1920 during a confrontation with company police. There was a targeted campaign to break the miners' union. On this tartan, black is for the coal in the darkness of the mine, yellow is for the miner's lamp, red represents the blood of on the coal of the miners' lives lost, and white represents the remembrance of miners' lives. Miners' Day is an occasion to remember and mourn all miners killed in provincial coal mines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Buena Vista Burin Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, November is National Diabetes Awareness Month, and I want to highlight the amazing work that is being done to help children who are diagnosed and live with type 1 diabetes, in particular by the Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation of Canada and their Kids for a Cure advocacy programs. This week, I met with 2 incredible youth in my Ottawa office who have lived with type 1 diabetes for much of their lives, Max and Molly. They both gave fantastic PowerPoint presentations that explained their diagnosis, how it impacts their day-to-day lives, and how they continue to thrive with the resources they have available to them, including how supportive their families and their puppies are in their journeys. Blue is the color of to flaunt this November to show your support for kids who live with juvenile diabetes, and also to support their campaign to look forward. The theme for the month is to reflect on the mission to cure, to prevent, and treat type 1 diabetes and its complications. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to honor the life and legacy of Paulina Jocelyn Valisi Corpus, a devoted and tireless Toronto-based community leader and advocate for the Filipino community. Paulina arrived in Canada in 1993 and was a champion for advancing community causes. She co-founded Philippine Advancement through Arts and Culture and worked with many organizations like the Filipino Workers Network and the Canadian Cancer Society. Paulina is best known for her advocacy to have the City of Toronto recognize the month of June as Filipino Heritage Month. Her work and efforts at the city level paved the way for provincial and federal legislation bodies to follow suit. Paulina was an inspiration to all of us, leaving a legacy behind on the community. Paulina was a devoted wife to Ben and loving mother to Belinda, Isabella, and Benson. I extend my deepest condolences to her family, friends, and the entire community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, this past week, Germany inaugurated its first liquefied natural gas terminal. Germany started construction after the war in Ukraine began on February 24th in order to get off Russian gas. Before Russia's war on Ukraine, Germany had no LNG terminals. It took Germany 194 days to approve and build this new LNG terminal in the North Sea port of Wilhelmshaven. 194 days. And 4 more are on the way shortly. Germany has a stronger set of environmental standards than Canada, and Germany has reduced greenhouse gas emissions more than Canada. Germany is also led by a left-of-center social democratic chancellor, and its Minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Action is a Green Party minister. This government needs to ask itself, how can Germany approve and build a new LNG terminal in 194 days, but it takes a decade or more to approve and build a single LNG terminal in this country?
The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, British Columbia will be welcoming David Eby as our province's next premier on November 18th. During this time of transition, I want to recognize and say thank you to Premier John Horgan, who has served British Columbia since 2017. Premier Horgan has been an advocate for the environment and an ally to our government on this important issue. Our governments have also found common ground on childcare, with our government providing $3.2 billion to create more childcare spaces to implementing $10 a day childcare in British Columbia. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, our governments have worked together to ensure all British Columbians have access to vaccines. Premier Horgan has done well in advancing relationships with Indigenous peoples based on respect and with the recognition of Indigenous rights. Recently, our governments partnered up by announcing improvements to the Glover Road crossing. This Highway 1 widening project is valued at $345 million, with $96 million coming from the federal government. I want to wish Premier Horgan all the best in his future endeavours, and I want to extend my congratulations to David Eby on becoming BC's next Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Here's some sobering numbers to show how much Canada has been broken financially by these Liberals. Government debt in Canada has doubled since 2015 to $1.13 trillion in 2022, meaning this Prime Minister has spent more than all previous Prime Ministers combined. The total cost of servicing that debt is roughly $42 billion per year and growing, exceeding the cost of yearly health transfers to the province. Each man, woman, and child in Canada owes $56,000 as their part of the national debt, and it's having an impact. Inflation is at a 40-year high, and affordability anxiety is a major problem. 1.5 million Canadians visited a food bank in September. Half of Canadians are $200 away from not being able to meet their monthly obligations. 30% say that they can't meet their monthly obligations. These Liberals, aided and abetted by the NDP, are causing Canadians to lose their jobs, their hopes, their dreams, and their dignity. It's time to stop wasteful spending, time to eliminate the carbon tax, and time to give Canadians a break, which is what they need the most.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Canadians who have been shut out by Canada's traditional media gatekeepers are finding their voices on places like TikTok, Spotify, and YouTube. It's amazing. I'm talking about creators like Orby Roy, who is a South Asian mother from Toronto, who shares her skill and her love for skateboarding on TikTok. I'm talking about Vanessa Brousseau, also an Indigenous woman who shares her artistry and her passion as she advocates for missing and murdered Indigenous women in Canada. These creators leverage digital platforms in order to share their uniquely Canadian stories with the world. But despite this, the government wants to kill their success and actually silence their voices. Through Bill C-11, the government will pick winners and losers by determining which content gets to be seen and which content has to be hidden. And as for everyday Canadian users, you and me, well, we're out of luck too. Because whatever we post online or see online or hear online will be censored by the government. Hello, state censorship. Goodbye, freedom. So it's time for the government to read their notifications, because if they do, they'll see there's a massive thumbs down.
L'honorable député de Châteauguay.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, throughout Canada, community organizations and their volunteers are at the very heart of our community lives. They make our lives better and create a social safety net. Today, I'd like to celebrate the anniversary of two great organizations in my riding of Châteauguay-Lacolle. First of all, 20 years for Les Toits d'Émile, so called in honor of poet Émile Nelligan. It spent 2 decades offering supervised apartments for people with mental illness and organizing activities to reduce their isolation. And secondly, 30 years of the Chateauguay Ornithology Club, which supports biodiversity by protecting natural environments and installing nesting boxes. I'd like to wish all the best to both of these remarkable organizations. All the best in future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians have the right to know the health risks of what they're consuming, and yet when looking at the bottle, you'd never know that alcohol was a Class 1 carcinogen. Last week, constituents in my riding of Nanaimo Ladysmith gathered to talk about this exact issue. Many were shocked to learn that alcohol is linked to cancers including breast, colon, larynx, and liver, as well as other health impacts like dementia. Despite all this, alcoholic beverages still do not have warning labels. This is a health and safety issue. It should not be left to rich CEOs to decide what information Canadians deserve to have access to. We need a national strategy similar to cannabis and cigarettes to ensure the risks are clearly communicated. This Liberal government needs to take federal leadership today and support the motion that I tabled to implement a national warning label strategy for alcoholic beverages, ensuring all Canadians have the information they need to make informed decisions.
That's right. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, according to Quebec's second homelessness survey, nearly 600,000 people, or 7% of the Quebec population, have at some point over the course of their lives been in a situation of hidden homelessness. And that doesn't include the 6,000 people who have been counted as being in a visibly homeless situation. I'm just going to interrupt the member for a moment.
I can have everyone's attention, si je peux avoir votre attention. C'est rendu un peu.
It's gotten quite noisy.
Hardly hear what the honourable member is saying. On peut presque pas.
We can barely hear what the honourable member is saying. I'm going to ask him to start again. That way everyone can enjoy his statement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, according to Quebec's second homelessness survey, nearly 600,000 people, that's 7% of the Quebec population, have been in a situation of hidden homelessness over the course of their lives. And that's not including the 6,000 people who have been counted as being in a visibly homeless situation. So today, you'll understand that I want to speak about the essential, colossal work done by a critical player in my riding, the South Shore Homelessness Working Table, which will be turning 20 today, November 17th, 2022. Its mission is to bring together all organizations working in the field. It works both upstream and downstream in order to create a continuum of services for people living with homelessness or at risk of becoming homeless, and enables them to live with dignity. Once again, a huge thank you to this organization. Happy 20th anniversary. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough-Kawartha.
CMHC, the federal government's housing agency, has spent $4.5 billion and committed another $9 billion to tackle homelessness, but has no idea if anyone is benefiting from their work. No idea, no accountability for billions of dollars while more Canadians are living in a tent or a car and inflation is skyrocketing. This is absurd. If any member in this House takes a walk through their downtown, they will see the homeless crisis is getting worse every single day. Lynn, a senior in her mid-60s, is homeless because she can't afford rent in Toronto. She lived in her car for 7 weeks before finding place in a shelter system. Sage lives in a tent. She's 23 years old from Portage-la Prairie and has been homeless for 2 years. These aren't data points on a graph, they're people. The Liberals plan to announce large amounts of funding no one can access with zero accountability is not working. Canada needs leadership, it needs a plan, it needs accountability, and it needs housing.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Last week we honored our veterans who served proudly to preserve our freedoms. The responsibility of remembrance falls on all of us, and we recognize and appreciate the peace that we have today. Each year, the Royal Canadian Legion holds a literary contest to engage our youth in acts of remembrance. Julia Meterak, a student at John Sweeney Elementary School in Kitchener, submitted a poem entitled Remembrance Day, winning first place. She shared a poem on Kitchener's CBC morning radio show, and I'd like to read the last stanza of her award-winning work. We celebrate Remembrance Day. We honor the vet. Our heads bowed in silence, lest we forget. Congratulations to you, Julia, and thank you for your contributions in guiding our next generation as we continue to remember. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Il y a 10 mois.
10 months ago, CSIS informed the Prime Minister of allegations that a foreign government had interfered in our elections with financing, illegal financing. So the Prime Minister should have informed the Chief Electoral Officer so that that could be investigated.
Inform the Commissioner of Canada Elections to instigate an investigation after he became aware almost 10 months ago of allegations of illegal foreign funding.
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président, notre gouvernement.
Mr. Speaker, our government understands that there are dictatorships in the world that are actively trying to undermine democracies. I studied in under an authoritarian communist regime, the Soviet Union, and I have no illusions about the nature of those systems. Our national security agencies are actively monitoring the threat posed by these regimes. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, as the world's wealthy gather for the COP conference, burning massive amounts of jet fuel to get there, what's becoming clear is that this government does not have a climate plan. They have a tax plan. Their plan has failed to reach a single solitary greenhouse gas emissions target, and Canada now ranks 58th out of 64 countries on climate performance. This after they've hit Canadians with high taxes. They plan to triple the tax, tripling down on failure. Will they cancel the carbon tax and come up with a real environmental plan?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians all know that this Conservative leader doesn't have a plan to tackle climate change. And that means that he doesn't have a plan to grow the Canadian economy. The reality today is that our most important trading partners, the US, the EU, are all taking serious climate action. These are our allies, and these are our customers. And that is why in the fall economic statement, we invested heavily in the green transition. We're going to continue to do that, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
These are our allies, and these are our customers, and all of them have better climate change performance than this government has here in Canada. In fact, what they've done here in Canada is raise taxes on people's energy use, energy that they must use. You do need to heat your home if you live in rural Newfoundland, and you do need to use oil to do it because that's all there is. And this winter, it is expected that will, well, it's already up 77% year over year, likely to be up further. Some families will pay as much as $6,000 to heat their homes. Wow. Is the government really going to tell them that they have to pay more for this government's failures on the environment?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians understand that putting a price on pollution is the most effective way to fight climate change. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the Canadians who was early to advocate this economically effective approach was none other than Preston Manning. I think it's also worth pointing out that our price on pollution is revenue neutral. all the money goes back to Canadian families. A family in Alberta is getting back more than $1,000. That's true of a family in Saskatchewan as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Revenue neutral. It's not neutral for the taxpayer who will pay thousands of dollars more in the tax than they get back in any rebates, according to the government's own parliamentary budget officer. If the government really wanted to fight greenhouse gas emissions, they'd approve projects that do that. For example, there were 15 LNG projects proposed when this government took office. Not a single one has been built, and the only one that is under construction was approved by the previous Conservative government, and it required subsequent governments exempt it from the carbon tax in order for it to be economical and to speed up its approval by ignoring C-69. Will the government get out of the way and let our projects go ahead to protect the earth?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government bought and will complete the building of the Trans Mountain Pipeline. Our government absolutely understands that LNG is an important transition fuel and plays a valuable role for Canada and the world. And I do want to point out that we understand for projects to work, they have to meet environmental standards, and Indigenous people have to be consulted. That's how we're going to get projects in Canada built, including necessary renewable energy projects, Mr. Speaker.
Yep. Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's true that they have to meet environmental standards. We had real environmental standards under the previous Conservative government, and in fact, the only way that the LNG Canada project in Western Canada went ahead was by exempting it from the new anti-development C-69. And she's right also that First Nations have to be consulted. One of them is an Indigenous grandmother from the Haisla First Nation who told me that LNG Canada and projects like it mean that her autistic grandchild will have the resources for treatment. That means help for First Nations, paychecks for our people, and clean energy for the world. Why won't they get out of the way and let it happen?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know better than to listen to the economic advice of this Conservative leader. So let me tell you about Robert Breedlove. He's a Bitcoin trader who posted, quote, "Central banking is an institution of slavery. Burn it down." The Conservative leader, after that was posted, the Conservative leader appeared on Mr. Breedlove's YouTube channel and said he found it extremely informative. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the Conservative leader needs to publicly disavow those inflammatory comments and apologize to Canadians for his own records.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the shortfall in the Quebec healthcare system is to the tune of $6 billion. In emergency rooms, the stretchers are piling up. The wait times for surgery are causing anxiety, and it's also causing a national mental health crisis with suicide attempts and so on. Where the help is not to be found abroad. This government claims to be working hand in hand with Quebec, but what justifies the government's arrogance in this regard? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we understand that we all need to invest in our healthcare system. And we all understand that we need to work in close cooperation with the provinces and territories. Last night, I discussed this with my Quebec counterpart, Mr. Eric Girard. The Canada Health transfer to the provinces and territories will be $45.2 billion this year, which is a 4.2% increase. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, it's one thing to talk about what you're giving. Let's talk about what's lacking. The government, in general, began by describing Quebec authorities and healthcare workers as if they weren't very good, as if they were rotten, and as if they were better. All Quebec is asking for, the only thing more Quebec is asking for is money. All the experience in management, in hiring nurses and doctors, all that experience lies in Quebec City. The federal government doesn't have that expertise. Could we get a decent health transfer now? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this year, Quebec received $10.1 billion in health transfers. That's a 4.2% increase. Added to that, $450 million was given to help the province make up for delays in surgery and diagnosis. Canada has been there to support Quebecers and Canadians throughout the pandemic, and we will continue to be there for them. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby. All across the country, access to pediatric health care is in crisis. Children's hospitals are overcrowded. In Quebec, sick kids have had to be sent 150 kilometers away from home for treatment. In Saskatchewan, a 4-year-old girl with cancer had to wait 20 hours in the ER for treatment, for a bed. 20 hours for a bed in the hospital's pediatric unit. What are the Liberals waiting for before they do something to treat our kids in needs? Are they going to do something, for God's sakes? I'd like to remind, order. I'd like to remind the member that in the House, we have to use parliamentary language. That includes not using language that gets people worked up, especially religious language that offends many people. So let's continue with the Deputy Prime Minister's answer. Mr. Speaker, we all know that our healthcare system is faced with real challenges, and we are going to keep working to help and support our healthcare system. My colleague, the Health Minister, has been crystal clear. The increase in funding for our healthcare system must lead to improved results for Canadians and for our healthcare workers.
Member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, they are simply not listening. This isn't about one province. This isn't about a second province. This is about all the provinces. And maybe they should be taking offense in some of these responses, because I know the constituents in my riding are. Parents in London are living in fear of their kids getting sick. They know that there is a crisis in London's Children's Hospital, and they face a record influx of patients and high emergency room wait times. London's health officials are warning it's not getting better and are expecting significant pressure for the upcoming weeks. Families and their children cannot afford to wait for this help, and this government can...
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know Canadians can't wait, and that is why the federal government is there right now. That is why the Canada Health Transfer will provide provinces and territories with $45.2 billion in support. That is an increase of 4.8%. We all know our healthcare system is facing real challenges, and our healthcare workers are facing real challenges. My colleague, the Minister of Health, has been clear. Increasing funding for our healthcare system must result in improved results for the Canadians who depend on it.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
This government's denial to actually address inflation shows how out of touch they really are. As families struggle to pay for gas, food, and home heating, they're also being hit with higher mortgage costs. The Bank of Canada raised interest rates to fight Liberal inflation, and now mortgage interest costs are up 11.4%. This is the largest increase in 30 years. Canadians are out of money, and this government just doesn't care. Will the Liberals end their inflationary spending and cancel their plans to triple taxes on groceries, home heating, and gas?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, inflation in Canada has now fallen or remained flat for 4 months in a row. That is good news for Canadians. Now, we also know that many Canadians are facing real challenges, and that's why we put forward a compassionate and fiscally responsible plan. That is why we're doubling the GST. That is why we are providing $500 to Canadians struggling to pay their rent. That is why we're providing dental care for kids under 12. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
The minister's Mickey Mouse advice to cancel Disney subscriptions to magically save Canadians this winter from freezing won't help anybody. While the out-of-touch finance minister sits in her ivory tower in downtown Toronto lecturing Canadians, more and more people are hit with Liberal inflation and rising taxes. Food inflation is up 11%, gas up 17.8%, and home heating will double. When will she show some compassion, end the inflationary spending, and cancel her plans to triple the carbon tax?
Mr. Speaker, the reckless advice that has been offered to Canadians was offered by this Conservative leader who urged Canadians to use crypto as a way to offset inflation. Anyone who did that would have lost at least 65% of their savings. And Mr. Speaker, I do have to ask the member opposite, does he agree with Robert Breedlove, whose YouTube channel the Conservative leader found extremely informative, and who said central banking is an institution of slavery? Is that the Conservative position?
Member for Calgary Midnapore.
The cost of living continues to increase for Canadians under this Liberal government. Food is up 10% in October, shelter is up close to 7%, and gas almost 18%. And that's because this government has a problem with inflationary spending. $36.4 billion in this fiscal year alone. So when will this government stop their inflationary spending and cancel their plan to triple the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government's approach is absolutely compassionate. We have provided targeted support to the most vulnerable. But, Mr. Speaker, we have done it in a fiscally responsible way. And, Mr. Speaker, the proof of that comes from Moody's, the ratings agency, which reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating just a few hours after I tabled our fall economic statement. Canada is today the third largest AAA-rated economy in the world. We have the lowest deficit in the G7. We have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, Mr. Speaker. That is fiscal responsibility.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Midnapore.
Mr. Speaker, this government needs to rein in all of their reckless spending. The Prime Minister spent $420,000 on a weekend to London in 2021. Global Affairs Canada lost $7,000 in petty cash, if you can believe it. What does this government need to do? They need to stop their inflationary spending and cancel their plan to triple the tax on gas, groceries, and home heating.
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
What the honourable member calls reckless spending, we have used to support Canadians during their time of need. We have helped 9 million Canadians through the pandemic keep food on the table. We have helped millions of Canadians remain on the payroll with the Canada Emergency Wage Subsidy, and hundreds of thousands of Canadian businesses keep their doors open. Now the Conservatives continue to argue in this House that this spring we should undermine the integrity.
We were doing so well. I'm just going to ask everyone just to, listen to the answer and listen to the questions as well. That's all I'm asking. Not make any comments on it, and if you want to talk to each other, that's okay. But just maybe do it outside in the lobby or somewhere else in the chamber, or whisper. The Honourable Minister for Immigration, maybe from the top so we can all hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the Conservatives have a very difficult time with hard truths, and it's that Canadians need support, and it's our government who has been here to support them since 2015, and it is our government who will be here to support them going forward. They call reckless spending supports we extended to keep 9 million Canadian households fed, to keep millions of workers on payroll, and to make sure small businesses could keep their doors open. Now this spring they're arguing in this chamber that we should undermine the integrity of the EI system and the Canada Pension Plan. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, that they pretend to be heroes for the working class. They jeer because they know it's true, and they can't handle the truth in this instance, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, food insecurity means worrying day after day about not being able to pay for groceries. It means a mother or father having to skip a meal in order to feed their child. In an industrialized country like Canada, we shouldn't even be talking about this. But the figures came out yesterday. 16% of Quebecers are experiencing severe food insecurity. The research is clear. The main reasons are inflation and rising food prices. The government has created this inflation. Will they take responsibility and stop their inflationary spending, which is making Canadian families poorer? The Honourable Heritage Minister. Mr. Speaker, we will always be there for families. We understand the challenges and the needs, but it's a bit strange hearing the Conservatives talking about this. Remember when they were in government, all the cuts they made to veterans, culture, EI, and so on. It was across the board. But today, they should tell the truth and tell us, come clean about where they would cut. Would it be EI? Would it be families? Would it be children? Would it be health? Where would they make the cuts? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Well, one thing is for sure. I don't know where they get their figures when they talk about elevating people out of poverty, because thousands of Quebecers are going to food banks today. A third of them are children. So being a minister comes along, there are responsibilities that come along with that. And mothers shouldn't have to put water in their formula or to thin their breast milk because they can't afford to feed their children. Are they going to do something to help Canadians feed, heat, and house themselves? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about 450,000 children that have been lifted out of poverty on our watch, Mr. Speaker. That's not a number we made up. These are children. They're human beings. They're the future of our country, Mr. Speaker. We have taken concrete steps through government programs, but the Conservatives never had any goal or even any intention of doing anything whatsoever about affordability. I was there for 7 years, Mr. Speaker, on the other side, when they cut one program after another. The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing for Quebecers to be represented by Canada at COP27. On Monday, the Climate Change Performance Index ranked 60 countries according to their GHG emissions, climate policies, and energy use. Do you know where Canada ranks out of 60 countries? 58th. 58th out of 60. Imagine, Canada is even worse than China. Will the Liberals stop kidding themselves and realize that on their watch, Canada's at the bottom of the barrel of the most dangerous countries on the planet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, and just to point out to the Honourable Member, the report did not take into account some of our most recent actions. But I agree, Mr. Speaker, all of us on this side of the House do. We need to do more. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're investing $9.1 billion in our emissions reduction plan. We will be capping oil and gas emissions, Mr. Speaker. We will be eliminating fossil fuel subsidies, and we will be challenging the energy sector to invest in reducing pollution and creating the clean economy of tomorrow, the good jobs of today, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon. Mr. Speaker, who should we listen to? The Liberal Pollyannas or the international experts who have ranked Canada 58th out of 60? Mr. Speaker, these Pollyannas gave the green light to Bay du Nord. These Pollyannas, at this very moment, are letting 5 oil companies excavate the seabed in Newfoundland for even more oil. These Pollyannas own a $21 billion pipeline. They are oil promoters. That's why Canada's 58th out of 60. Don't these Pollyannas think it might be time to stop all this oil development? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in a carbon neutral world, we will still need oil for other purposes. We're talking about tires for bikes. We will always need oil for certain things. But when it comes to exploration, the tendering process does not in and of itself create emissions. And it's exploration, not exploitation for the time being. The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, the World Cup soccer tournament begins Sunday in Qatar. A country whose new stadiums may have cost the lives of 6,500 workers. We'll never know how many exactly because it's a dictatorship that muzzles journalists, that imprisons gay men, and runs roughshod over women's rights. Let's be clear, the athletes have nothing to do with this. They should be there, but diplomatically, Canada has no business being there. Sunday is 3 days from now, and this government still doesn't have a clear position. Will they finally come clean and confirm they won't be sending a diplomatic delegation to Qatar? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It's a good question. It's a very important issue. I am proud that Canada has qualified for the men's soccer World Cup. We're aware that there are reservations about FIFA 2022 being held in Qatar, and we are focusing on a constructive approach because in a world that's full of divisions, we need to work with our partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, last January, the Prime Minister was briefed by CSIS that at least 11 candidates in the 2019 election received hundreds of thousands of dollars directed and funneled through Beijing's Toronto consulate. Given that this violates multiple sections of the Canada Elections Act, upon learning of this illegal activity, did the Prime Minister report it to Elections Canada?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear, Canada's fair and free election process was never compromised, and this was determined by an independent panel of national security experts. The only one who benefits from foreign interference are enemies of democracy. These attacks are an attack on all members of Parliament, and we can't afford to play partisan games on this issue, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Speaker, hundreds of thousands of dollars were directed and funneled by Beijing to 11 candidates. If that isn't foreign interference, I don't know what is. And talk about a non-answer. I asked a specific question about whether the Prime Minister acted or failed to act. So again, upon being briefed by CSIS, did the Prime Minister report this illegal activity to Elections Canada, yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, protecting Canada's democracy is something that we take very seriously. On this side of the House, on that side of the House, we should all condemn foreign interference because the ones that benefit are not anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker. It's enemies of democracy. They are trying to damage our democratic process here in Canada. We will always stand up for democracy, and I invite all members of this House to stand with us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. I rise to defend democracy, Mr. Speaker, and we should do that on all sides of this House. In January, the Prime Minister was reportedly informed that 11 candidates received illegal funding from a foreign country, and the revelations were clear that these were targeted interventions. We all agree that this is an attack on our democracy, but it's just a simple question, yes or no. did the government inform the chief electoral officer of these serious allegations, and if so, when? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And everyone in this House should be standing up to defend democracy. That's what we do every day in answering their questions. But when it comes to national security, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to protecting democracy and protecting our institutions, partisan politics has no role to play. We should all defend Canadian democracy. That's what we're doing here every day, and we will keep doing that.
Port Moody Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is here. Extreme weather events are more often and more severe, affecting people's access to food, medicine, and putting their lives at risk. And this Liberal government is missing in action. Rural and urban communities are being left to fend for themselves. This needs to change now. Communities need long-term, stable funding for climate-resilient infrastructure that will withstand extreme weather events. Will the Liberals finally invest the needed funding municipalities have been asking for?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member from BC. And I definitely commiserate a $9 billion impact from the atmospheric rivers. 600 people died, Mr. Speaker, under the heat dome. And Mr. Speaker, we need to build community resiliency. We have invested $4 billion in climate change adaptation to date, and we will be tabling a climate adaptation plan in the coming months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know when this government will finally return our coastal waters back to wild salmon. Polluting open net fish farms destroy ecosystems and livelihoods, but Liberals and Conservatives keep putting profits before communities. This week, Washington State said no to fish farms. Now the BC Seychelles First Nations said no to fish farms. But Liberals keep saying yes to rich CEOs. Once again, when will the Liberals get fish farms out of the water with a transition for workers?
Hear, hear. Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Fisheries and Oceans.
And I want to assure the member that protecting wild salmon and their habitat is my top priority. And this transition, by the way, is already underway. We have already removed fish farms from the Discovery Islands. There are others that the Indigenous communities have asked to have moved and have been moved away. So this transition is underway, and we will have a plan by June 2023 as to how we will proceed further in protecting our very precious wild salmon. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue to recover from the pandemic, employers are actively looking to fill many thousands of vacant positions in sectors across the country. In my riding of Richmond Centre, hospitals like the Richmond Hospital are searching for more workers to meet the increasing demand for healthcare services. Could the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship give us an update on how our government could help Richmond Hospital and other hospitals across Canada to get the people they need to better serve Canadians?
Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by thanking the honourable member from Richmond Centre who put together a roundtable with employers in his community when I had the chance to visit him. And they told us very clearly that employers needed access to labour if they were going to meet the needs of their clients and customers. I'm pleased to share with this House, Mr. Speaker, that yesterday a new national occupation classification system is put in place that will allow 16 new occupations to take part in federal immigration streams. They include nurse aides and orderlies, truck drivers and others in the transportation sector, heavy equipment operators, chefs, and many more. We're going to continue to advance measures that bring workers into jobs so we can grow our economy and support communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Whether delivering gravel, groceries, or lumber, our Canadian truckers are an essential part of our supply chain and Canadian economy. But because of these Liberals' inflation crisis, the cost of operating those trucks has skyrocketed to the point where some companies are actually having to park their trucks. They're actually losing money by working. And what is the Liberal solution to this supply chain crisis? They're going to triple the carbon tax. How does that even make sense, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr.
Speaker, Canadians know that over the last couple of years, with economic disruptions around the world, our supply chain here at home and around the world have been impacted. Our government is taking action, Mr. Speaker. I've been meeting with truck companies, with truck drivers, helping them find new truck drivers, making sure that they have the support that they need. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, you know what they were telling me? That those occupiers here in Ottawa and at the borders did not represent the trucking industry, and they were disappointed that the Conservatives were supporting them in their illegal actions.
The honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
Mr. Speaker, there's something seriously wrong in this country when working more actually makes you lose money. Now, to fight inflation, we need to reduce the cost of transporting goods. But when they triple the carbon tax, that will make everything more expensive to deliver, which will make the goods more expensive. So I'm going to ask again, when will they stop their tax hikes and stop beating up on our truckers?
The honourable minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are out of touch. They're out of touch with what's happening in the global economy. They're out of touch with what is happening here at home. They're out of touch with what's happening with climate change. Our government, however, is focused on helping Canadians, on helping Canadian businesses, on helping truck drivers. We remain focused on doing the right thing to support our economy, to support Canadians during this difficult and challenging time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Time and again, Liberals stand in this place and point to other countries as an excuse for the cost of living crisis here in Canada. Future leader of the Liberal Party, Mark Carney, disagrees with them. This is now a made-in-Canada problem. Contrary to what the Prime Minister and his deputy believe, they cannot get out of the mess they've made by borrowing more money. With $170,000 added to the debt every minute counts. When will the Liberals cancel their out-of-control inflationary spending?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will never apologize for the compassionate support that we are providing to the most vulnerable Canadians. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have found a balance between that targeted, compassionate support and fiscal responsibility. And I'm going to give you some data points, Mr. Speaker. Moody's has reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating with a stable outlook. That means that Canada is the third largest AAA-rated economy in the world. Let me also remind this House, Mr. Speaker, we have the lowest deficit in the G7 and the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio.
The honourable member for Carlton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, here's what that government should be apologizing for, and it's their wasteful spending record. $54 million on the Arrive scam app, $400,000 for the Prime Minister's delegation to London, including a $6,000 a night suite, CERB checks to prisoners in organized crime, a $237 million contract for ventilators to a Liberal insider. And we now know they've paid more than $500 million in damages for their mismanagement of the Phoenix pay system. When will this Liberal government stop their wasteful inflationary spending?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, if you actually tune into this place over a couple of months, you're going to realize the economic argument the Conservatives have been making is self-defeating. On the one hand, they say people are in need of more help, and at every opportunity, they oppose measures that are going to give more help to people. From the very beginning of my time in office in 2015, they opposed measures that actually deliver cash supports to households. They opposed a tax cut for the middle class. They opposed investments in the Canada Child Benefit. They're now arguing against protecting the Canada Pension Plan and strengthening EI. During the pandemic, they didn't just oppose some of our measures. Their new leader held a press conference to say he would not support big fat government programs that kept my neighbors fed and a roof over their heads.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The economic statement confirms that the federal government is threatening to rob the Quebec municipalities of $2.7 billion in infrastructure funding if they don't submit their projects by 2023 instead of 2025 as was agreed. Today, the Union of Quebec Municipalities is asking the federal government to put the deadline back where it was. Will the federal government listen to Quebec municipalities and reinstate the deadline of 2025 as in the signed agreement?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government takes wrong one.
Consensus from the opposition. They want to hear it from the top.
Mr. Speaker, several provinces and territories have successfully allocated the vast majority of their available funding, but some provinces have yet to allocate over 50% of the federal funding earmarked for their jurisdiction. Canadians from coast to coast to coast have benefited from the significant infrastructure investments that our government continues to make. Since 2016, we've invested over 81,000 infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to say that just most recently, we did an investment at the Burnside Transit Centre Eco Rebuild Centre of $20.8 million in Nova Scotia.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I think the member across the way got the wrong talking lines because there was a signed agreement in Quebec with the federal government, and that agreement stated that Quebec had until 2025 to submit projects. So we're talking about $2.7 billion that are at stake.
Au député de recommencer sa question. J'ai de la difficulté à l'entendre moi-même, alors j'imagine que la personne qui va la répondre a des problèmes aussi. Alors, s'il vous plaît. Ah, OK, on a des problèmes de traduction. OK, est-ce que vous m'entendez en anglais?
Can you hear me in English on the English channel?
OK, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was saying that I would hope that the next time the member across the way will use the proper talking lines. What I was saying is that the Quebec government is shocked. The government across the way decided to breach a signed agreement that said that municipalities had until 2025 to submit their projects. We're talking about $2.7 billion that are at stake. Mr. Speaker, this is quite odd. So now Quebec is going to be severely penalized. Will the government reconsider its position, keep its word, stop its bullying, and finally reinstate the deadline of 2025?
L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Heritage. My colleague knows very well that he should be careful when he uses certain terms. We collaborate very well with Quebec on infrastructure. We've delivered the goods for Quebec many times with regard to daycare, with regard to housing, with regard to the high-speed trains. So, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to work with Quebec and we're going to continue to deliver the goods despite what the Bloc thinks. Even if they won't cooperate, we will.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, under these Liberals, violent crime is up 32%, and the devastating opioid crisis is claiming 21 lives per day. Despite these facts, the out-of-touch Liberals are pushing their soft on crime Bill C-5 through the Senate today. This bill puts drug traffickers and serious firearms offenders back on the street to continue to harm Canadians. Will the minister take this opportunity to withdraw his soft on crime Bill C-5?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, I think today will be a historic day in which we turn the page on failed conservative so-called tough-on-crime policies that have only served to over-incarcerate Indigenous and Black peoples in our criminal justice system and have clogged up the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, we are making changes in order to focus on more serious crime, in order to make sure that serious crimes get serious punishments. Bill C-5 is a first and historic step.
Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr.
Speaker, the minister acts like these are victimless crimes. The fact of the matter is that these communities that are being victimized by violent criminals and drug traffickers, they deserve justice. They deserve to feel safe. And the minister ignores the fact that just 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court of Canada upheld the constitutionality and the appropriateness of these very penalties. So in light of this fact, in light of the constitutionality of making sure that violent offenders and drug traffickers serve time in jail and not from the comfort of their own homes, will he withdraw this soft on crime bill?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is indeed correct to point out that the return of conditional sentence orders is a critically important part of this bill. It will allow us, Mr. Speaker, not only to focus on serious sentences for people who deserve serious sentences, but allow the flexibility for those people, Mr. Speaker, who do not pose a threat to public security and public order. Those people, Mr. Speaker, can be better served, their victims can be better served, their communities can be better served through other forms of punishment, Mr. Speaker, and that's what C5 will allow us to do once again.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the rate of violent crime in Canada in 2015 was 1,070 per capita. And after 7 long years of this Liberal government, this number has risen by 24%. And things are going to get worse with Bill C5, which was supported by the Liberals, the NTB, and even the Bloc, because it means that illegal firearm imports and armed robbery won't be subject to mandatory minimums. So that means people in vulnerable communities are on their own. Will the minister do the right thing and cancel this bill? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, this is a historic day for Canada because we're going to finally turn the page on the failed policies of the former Conservative government. Policies that they called tough on crime, but that didn't work and only serve to over-incarcerate and penalize Indigenous peoples and Black people as well. What we're doing, Mr. Speaker, is to focus on serious crimes with serious sentences, and we're going to continue to do that with this historic bill.
For Halifax West.
Alors que le monde...
Delegates are gathering in Tunisia this weekend for the Francophonie Summit, and therefore it is important to reflect on how our government protects French culture and language here in Canada. Since 2015, this government has made historic investments to support official language minority communities, and we are the first government to recognize its obligation to protect and promote French throughout Canada. Can the Minister of Official Languages tell this House how this government continues to ensure the sustainability of French language across Canada? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my friend, the colleague from Halifax, for her work. We have understood that our obligation is to protect and promote French across Canada, including in Quebec, and that's why we've increased support for French language education across the country, and that is also why we tabled Bill C-13. We are ensuring that Francophones in Quebec and other regions with a high Francophone presence can live, work, and be served in French. As a proud Acadian, Mr. Speaker, I am very proud of what this government has done in this regard. Thank you.
Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada is facing a children's medication crisis. Health Canada admitted on Tuesday that they've known about this shortage since April, and yet the Liberals did nothing for months, leaving parents to struggle and kids to suffer. Our shelves are bare despite fully stocked shelves in the US, Australia, and others. Liberals now claim that we will see help within the coming weeks, but the answer is vague. On what date will Canadians feel relief and see these products on Canadian shelves?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we share the concerns of parents and caregivers across this country whose inability to find infant and children's acetaminophen and ibuprofen has been so difficult. And this has been a really tough cold and flu season for parents and for kids. So I want to acknowledge that first and foremost. Health Canada recently approved the exceptional importation of infant and children's ibuprofen and acetaminophen to supply hospitals, infant hospitals, and pediatric hospitals across Canada. And just recently, this week, we've secured an additional foreign supply of children's acetaminophen that will be for sale for consumers at retail and in community pharmacies in the coming weeks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good answer. Honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Speaker, Kay is 71 years old. She lives in a seniors lodge, and the lodge just raised their rent because of inflation. Her OAS and GIS are now $100 short of what her monthly rent is. She's moved up several flights of stairs just to save $300 a month, but that deal is going to end soon. She volunteers at the lodge because she gets, as a reward, a glass of cranberry juice, which she needs for nourishment. She orders Meals on Wheels every second day for $6 because that's all she can afford. So when will the Liberals end their inflationary spending and cancel their cruel tax increases so Kay can once again afford to live in the country she helped build?
The Honourable Minister for Seniors.
We recognize the challenges that seniors are facing, and our government has been there for them. Unlike the party opposite, Mr. Speaker, that have opposed every single measure that we have put forward to help seniors. Mr. Speaker, we're delivering for seniors by doubling the GST credit, which will help 11 million people. We're providing rental and dental support. Mr. Speaker, we permanently increase the OAS for seniors, $875. Mr. Speaker, that's $800 for a full pensioner. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue to deliver for seniors.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse-Lévis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Liberal inflation is hurting everyone. We learned this morning that the proportion of Quebecers suffering from food insecurity has doubled. It's gone to 15%. But these are people who have jobs, Mr. Speaker, but they can't buy groceries. They have to skip meals, and they must turn to food banks. And, Mr. Speaker, that's happening here in Canada, which is a G7 country. For my colleagues, Conservative colleagues, they've been asking this question for a long time. Will the Liberal government finally cancel its tax hikes? That's the question from the Conservatives. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, there are things that are natural, the things that go without saying. For example, Conservatives and cuts, Conservatives and austerity, Conservatives and lack of compassion. And Conservatives who want to fight poverty, that's a bit rich. It's trying to imagine a Bloc Québécois that, that would believe in non-sovereignty. So we don't believe them.
Over Sunshine Coast, the Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, the West Coast is home to the country's two largest ports in Vancouver and Prince Rupert that are crucial to keeping our economy strong. And reducing congestion at our ports is central to ensure our supply chains remain resilient. Could the Minister of Transport please inform the House what our government is doing to strengthen our supply chains?
Good question. The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his advocacy and his question. Ports are important to keeping our supply chain moving, and I'm happy to share with the House that yesterday I announced nearly $75 million investment to increase capacity and reduce congestion at the port of Prince Rupert. Wow. And this morning, we tabled a new bill titled Strengthening the Port System and Railway Safety in Canada Act. This bill will create a stronger, more competitive supply chain. Our government, Mr. Speaker, is taking action to ease pressure on our supply chain, which is great news for Canadians and Canadian businesses. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Mr. Speaker, several communities in Northwest BC are struggling with increased rates of crime, and sadly, a lot of folks aren't feeling safe in their own communities. Now, we need to see an increased investment in housing, in mental health supports, and in treatment services for those people who are struggling. But local leaders are also calling on this government to ensure that Canada's public safety approach is effective. Now, last month, BC's Attorney General met with this Justice Minister and pressed him for reforms to Canada's bail system. My question to him, will he be introducing those reforms in this place to ensure our communities are safe?
Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question. Indeed, as I previously reported in this House, we did discuss, my counterpart in British Columbia and myself did discuss this matter along with other premiers of the provinces and territories at an FPT about a month ago, Mr. Speaker. We have delegated the question, Mr. Speaker, to our deputy ministers and their subcommittee. They will report back to us. Mr. Speaker, we understand how important this issue is, not only in British Columbia, but across Canada. And as always, Mr. Speaker, we're open to good ideas.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, the Minister and all parliamentarians are working hard on the bill to modernize official languages. For years, all advocacy groups for francophones in the country have made two essential requests to the government. First, to centralize all application and execution of the law within the Treasury Board, and secondly, to reinforce the powers of the Official Languages Commissioner. So here's my question to the Minister. Will she implement these two essential conditions that are being called for by all partners? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. The protection and promotion of French is an absolute priority for this government, and that's why we are moving forward with Bill C-13. Mr. Speaker, what's disappointing, though, is that the Bloc Québécois and the Conservative Party are playing political games. At this point, we have this important bill that needs to move forward, and as my colleague has said, this will help everyone, and everyone wants to see this bill passed. But what are we seeing? Are political games that are being played on the other side of the House. That is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. That's all the time we have for question period.
Today, I believe the opposition House Leader is getting up on a point of order or as a question. I have a Thursday question. It just happens to be Thursday.
Not a point of order, Mr. Speaker. The Thursday question where I get to ask the government House Leader as to the business of the House. And I was wondering, given the news that Canada has come in 58th out of 63 countries, falling behind countries like China and Indonesia as it relates to action on reducing global emissions. Since it's clear now that the government's carbon tax is not lowering emissions, will he accept the science and introduce legislation to repeal the carbon tax, or at the very least to freeze the carbon tax and not triple it in the months ahead? And as inflation continues to hit almost 7%, will we see any legislation that will repeal some of the wasteful inflationary spending that is causing so much suffering for Canadians? Can we expect either of those two pieces of legislation in the days ahead?
That's more than a Thursday question, but I'll let the government House Leader answer that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's good to see a vigorous Thursday question, one with many different questions. I'll be happy to answer some that are outside the usual order for the Thursday question. But let me start with the good news, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite actually ran on a price on pollution. He ran on putting a price on pollution and believed and campaigned on what it was a good idea and that it could help reduce emissions and make our planet cleaner. And now I'm a little confused because he went and ran on that to his constituents, and now he's saying he doesn't like that idea. So that's something he may want to take up with his constituents. But I will say, of course, Mr. Speaker, that we will not cease in our action to reduce.
If I can just hold off for a second, I'll let the Honourable House Leader continue in a second. If I can ask everyone to listen to both sides. We had the question, and it just seems to be getting louder. Order! Okay, good. They heard me. The Honourable Government House Leader, you continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. What I can assure the member opposite is that we will absolutely not cease in taking action on climate change. It is an existential crisis, that the reality is that it will not be billions of dollars, but trillions of dollars. And I see a number 58 add about 7 zeros after that, and that's how much it's going to cost this planet. And the fact that Conservatives ran on a price on pollution and now want to make pollution free, as I say, something they have to explain to their constituents. With respect to the question on inflation, notwithstanding the fact that we have a lower inflation rate than the EU, than the combination of G7 countries, notwithstanding the fact that it's less than Germany, the US, the UK, that we have one of the lowest inflation rates in the world, that's cold comfort to Canadians who are trying to get through in globally difficult times.
Just interrupt again. I'm the honourable member for Kingston, the Islands. Thank you for putting that away. Please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, inflation, which is a challenge that is affecting the cost of living and people being able to afford basic necessities in every corner of the planet, is something that's essential. But there is something that my opposition House Leader can do, and it's good news. We have a series of measures that we've introduced to help Canadians with affordability. I'm confused why the Conservatives have voted against dental for families, voted against support for low-income housing, and voted against many other measures that we put forward to try to make life more affordable for Canadians. But if they are interested...
Un rappel au règlement. I just, l'honorable député de la Prairie.
I would say that normally this Thursday question and answer are about our upcoming agenda, but this is turning into a debate. It's going on and on. We are just trying to find out what's on the agenda. That's the whole point of this exchange between the opposition House Leader and the government House Leader. So can we get to the point, please?
L'honorable député a raison.
The honourable member is right. Normally, the question is very concise. It went overboard this time. I want to ensure that the honourable member for Regina Capel gets the answer to his question. We want to make sure it's working, but I don't want it to waste everyone's time. So I'm going to ask the government House Leader to perhaps answer his question later. Perhaps they can discuss it when they're not in the House. And now, can we hear what will be happening next week? I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois. He is very reasonable, and he is indeed right this time. But since someone asked a question, it's my responsibility to answer that question. Every Thursday, I will answer the question that is asked of me, and I will try to answer clearly and directly.
Moving back to the calendar, as I know that my honourable House Leader with the opposition is keenly awaiting this information. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon and tomorrow we will continue with the debate on C-32 concerning the fall economic statement. Of course, we look forward to that honourable colleague's support in that. Next week we'll be focusing on second reading debate of Bill C-20, the Public Complaints and Review Commission Act, S-4, COVID-19 measures, and Bill C-27, the Digital Charter Implementation Act, 2022. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Great answer.
Okay, so now we just resumed. Hey.
Government orders, government bills, commons.
Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2022, and on the amendment of Mr. Hallam.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You can't help when you take a walk through this country feeling like everything's broken. Inflation is at a 40-year high. 1.5 million Canadians visited a food bank in a single month. In the GTA, the Greater Toronto Area, that number was 180,000 in one general metropolitan area. 1 in 5 Canadians are skipping meals because they can't afford their groceries, and about half of Canadians are $200 or less away from insolvency. The number of insolvencies is up by a fifth compared to a year ago, the biggest increase in 13 years. 1 in 6 businesses are considering closing their doors. Households now face the prospect of 15% of their income going to debt servicing alone, a recent record. Mortgage interest costs for the average family are up 11% year over year, the biggest increase since 1991. And if you do renew your mortgage today, after having secured it 5 years ago, you're paying about $7,000 more per year for the very same house that you lived in last year. And if you think home ownership is expensive, well, be careful about renting. That now costs $2,000 a month in the average Canadian city. Vancouver is the world's third most inflated housing market, Toronto the 10th. In fact, Vancouver is more expensive than New York, Singapore, London, England, and countless other of the world's most famous cities where they have more people, more money, and less land. And if you took a walk out of your house onto the street, you would find yourself more in danger of being attacked. 32% more, in fact. That is the increase in the violent crime rate since this Prime Minister took office. In fact, there were 124,000 more crimes committed this year than in 2015 when the Prime Minister came to office. There were 788 homicides in Canada last year. That's up from 611 back in 2015, another 29% increase. 92% increase in gang-related homicides, 61% increases in the reports of sexual assaults since 2015. Police-reported hate crimes are up 72% over the last 2 years alone. This, after the government tells us it is investing so much of its rhetoric and its money in fighting racism. We see hatred and hate-based violence increase by 3/4. 31,000 Canadians lost their lives to overdoses. If you take a walk down streets like East Hastings in Vancouver, you will see tent cities where adults are laying face first on the pavement, having just completed their most recent dose, not sure whether they'll actually awaken, where police and social workers literally have to scour the streets 24/7 to check pulses of people lying on the pavement, not as extraordinary circumstances or one-time emergencies, but daily events. In fact, there were 71,069 Canadians who died of overdoses in 2021. 21 people are dying every single day of overdoses. That is up from 11 per day. More than 6 million Canadians do not have access to a family doctor. And now, the most simple expectations that we have for our health, like going into a pharmacy and getting painkillers for our children, has now become out of reach. Canadians are now forced to drive south of the border to get the same medications that are not available on this side of the border. In fact, according to an association of pharmaceutical wholesalers that represents businesses in 19 countries, only Canada is suffering from these shortages. You know, meanwhile, speaking of the rest of the world, there are still people who want to come here, and we hope they do. But 2.6 million of them are waiting in immigration queues. Over 1 million have been waiting longer than the acceptable wait time. And when they arrive, they would arrive in one of the worst ranked airports on planet Earth at Pearson. Montreal is not far behind when it comes to records for delays. The Port of Vancouver is now ranked 376th out of 380 ports around the world. And speaking of getting people into the country, 10,000 Canadians were sent wrongly into quarantine by a $54 million app that we didn't need, that didn't work, and it could have been procured for $250,000. And speaking of building stuff, whether it's apps or anything else, Our country is now ranked the second slowest for the time it takes to get a building permit. The average building permit takes over 250 days in Canada, but only 28 days in South Korea. No wonder we can't build the factories, the pipelines, and most important of all, the houses that give people homes. We import 130,000 barrels of overseas oil every day, even though we have the third biggest supply on planet Earth. All of these things are broken. And what's most interesting about them is that they all happened under the Prime Minister's watch while he refuses to take responsibility for any of them. I mean, any one of these things in isolation would be considered a catastrophic embarrassment. But together, they show the story of a country that can't get anything done, that has accepted dramatic reductions in its quality of life and its expectation for what a person can receive living in this country of ours. The Prime Minister, who is in charge of the central government, ought to take some responsibility, but he takes none. 40-year highs in inflation. Oh, he says it has something to do with the war between Russia and Ukraine, even though inflation was already 2.5 times the target before the war even began, and less than 0.3% of our trade is with Russia and Ukraine combined, and the stuff that they produce is stuff we already have here. He's not responsible for the massive increases in costs. He's not responsible, he says, for the doubling of house prices or the fact that rental costs are out of reach. He's not responsible for the skyrocketing crime rates in our streets, even though his government oversees the criminal code and the national police force and the border security. He's not responsible for the overdose deaths of so many Canadians. He's not responsible for the fact that so many are going to food banks. He's not responsible for the fact that our children can't get medication. He says he's not responsible, Madam Speaker, and he's right. He is not responsible. He is not responsible, even though he has the power to affect all of these things, and in many cases, he is the one who caused them in the first place. I've never seen a Prime Minister who is so desperate to have more power with less responsibility. He wants to take over what we see and say on the internet. He wants to control a greater share of the money that Canadians earn by constantly increasing spending faster than the economy grows. He wants to have more power over dental and pharmaceutical and childcare rather than allowing Canadians to control those things for themselves. He wants to have more control over health care, dictating terms to our provinces on how they should run their hospitals, even while he doesn't want to be responsible for any of the health outcomes that we see in our emergency rooms across the country. He wants more power, but he does not want more responsibility. And when we ask him about these failures, his constant refrain is that he's spending more money. And on that count, he's right. There is no question that this government is the all-time heavyweight champion of spending. Right? They have increased spending by 30% over pre-COVID levels, even though COVID programs have now ended. But the results, as I've just listed, speak for themselves. Madam Speaker, it is not a consolation prize that we are spending more to achieve these failures. The only thing worse than failing is failing expensively, and that's what this Prime Minister is doing. Only in government, by the way, would politicians think it is acceptable to measure their success by how expensive they could be, right? Like, for example, this week, the Auditor General came out and said they've spent an extra $1 billion plus specifically on homelessness. Well, that sounds good, but they can't keep track of how many homeless people there are in Canada. They have no idea what the results are. They have a overall housing program of $40 billion, which is supposed to make housing more affordable, all the while house prices have doubled. The more they spend, the more things cost, and the worse the results. In real world, people judge by the outcome. You know, for example, if I go to the grocery store and I come back home and I pull out a receipt and I say, to my wife, I spent $700 on groceries. And I'm holding 2 bags of groceries. She's going to say, well, where did all the money go? I say, well, you have to give me a high five because they were really expensive. Whatever it is I have in these bags must be terrific because it costs more than when you go grocery shopping. Well, the reality is that nobody in the real world judges their success that way. You don't have restaurants that say, come dine with us, it's $500 a night to be in our dining room. We won't tell you anything about the service, the ambiance, or what ends up on your plate. What's most important is that our meals are the most expensive, therefore they must be the best. Only in politics do politicians think do people think it is appropriate to judge success by how expensive government can be? What if instead of judging our success by how much we spend, we judged it by how much we delivered, the results that we actually achieved? Everything feels broken in the lives of everyday Canadians, but the good news is that we can fix it. We live in the greatest country in the world. Our country has overcome these difficulties before and has rebuilt and given new hope where before there was hurt. And there is a very clear path to achieving that result. And that is, let's start with the issue of money. Instead of spending more, let's achieve more. How do you do that? Why don't we cap government spending and cut waste? Bring in a dollar-for-dollar law that requires the government find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending measures. That would force politicians to make the same either-or trade-offs when they spend our money as everyday Canadians make in their lives. When a local mechanic decides he's going to spend a little more on advertising, well, he has to spend a little bit more somewhere else in order to free up that money. When a family decides they're going to build a new porch, they might decide not to go on that vacation, or they might try to find a bargain on both. They might get a deal on a vacation and go to the local construction yard and get some discarded lumber in order to build that porch more affordably. Politicians and bureaucrats don't make those kinds of calculations because they don't have to. There is always more in the pot. They can tax more, borrow more, or print more. Now, that scarcity gets passed on to the taxpayer. Every creature in the universe has to live with scarcity. The great economist Thomas Sowell once said, the first law of economics is scarcity. There's always more demand than there is supply. The first law of politics, however, is to ignore the first law of economics, right? And that is what politicians do by simply putting that scarcity onto other people by driving up their costs and externalizing the consequences of spending decisions. If instead we force by law politicians to live with the same laws of scarcity as every other business, consumer, or taxpayer, then we would force better results. Politicians would need to go into their departments and ask themselves, if I want to increase spending on this initiative, where can I find the savings somewhere else? They would be incentivized to go line by line, year after year, to find low priority items in order to redirect the money to high priority results for Canadians. Let us get our Bank of Canada back to its core mandate of 2% inflation, rather than printing money to pay for political spending. Let us also get rid of the obvious examples of wasteful spending. We could cancel the ArriveCan app, get rid of the multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bank that has achieved no projects but has guaranteed the profits of large multinationals and the bonuses of executives. Getting rid of this waste would allow us to save the money and free up more resources for things that achieve results for our people. And instead of creating more cash, why don't we create more of what cash buys in this country? Why don't we grow more food, build more houses, and generate more Canadian energy? Speaking of energy, I had the privilege of visiting the single largest infrastructure project in Canadian history, LNG Canada, a $40 billion private sector investment approved by the previous Conservative government, and that could only come to pass because the government of British Columbia agreed to exempt the project from the carbon tax. Otherwise, it would not have been economical. What result was actually achieved by this project, or will be achieved? The answer is that it will cut 60 million tons of carbon out of the atmosphere by replacing overseas coal-fired plants with clean Canadian natural gas. Now, isn't it interesting that this project had to be exempt from both C-69, the government's environmental law, and the carbon tax in order to go ahead and reduce emissions? In other words, in order for this environmentally friendly project to occur, this government's environmental policies had to be ignored. That proves how backwards they are. If the carbon tax, if the carbon tax had been in place, then the project would not have been economical. If Bill C-69, the anti-energy law, had been in place, there's no way it would have been approved. And what would have happened? 60 million more tons of greenhouse gases would have gone into the global atmosphere because there would have not been the availability of clean Canadian natural gas to replace that dirty coal in Asia. We have an enormous advantage reaching Asia. BC is the shortest North American shipping distance to Asia. We also have the shortest North American shipping distance to Europe from the east coast of Canada. And you know, speaking of the east coast, the Prime Minister visited there, and he was asked about approving natural gas projects in Canada's east coast and said, well, there might not be a business case. He was standing next to the German Chancellor when he said that. Ironically, the Germans just announced that they completed a new natural gas import terminal in 194 days. You know what they will not be importing there? Canadian natural gas. Why? Because we don't export any natural gas overseas. We don't have any terminals completed, despite 15 of them having been proposed when this Prime Minister took office. Not one of them has been completed. Only one is under construction, the aforementioned LNG Canada. The rest are in limbo. We could be sending the Germans our natural gas to break European dependence on Putin and to transform dollars for dictators into paychecks for our people in this country. Why don't we do that? And think of the human benefit that that would bring. When I was in northern British Columbia, I spoke to a Haisla First Nations grandmother who broke down into tears when she said that her daughter had been diagnosed, her granddaughter had been diagnosed with autism, but that after decades of federal promises that these kinds of conditions would be met with services and treatment, there is no treatment in her region, a rural, remote, northern British Columbia community. She said that if natural gas projects like LNG Canada were allowed to go ahead, and if her nation could sign agreements to share in the benefits of those programs, then there would be local resources under the control of First Nations communities to provide children like her granddaughter with autism treatment and countless other things. Why don't we empower First Nations to do more things like that by allowing these projects to go ahead? We need to get the government out of the way so these opportunities can occur. We need, for example, to incentivize more home building by requiring our large municipalities with overpriced markets to approve fast and affordable building permits so that we can build the millions of new homes that will be required for our existing population and for those who are yet to come to our country. We need to require that every federally funded transit station be pre-approved for high-density housing around it so that our young people don't even need to own a car to live in an affordable house. We need to sell off 15% of the 37,000 underutilized federal buildings so that that can be made into affordable housing for our young people. We need to get government out of the way so that our projects can get completed and our people can have homes and they can have energy. And finally, we need to get government out of the way and off the backs of our farmers so that they can produce more nutritious food in this country. Isn't it an outrage that with the 6th biggest supply of farmland per capita on Earth, Canada has 1 in 5 households where people are actually skipping meals because of the excessive cost of food. We should not only be able to feed our own families, but be the breadbasket of the world by canceling the carbon tax, not just on primary farming, but also on drying food and transporting it. We need to cancel the carbon tax on our truckers so that they can bring that food affordably to our supermarkets, and we need to remove the ridiculous fertilizer tariffs and taxes that the government is bringing in so that we can produce more food on every acre of land in order to have greater output and to reduce the amount of fuel that has to be burned in order to produce that prodigious output. Let's unleash the fierce power of our farmers to feed us again, and let's make it possible for our people to walk safely in the streets once again, something we used to take for granted. The answer is clear. The vast majority of crime is committed by a tiny minority of criminals. A recent letter from the BC Union of Mayors demonstrated the number of instances of crime and criminality that are generated by a tiny minority. For example, in Vancouver, 40 individuals were responsible for 6,000 negative interactions with the police, most of them arrests. You think about that. The same 40 people arrested 6,000 times in a year. That's like 150 arrests per person per year. We all agree that if a young person makes a mistake, that we should invest in rehabilitating them, get them back on the street once they're ready into a job as productive members of society. But when someone commits 60, 70, 80, 100 violent offenses, and we consistently and automatically release them early on bail and even after they are convicted, that is contributing to the criminality that has grown by 1/3 since this Prime Minister took office. So let us target that small minority of criminals with serious consequences to get them off the streets and keep the streets safe. You know, it is not out of hatred for the criminal that we take these actions. It is out of love for the victims, the people who desperately want to live safely in our neighborhoods. We need to instead of investing money in going after the lawful, licensed, trained, and tested hunters and sport shooters, we should put that money into bolstering our borders to keep the smuggled drugs and guns that are terrorizing our communities out of our country altogether. And finally, we need to come to the rescue of those people living in these all too common tent cities. Whether it's Vancouver, Toronto, or Montreal, or whether it's smaller centers like Peterborough, where this phenomenon is growing out of control. We see people that could be your brother, your sister, God forbid, your son or your daughter, who've lost their homes, are living on the streets, and are playing Russian roulette with their life. Every single time they ingest these poisons, they risk stopping their hearts. And we can change it. We know that the government's current approach, which is to liberalize access to the most dangerous opioids, and in fact, taxpayer funding for so-called safe supply to make them even more abundant using the public resources. Madam Speaker, there is no such thing as safe poison. It is all deadly. But we know what we can do to save these people's lives, because they're doing it in Alberta today. They have redirected the resources away from so-called safe taxpayer-funded supply of drugs over to recovery and treatment, getting the addict off the street into a recovery center where they're first given detox that cleans the poison out of their system. Then they are given 60 to 90 days of treatment, inpatient care, building up the habits of a clean, drug-free life, and then gently reintroduced to society in jobs and opportunities during which time they have counseling that keeps them on the right track. And you know the result of that approach? They have cut overdoses in half. They are saving lives, proving there is always hope. It is possible to save these people. Everything does feel broken in this country, but it is our role in this House to turn all of that hurt into hope. It is our job to come forward with the practical common sense solutions that have made this the best country on earth. It is our job to take responsibility for the suffering that exists in this country today and to replace it with opportunity, to give people back control of their lives here in Canada, in the freest country on earth, where people can chart their own destinies and be masters of their own fate. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by reading a quote, Madam Speaker. Quote, "Government is ruining the Canadian dollar, so Canadians should have the freedom to use other money, such as Bitcoin." This was the Leader of the Opposition about 6 or 7 months ago. What we know, Madam Speaker, is that since he made those comments, Bitcoin is now down by 65%. And the reality is that when you look at scandals like the FTX scandal, it is very obvious that the decentralization of currency is not a stable form and will never compare to something like the Canadian dollar. I'm wondering, since he's made that comment, if the Leader of the Opposition has had the opportunity to reflect on his position, and has he since then adjusted his position on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, people should have the freedom to invest in whatever they want. Exactly. That was the quote that he, as long as they follow the law and they pay their taxes just like everyone else. And what is illegal in fiat currency should be illegal using digital or cryptographic or blockchain assets as well. It's illegal to evade taxes using fiat currency. It should be illegal to evade taxes using any other type of asset. The rules should be simple, consistent, and clear. But one thing is also clear. Only the Canadian dollar will be legal tender in this country, regardless. I believe there's only one legal tender, and it is the Canadian dollar. And this government has been ruining the purchasing power of that dollar by printing $500 billion of it. They went from 1.8 trillion to 2.3 trillion in M2 money supply. That gave us the worst inflation in 40 years. It was entirely predictable. I predicted it. I warned them. I wish they had listened.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I can't really follow the speech of the Leader of the Official Opposition. He's talking about cutting spending. He's talking about getting family doctors for all Canadians who don't have one. Yesterday on Radio-Canada, they were talking about a Montreal hospital. There are children who are sick. They don't know if they could save these children. And there were people in the ER, and so people are tired, and we need investments in the healthcare system. Clearly, the healthcare system is about to break. And on the side of on the government side, they have said once again during the question period that they're not going to provide us with the appropriate health transfers. So if ever this happened, if ever the Conservatives got into power, we hope they won't, but if they do, will they increase the healthcare transfers from 22% to 35% with no strings attached for all provinces? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Well, as Conservatives, we increased the health transfers by 6% when we were in government, and this government reduced the increase. Our party's policy is to continue to provides stable transfers that increase year over year. But he criticized me for saying that the government spends too much. He has just mentioned the failures in the healthcare system. The $500 billion of additional spending that the government has done over the past years, has it solved this problem? No, clearly. So it's not because we have a costly government in Ottawa that we get better healthcare in the provinces.
Madam Speaker, week after week, we hear the Leader of the Official Opposition stand in this House and outline point by point the economic violence of capitalist corporate greed, and yet never has the courage to name the real cause of high inflation, which is their endless appetite for obscene corporate profits, while everyday Canadians struggle to put food on their table. Does the Leader of the Official Opposition not have the guts to take on corporate greed of Bay Street, or is he simply happy to continue to serve them?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, I suspect that corporations were just as greedy 7 years ago as they are today. So why is it that inflation is 3 times as high? The reality is that we have a government that has facilitated the so-called greedflation that we have. When governments print money and pump it into the financial system, those who first touch that money are the ones that profit from it. And that's why when you see these massive money printing deficits, anywhere in the world it has been tried, it's not only caused inflation, but it's caused a massive increase in the wealth gap. The richest people who have stuff benefit when that stuff goes up in price. The poorest people who need stuff suffer because they have less purchasing power with which to buy it.
That's right.
So it is the money printers and the big government, state capitalism of this government that is allowing this outrage and injustice to occur. And it is him, by being part of this costly coalition, that is serving that government greed and corporate greed.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. For a few weeks now, day after day, we're seeing how costly this Liberal government is for Canadians with inflation, Madam Speaker, and every single time all the ministers in this government are shirking their responsibilities by blaming everyone else on the planet except themselves. Madam Speaker, in his speech, the Leader of the Opposition talked about the Prime Minister who is responsible. Can he confirm that the Prime Minister is the one to blame, the one who's responsible for the current inflation in Canada, the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition? My colleague is absolutely right. The Prime Minister is responsible, and all the excuses that he has tried to invent don't work. For example, they told us it was because of COVID that caused inflation, but the shutdowns that have riddled the economy linked to COVID don't exist anymore, and that's been for over a year now. And yet, inflation keeps going up. The Prime Minister says that it's because of the war in Ukraine, but we already had an inflation rate that was twice as high even before the war started. And then he says it's oil, but we had the same oil prices as when the Harper government was here. And still, we had wars in Syria and Afghanistan. And there was no inflation then, as we are seeing now. What we're seeing now is the $500 billion that this inflationary government has spent, and that is increasing the prices of everything we buy, and that is just inflation. And yes, the Prime Minister is fully responsible.
Questions and comments? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, let's go to some very basic economic theory. The Leader talks about the issue of economics and productivity. One of the ways in which you can increase productivity for a nation is by increasing the size of the workforce. The National Child Care Program is going to increase the size of Canada's workforce. Why would the Conservative Party of Canada oppose a national child care program when we know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that will actually contribute to the productivity, increasing the productivity of our nation? Why would you want to get rid of it if you become a government?
I want to remind the member he's to talk directly to the chair, and I do want to remind the Leader of the Official Opposition to be careful on when he's talking about the inflation and putting the Prime Minister's name in the front of that. So the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that reminder, Madam Speaker. With regards to the member's question, they've been making these promises now since 1993. That was the first Liberal Red Book. They promised there would be a national daycare program. Every single child would have access to an affordable daycare space, they said way back then. And still, they haven't kept the promise. To this day, there are wait lists right across the country for affordable daycare. We believe that if government's going to promise these sorts of things, it should actually deliver. We also believe that the money should go directly into the pockets of parents, and that's why we originally created the child care benefit that exists today, to put the dollars right in the hands of parents so that they could make their own child care decisions. But trickle-down government, where Liberals make promise after promise, but then fail to deliver results, is exactly the problem to which I was pointing in my original speech. That yes, it's easy for them to make big promises. Yes, it's easy for them to spend big dollars, but it's much harder to achieve results. When we're in government, we will achieve those results.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Langley-Aldergrove.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are here talking about the Minister of Finance's fall economic update, which is really just an update on how government spending is going in relation to the budget from some months earlier this spring. Well, the bottom line, Madam Speaker, is that we are going further and further into debt. Inflation is at a 40-year high, and interest rates inevitably are going up to combat out-of-control inflation and spending. Now, the Liberals say, well, we had no choice. We are in a crisis. We had to avoid a financial crisis around the COVID-19 pandemic. But we have learned now from the Independent Parliamentary Budget Office that a large amount of that spending wasn't even COVID-related. This is the Liberal government, with the support of their NDP cousins, saying that we just want more government spending. We think that the government should be involved in a bigger piece of the economic pie. Down with free enterprise, up with big government. Well, our leader, member of Carleton who just spoke, has been warning for a long time that this type of reckless fiscal policy is going to lead us into trouble. And we're seeing that now, that there are real-world consequences. We're seeing signs that these pressures are on everyday Canadians. Almost half of Canadians are less than $200 away from not being able to pay their bills. 20%, 1 out of 5, are skipping meals. 1.5 million Canadians have used food banks within the last month. I received an email from a constituent, and I'm sure every member in this House receives these types of emails. But Corey wrote to me just recently, and he said, my wife and I have a high cost of living like everyone else. Without the cost of living increase, with the cost of living increase at an insane rate, we're not sure what to do. Here's what we have done. First, we've driven to the United States to get our child medication. Secondly, we've cut down on our spending, including buying less meat. We don't want to go to a food bank, as so we are eating cheaper food on a regular basis. And then he goes on to say, we have both, my wife and I have both started driving on our extra time with Uber Eats, but we find we are making less than minimum wage. So Corey sums up with this. I couldn't have said it better myself. Honestly, I don't know what to do from here. This is ridiculous, and the government has messed up our lives. And there are many, many Canadians that feel that way, Madam Speaker. When we're talking about the economic statement, we need to talk about the flip side of this government's happy-go-lucky spend, spend, spend attitude. The Bank of Canada driving up interest rates. That is the response. That is the consequence. That's the only tool they have available to react to this government's reckless fiscal policy. On the other hand, other than bondholders, no one is happy with high inflation. Let me tell you about a young family that reached out to my office just recently. They bought their dream house 2 years ago. They tied down their mortgage rate for 2 years. They've just recently received a letter from their bank saying that, unfortunately, interest rates are up. Their mortgage payments are going up $700 a month. That's $8,400 a year. They get nothing extra for that. They don't get a new car. They don't get a trip to Disneyland with their kids. All they get is more money going out of their hard-earned paychecks, going to people who are already wealthy, people, investors, people who can afford to lend out mortgage money. As a member of Parliament for Langley Aldergrove, I speak to many small and medium-sized businesses in my communities, including a woman who runs a small retail business in the business district of Langley. She told me about what inflation is doing to make her running her business much more difficult. She's talking about what interest rates are doing. She's paying more money on her operating line of credit with the bank right now. Profit margins are already very tight, and they're just becoming tighter. She thinks that maybe she's going to have to cut costs by laying off workers. Now, nobody's happy with that, except, of course, maybe the Bank of Canada Governor, Tiff Macklem, who is signaling that, might have been a Freudian slip there, that in order to tackle inflation, we have to kill jobs. Now, I heard our leader, member of Carleton, ask earlier this week, is this the government's position that we want, do they agree with the Bank of Canada Governor that we need to kill jobs in order to tackle inflation? Is that the government's position? I don't think we've heard an answer to that yet. Maybe we will get some comments on that. I want to mention a meeting that took place in Vancouver just recently with the ministers of health of the provinces and of the territories, where they met with our federal minister of health. Well, the meeting ended, it was a disaster, quite frankly. Everybody is pointing fingers at everybody else. It's everybody else's fault why this meeting fell apart. The provinces want more money for health care, no strings attached. And they say the federal minister of health just isn't listening. On the other hand, the Minister of Health is finally feeling the reality of scarce resources. And he says the provinces just don't understand his dilemma. On the one hand, he's having to work with his government's inflationary spending, and that is never enough for the provinces. And on the other hand, he knows that inflationary spending is driving up inflation and driving up interest rates. We are now at a position where the interest, just the interest cost to service the national debt, is going to be roughly equivalent to the amount of money that the federal government pays to provinces in health transfers. $1.3 trillion times the Bank of Canada's posted interest rate of 3.75%. If my math is correct, works out to roughly $40 billion. And the federal government pays $45 billion in health transfers. These are the pressures that we are facing. This is the result of this government's reckless inflationary spending. This is the legacy that this government is going to have to carry with them. So what will the Conservative Party do when we form government? And when I listen to my constituents, that day can't come early enough. We are going to, instead of, as our leader has said on many occasions, instead of creating more cash, we will create more of what cash buys. More homes, more food, more resources here at home. We will remove government gatekeepers and get more homes built and make Canada the quickest place in the world to get building permits. I was talking to marine operators in the Port of Vancouver, and they were telling me how long it takes to get an approval for any kind of a project. And one who also operates in the United States told us that within 18 months, of applying for the approval, they actually had shovels in the ground. Compare that to what happens in Vancouver and in Canada. No wonder our productivity is so low. Everything gets bogged down with government gatekeepers. We will make energy more affordable by approving projects more quickly. We will tackle climate change by making alternative energy cheaper, not by making Canadian energy more expensive. And we will reform tax and benefit systems to ensure that whenever anybody works, puts in some extra hours, it will pay for them. And this is the message that I want to give to Corey in my riding, that a Conservative government will ensure that hardworking Canadians will be able to keep more of their paycheck to feed their families. So, Madam Speaker, we will be voting against this fall economic statement because it did not respond to the demands that we put forward, which I believe that Canadians think are very reasonable. First of all, we had asked that there be no new taxes. This includes canceling all planned tax hikes, including the payroll tax increase that businesses in my community are fearing are going to make business even more difficult. And we are asking for no new spending, a dollar for dollar. If the government wants to spend an extra dollar, they need to find a dollar somewhere else. Pay as you go. This, I think, is completely reasonable. This is what Canadians are expecting the government to do, to manage their finances properly. Under this government, our economy is not being managed well. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for getting Rossi right. And I thank the member opposite for his speech. One thing our government did, Madam Speaker, was we believe in students. We believe in particular university post-secondary students. We've done many things to help those students. We've doubled Canada Summer Jobs. We've doubled the Canada Student Grant. And in this last fall economic statement, we have raised the threshold of repayment from $25,000 to $40,000. We've also, which is key, eliminated interest on the Canada student loans, which the party opposite has said was a bad decision and wasteful. So I'm wondering if the member agrees with his party's position on our elimination of interest for the Canada student loans. Thank you.
The Aldergrove.
What would be a good idea, and that is to have a government that manages their fiscal responsibilities, and that will keep taxes lower, and that will bring inflation down so that house prices and other assets don't go through the roof. What would be really helpful to university students that I speak to is that they have a hope that they might actually be able to buy a home one day. Under this government, house prices have more than doubled. Many, many young people are feeling that they are never going to be able to get into a home, the dream that all Canadians have had until now. That would be a good solution.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much enjoyed my colleague's speech. He seems to be very concerned about his constituents' well-being, and that's a very good thing. He spoke about the cost of living and the cost of housing. As we all know, it's hard right now. Earlier, I spoke about it in my statement. Just in Quebec, there are 600,000 people who will experience hidden homelessness in their life. That's 7% of the population. And there are also 6,000 people who are in visible homelessness situations, and that went up during the pandemic. What we need is to build housing at some point. I was recently speaking with an economist from the CMHC recently, and they were saying that we need 1.1 million units of housing, but much less than that is planned. Now, our Conservative colleagues are always saying that we need to cut, but at some point, we're going to have to ensure that the government takes action to build this housing. How do we do that to address the housing affordability crisis?
Langley Aldergrove.
Good. Well, the way to get more houses built is to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit of Canadian business people, to bring interest rates down so that housing is more affordable. I was talking to a builder of homes in my riding, who wanted to put up a large project of 400 units or so of affordable housing within the definition of CMHC's rules about affordable housing. He cannot afford to do it. It just doesn't work out with high interest rates. We're not looking for the government to spend more money. We're looking for the government to get out of the way of gatekeepers so that private enterprise can build the more houses, 1.5 million across Canada, including Quebec as well, also in my province. That's what's required. Thank you.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was some interesting news out of the United Kingdom today. Of course, they do have a Conservative government in power, and it's a Labour opposition that are tackling them for the exact same issues, complaining about the high cost of living, the fact that the Conservative government isn't doing enough. But, Madam Speaker, to the UK Conservative Party's credit, they announced today that they were going to increase the windfall tax on oil and gas companies up to 35%, because the people of Britain are tired with the way those oil and gas companies are making out like bandits. So my question, Madam Speaker, through you, is why do UK Conservatives have the courage to do the right thing, but why is it so lacking in Canada's Conservatives?
The honour member for Langley-Aldergrove, a brief answer, please.
Good. Well, of course, Conservatives are always very concerned about fair taxation. And natural resources of our nation should be for the benefit of the nation. But that doesn't mean that we get in the way of what private enterprise wants to do. We also want to attract investors to invest in our natural resources and to build our big projects. That's what's going to make Canada strong.
Resuming debate, the honour member Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate this opportunity to address the fall economic statement. Recently, I had the honor and privilege to go to Washington with the Defense Committee. I see my friend from Calgary, Rocky Ridge here. He too was on the trip, and I want to just say I want to thank the ambassador publicly for her contributions to the utility of our trip. They couldn't have treated us better. We went to the Wilson Center, we went to the Pentagon, we went to the Atlantic Center, among other meetings. And in terms of defense context, Washington is, frankly, the center of the geopolitical universe. In addition to chairing the Defense Committee, I also chair the Permanent Joint Board of Defense, co-chair it really, which harkens back to the times actually of Roosevelt and Mackenzie King. I want to assure honourable members that I was not chairing that board at that time. But I'm having some pushback from the member from Kingston and Islands on that. It's an opportunity on an annual basis for our respective militaries to exchange public policy issues, particularly update their own military policies. The American government has just updated its military policy, and Canadian government is about to update its strong, secure, and engaged policy because, frankly, Madam Speaker, the threat environment has changed dramatically in the last 24 months. So you may, or the last 12 months really. So you may wonder why I want to talk about or I start a speech about the fall economic statement by reference to defense. The reason is that over the course of these many meetings, Madam Speaker, I started to joke that we really should rename the Defense Committee to be the Defense, Trade and Commerce Committee, because it is not merely the threats that Canada and other Western nations are facing are not merely threats that relate to what you would describe as security and military threats. Rather, they are societal, economic, and business threats, which are in fact far more insidious and multifaceted than merely standalone military and security threats. It was pretty clear that when we arrived in Washington, the Americans regard China as what's called the pacing threat. And the pacing threat is the threat to which you have to maintain your technological, military, etc. superiority. They clearly regard Russia as an acute threat. Clearly it can do damage, but it doesn't penetrate into the threat analysis in the same way that does China. The pacing threat that China creates, if you will, a gray zone of conflict. And this is where it relates to our fall economic statement, because in the gray zone of conflict, there is an economics challenge, there is a business challenge, there is a democracy challenge, there is an intellectual property challenge, there's a rule of law challenge, and we could actually isolate many more. The PRC uses all of these areas of access points to undermine the very fabric of our society, to steal when it's appropriate to steal, to loot when it's appropriate to loot, to sow disinformation when it's appropriate to sow disinformation, and anything of any value gets returned to Beijing one way or another, and they in turn take those intellectual, scientific, and technological advantages that we currently enjoy and use them against our Western societies. Those who briefed us expressed a real worry that we need to keep ahead. A Cold War mentality is setting in, but unlike the Cold War mentality of the mutually assured destruction that existed between the USSR and the US in times past, it's rather from top to bottom, layer by layer contest over anything of any value in Western societies. And there is a huge advantage for the Communist Party of China because it is a closed society. Ours are relatively open societies. And the contest is heavily weighted in favor of a closed society that has a unitary view of dominance at all costs, a wish to turn us all into vassal states. I just in sharing our intellectual resources, Madam Speaker, you'll see that our universities are relatively open. The concept in Western society is that you share knowledge with a view to building knowledge. And the real question is, can we actually continue that? And the argument, if you are looking at this from a threat analysis standpoint, is that we can't. We have a patent regime that exists to protect investor and property rights. And again, for a society that routinely abuses the patents that exist and pays no and takes no responsibility to compensate the creator, that is a system that may not continue to be able to exist. Further, we have open real estate markets, and we've heard a lot about the cost of living. Well, what is in part driving the cost of living, Madam Speaker, are massive infusions of monies from abroad, somewhat from China in particular, that drive up the prices of housing, and that in turn makes housing unaffordable to our own population, and distorts, if you will, our entire market system. That can't continue. We have an open investor system in mines and minerals. Again, we can't allow state-owned enterprises to own critical minerals and critical mines. We have an open democracy. We can't continue with the misinformation and voter influence campaigns that are run from the People's Republic of China. And so when we hear the threat analysis from the people in the Pentagon and leading thinkers in all of these institutions, you realize that all of these layers of threat are significant to our way of life and significant to the prosperity that, frankly, is reflected in our fall economic statement. So these are just a few examples of the layered threats that go right from a traditional military threat right through to abuse of our democracy. So, Madam Speaker, I looked at the fall economic statement, compared it to the Parliamentary Budget Officer's view of the same set of numbers, and frankly, there's not a great deal of difference between the two. Occasionally, the government is a little bit more optimistic than the PBO, and on occasion, the PBO is a little bit more optimistic than the government. But on several layers, we are necessarily just simply going to have to adjust. So capital flows from the PRC are going to have to be restricted. and these capital flows will have to be replaced internally or from abroad, probably primarily from the U.S. And in fact, the United States military has set up a fund where it invests, it's available to invest in various technologies, but also various mines and minerals that will be needed for the need to keep ahead of the pacing threat. I have a relative, for instance, who is in a leading research company, and the Department of Defense is actually one of the significant investors in that company. Rare earth minerals require a lot of capital and are critical to the 21st century economy. They're also critical to weapons technology. Canada is treated as a domestic supplier for defense procurement. We will start to draw down on that status much more vigorously as we reshore, we nearshore, and friendshore critical investments. So I see, Madam Speaker, that you're hinting that my time might be finished, and before you pull it down, I will. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I was following along with the member's speech with the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge, and we have just one observation to make to the member, that according to the government's own fall economic statement, in about 7 years, within 7 years, we will pay more in debt interest payments than we do right now for the Defense Department's annual budget. So if the member is as concerned as we are with the national security of Canada and ensuring we can protect our country into the future, shouldn't the government get a control of debt interest payments and ensure it's not taking on even more debt, thus assuring that entire government departments will be gobbled up by debt interest payments to the big banks?
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I just take a note, Madam Speaker, that the government has actually handled their debt management quite shrewdly by buying, when the interest rates were low, long-term bonds. And that's actually brought our management of debt into line. I also encourage the honourable member to look at comparators with other nations. And if there is any other nation that wishes to have the debt to GDP ratio that Canada has, I'd be interested in the honourable member telling me who it might be.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Madam Speaker, and I will try to take no offense to the fact that my honourable colleague forgot to mention that I too was on that trip, but I did get quite a lot out of it, of course. It was fascinating. One of the things too that our Defence Committee is studying is of course about Arctic sovereignty, and how Canada is investing into NORAD, into its modernization, and our role in that. But of course, we've heard a lot about how we can continue to monitor or be that partner in NORAD to help with the security that's at threat through the Arctic, to the Arctic, and in the Arctic. And while we are focusing as Defence Committee on through, and Canada's role in that, maybe he could talk about some of the investments that his government needs to make and hasn't made in the Arctic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I offer to my colleague an insincere apology for not seeing her down at the other end of the chamber, hiding behind her mask, but that's another thing altogether. And I do appreciate her contribution to the Defence Committee. The investments in the Arctic are necessarily going to be massive. As climate change takes hold, the reality is that the Arctic is opening up. And Canadians need to get their heads around the notion that we are going to, not only as a defense initiative, invest heavily in the Arctic, but we need to build ports, we need to use the facilities that we have. It's going to be extremely expensive to build the new early warning system and a massive technological enterprise.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the member mentioned resource extraction and expansion of that. And alongside that critical mineral expansion, is there a plan from this Liberal government to protect Indigenous women and girls from exploitation and man camps, and that all of those things that come alongside resource extraction that have never been considered by this government in the past?
The honourable for Scarborough-Guildwood has just a little over a minute to respond.
Actually, one of the, I think, unique advantages that Canada has is the way in which, particularly the Canadian military, has integrated Indigenous people into the Rangers and into the larger military. They, in effect, create our sovereignty presence in the North. And there's been a great deal of conversation about how to do it appropriately. I see as the Arctic and opens up that this is a unique opportunity to get it right with Indigenous folks. And frankly, the testimony before the Defense Committee to date has been that we are starting to get it right, and the consultations are real and meaningful. And I would like to be optimistic about it.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Madam Speaker, before the Minister of Finance introduced Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act, on November 3rd, our Conservative leader made two clear demands on behalf of our party. First, we wanted this Liberal government to stop the taxes. This included cancelling all planned tax hikes and tripling the carbon tax. Second, we wanted the Liberal government to stop the spending. Any new spending by Liberal ministers in this government must be matched by an equivalent saving. Cut wasteful spending and stop the inflationary deficits that drive up the cost of everything for Canadians. Unfortunately, neither of our demands were met by this government, and for that reason, I will be voting against this bill. Simply put, the Fall Economic Statement does not address the cost of living crisis facing Canadians right now. In fact, it makes the crisis worse. After 7 years of this Liberal government, we pay more today for goods and service and get less. Groceries, gas, home heating, and more are getting more and more expensive by the day because of the Liberals' reckless spending habits. The same reckless spending habits that have played a big role in driving up inflation. Many of the inflationary issues and concerns we face are of this government's own making. For months, we have been warning the Liberals that their out-of-control spending would lead to an increase in interest rates. The government responded by telling Canadians not to worry, to go ahead and take out big loans and mortgages because interest rates would remain low for a long time and there would not be any negative consequences. Well, fast forward now and interest rates are increasing at the fastest rate in decades. Families that bought a home 5 years ago with a typical mortgage that is now up for renewal will pay $7,000 more a year. The Bank of Canada has signaled that interest rates will have to rise even higher to tackle inflation. Many Canadians won't be able to afford the mortgages and risk losing their homes. Through their bad spending habits, as inflation soars, so does our national debt. Since they were elected in 2015, the Liberal government has doubled our national debt, spending more than all previous governments combined since Confederation in 1867. Let that resonate for a moment. Here are some recent examples of reckless Liberal spending contributing to inflation and our national debt. The government wasted $54 million on the disastrous ArriveCan app, yet they refused to tell us who got rich off those massively excessive contracts. The federal government paid out generous bonuses to Destination Canada executives when the tourism industry badly needs to recover. This Liberal government recklessly spent $400 million on random testing at our borders when medical experts said this policy was no longer needed. And just last month, the Prime Minister spent $6,000 to stay one night in a luxurious European hotel room. Despite all the reckless and record Liberal spending, Canadians actually have less to show for it, and we are worse off because of it. Is it any wonder then that Canadians are struggling? The cost of groceries is up almost 11%. The cost of transportation is up over 10%, and gas is up over 22%. Next April, the excise tax on alcohol will increase by nearly 7%. Under these deteriorating conditions, you work harder to try and get ahead, but you take less home because of the higher cost of things we buy and the higher cost of punishing taxes to afford all this reckless Liberal spending. As a result of this Liberal government's incompetence, and goods and services are more expensive, and we have less money to pay for it. How are Canadians reacting to this new reality? Families are downgrading their diets to cover the jump in food prices. Food bank usage is at an all-time high. Seniors are delaying their retirement and watching their life savings evaporate with inflation. Younger adults who did everything right are now trapped in 400-square-foot apartments or living in their parents' basements. No wonder Canadians feel like they have lost control. Many are falling behind, and others are struggling to get ahead. The fall economic update shows that federal government revenues have increased by $40.1 billion in this year alone. So as Canadians suffer financially, this Liberal government is actually profiting off an increased inflation that they generate, and you pay for it. How do they do that? Well, when Canadians pay higher prices on goods and services, they're also paying higher taxes. And when you pay higher taxes, the government makes more money. My NDP colleagues in this place have a history and reputation for taking issue with big corporate greed, yet when it comes to big government greed, apparently it's different and they turn a blind eye. Rather than rein in the spending to begin slowing down the vicious cycle of spend and inflate, the Liberals drive the cycle of inflation even faster by spending more and more money at every opportunity they get. In addition to driving inflation, the federal government is also incurring tremendous amounts of debt. In fact, debt interest payments cost will have doubled this year. Next year, interest payments will be nearly as much as the Canada Health Transfer, and it's projected to be larger than what the government spends on the budget for the Department of National Defense. Just think about that. This is not good governance. It is dangerous governance. And anyone with a stake or interest in the good governance of our country should be alarmed and concerned. Today, this federal government spends more money than any federal government before it, and they are the biggest, and they have been, in terms of workforce, than ever before. And yet, what are the results? Well, let's see. Millions of immigration applications are backlogged. Passport applications are severely delayed. New Nexus and FAST applications are far behind schedule. The Phoenix pay system disaster continues. And government transparency is all but gone as journalists, researchers, and Canadians cannot get access to federal information because the access to information system is broken in many federal departments. Another irony I would like to point out is despite this record number of federal employees and a track record of nothing working, this big spending Liberal government spent $14.6 billion last year on outsourcing contracts to businesses outside of the public service to do public service work. This is yet another indication that the federal government is too big, which is causing it to break down. Canadians are paying for reckless Liberal spending. We are not benefiting from it. In fact, future Canadian generations are at risk because of it and the debt this Liberal government has incurred. Canadians must realize that as the Liberals make more promises for a better tomorrow to distract us from the issues of today, none of the problems they have created, which Canadians now face, are getting fixed. After 7 years of Liberal government incompetence in Ottawa, Canadians are realizing they are worse off today compared to when the Liberals first took office in 2015. We need real solutions to these real problems that Canadians are facing right now. Instead of creating more cash, Conservatives will create more of what cash buys. Enough with the talking. We need to get more homes built. We need to make energy more affordable. And to do so, we will repeal anti-energy laws and get Canadian energy out to market. We'll cut corporate welfare. We'll axe the carbon tax. We will tackle climate change by making alternative energy cheaper, not by making Canadian energy more expensive. And we will reform the tax system to ensure that whenever someone works an extra hour or takes an extra shift or earns an extra bonus, they are always better off and will keep more of that dollar for themselves and their needs, not the government's political agenda. We have an ambitious vision and plan for when we form government. after the next election, Madam Speaker. But for now, I'm going to do my part by voting against Bill C-32. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker. And thank you for those comments, many of which we've heard several times before from the members opposite. But I did have a question. You mentioned that the spending has not come down at all. And I'm wondering if you could comment. There was an article in Global News recently on Budget 2022 and Canada's incredible disappearing deficits, and the fact that the deficits have been reduced significantly, shrunk by $275 billion in just 2 years. So I'm wondering where you're getting your facts from when you say the deficit has not been shrunk at all. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to remind the member she shouldn't use the word you or your during her questions and comments. The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just looking at the government's own financial document in the recent statement, they're showing their actual service levels for the debt that they've created. Remember, Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of Canada, Tiff Macklem, the current governor of the Bank of Canada, said the inflation that's caused, that extra $200 billion, not related to COVID spending, which this Liberal government decided to make, has caused the inflationary pressures that we're facing today. We're going to be spending, just think about this, in the next several years, we're going to be spending more on servicing the debt than we will be on the health transfer, which is $45 billion now. Just think about this. In the province of Ontario, they're spending $74 billion right now on health care services, and the federal government only spends $45. They're going to be spending more to service the debt on top of that in the coming years, and more than our national defense. That's ludicrous. That needs to be fixed.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. I want to make sure I understand what my colleague has said. Is he talking? He's talking about spending, and I understand he doesn't like spending, and he thinks it's causing inflation, which is not entirely false, but it's more complex than what the Conservatives often present. And it certainly is no reason to engage in a puerile campaign with childish hashtag words and so on. So it's not totally false, but it's more complex. But that said, spending is, of course, necessary. He talked about health spending. Are the Conservatives in favor of meeting the call from Quebec for $28 billion on an ongoing basis in health transfers? The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I mentioned in my note, what we're supporting is if governments are looking to spend, and the policy that we would be forwarding, for every dollar that we want to spend in new spending, you have to find a dollar in savings from other departments and other types of spending. Again, that is to be used for the programs people deserve. And again, let's think about this. If we're spending almost $45 billion on interest to service the debt, that could be used for programs that Canadians deserve and need right now. And yet it's going to service the debt. That helps no Canadian. We've got to fix that. We've got to get our economic conditions in a better state. And this government has failed to do that.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the member for Niagara Falls for his speech. I was surprised he didn't mention wine, which is, one of the things that his riding and mine share. We don't make as much as the Niagara region, but we make better wine, of course. And I wanted him perhaps to give him some time to expand on what we were hoping to see in this fall economic statement about support for the wine industry.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls has just a little over a minute to respond.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We can debate whose wine is better, but the one concern, and I mentioned it in my remarks right now, is the excise tax. In April is going to be going up almost 7%, and that's going to be hitting our wineries and our producers and hurting them tremendously. What's another thing that's happening? At the end of this March, the 2-year replacement program for the ending of the exemption, excise exemption, ends. That was $166 million provided over 2 years for our wineries, and there's no certainty on what's there to replace it.
So this government has to work and come forward with suggestions and ideas of how they're going to support our growers in the future.
Order. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Standish Gulf Islands, Natural Resources, and the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Health. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise and add my voice to the debate on the fall economic statement. This bill is a disappointing but unsurprising continuation of the high tax, high inflation policy that we have come to expect from this Liberal government. This bill offers Canadians more debt, more taxes, more spending, and the prospect of more inflation and higher interest rates in the months and years ahead. I say that Canadians have come to expect this kind of bill because this is consistent with what these Liberals have delivered for the last 7 years. Back in 2015, these Liberals promised 3 years of what they called modest deficits that would be incurred entirely for the purpose of a transformational infrastructure construction program that would lead to the budget balancing itself by 2019. Well, Madam Speaker, it was obvious right from the start that this solemn election promise was a lie told to the Canadian voters. They immediately started piling on new spending without any fiscal restraint and drove Canada straight into deficit, and they have never talked about a balanced budget since. It was as if no Liberal MP had ever heard the promise that they made to millions of Canadians on doorsteps, that if Liberals were elected, they would get short, modest deficits offset by gleaming new productivity-improving infrastructure, but instead we have structural deficits and industries struggling under the weight of ever-increasing regulation. I remind members of this House and Canadians watching or reading this, because this government's track record is how its credibility should be measured. So after ignoring its promise by pretending that they never made it, Bill Morneau assured Canadians that what really mattered was not deficits, but that the debt to GDP ratio would constantly shrink. Then when his own department's projections looked like this so-called fiscal anchor was in jeopardy, he suddenly said, no, what really matters was Canada's AAA credit rating. Then when one agency downgraded Canada's credit rating, and when Canada was paralyzed by rail blockades, when Canada's lack of pipeline capacity was helping drive Canadian energy prices below zero, when the economy was teetering on the brink of recession, and when this government was about to table a massive deficit budget, COVID struck. Madam Speaker, it's critical for Canadians to remember this important point. This government squandered 4 years of a booming world economy by creating new taxes and regulations that decimated Canadian industries and racked up $100 billion in new debt before the pandemic. All of this happened before the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Conservatives warned this government throughout the first 4 years that it was grossly irresponsible to run large deficits and fail to build promised infrastructure while times were relatively good. Conservatives repeatedly warned the government that they were leaving Canadians vulnerable by leaving the cupboard bare during good times. Well, Madam Speaker, the Conservative leader certainly didn't predict the COVID pandemic, but he did warn the government that it had a responsibility to act prudently in order to maximize Canada's capability to manage an economic downturn. So now, nearly 3 years later, according to this fall economic statement, Canada's debt is nearly $1.2 trillion, more than half of which was piled on by this government alone. And the majority of the new debt that this government has added had nothing to do with COVID response measures. $100 billion of it came before COVID. $205 billion was added to the debt after the pandemic for spending that had nothing to do with the pandemic. While the current and previous finance ministers were running these huge deficits, they assured Canadians that this was all okay. They said interest rates are low. They said interest rates would remain low for the foreseeable future. They even said that rates were so low that they could run a deficit while lowering the debt to GDP ratio. So while the finance ministers were racking up the debt, the Bank of Canada was cranking up the printing press. The Department of Finance issued new debt, and the Bank of Canada bought it with cash created out of thin air. Current and previous governors of the Bank of Canada assured Canadians that this was fine and that there was nothing to be concerned about. In fact, I asked the governor of the Bank of Canada if buying up all this debt with newly conjured money would eventually trigger inflation, and he said no. He dismissed the concerns that I raised 2.5 years ago about inflation. He said that there would be no inflation, and that even if there was, they had plenty of tools to deal with that. Our Conservative leader also raised these concerns consistently over the past 2.5 years. Well, the Finance Minister dismissed these Conservative concerns about inflation and said that any inflation was simply transitory and nothing to worry about. Well, now, here we are, Madam Speaker. We're in a full-blown cost of living crisis where Canadians are increasingly unable to afford basic necessities of life like food, like groceries, gasoline, housing, home heating. Inflation has been called, Madam Speaker, the cruelest tax of all. It destroys the life savings of seniors. It destroys the purchasing power of workers whose wages don't keep up with the cost of the goods that they need to live. Canada now has the highest inflation in 40 years, and yet there is absolutely nothing in this fall economic statement that will meaningfully address this crisis. Milton Friedman said, quote, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon in the sense that it can be produced only by a more rapid increase of the quantity of money than in output, unquote. Or as the Conservative leader has put it, there's too much money chasing too few goods. The cost of government is driving up the cost of living. We need to stop printing cash and start producing more of the things that cash buys, like food, houses, and affordable energy. So now that inflation is out of control and wreaking havoc on Canadians' ability to feed, house, heat, and transport themselves, the Bank of Canada is raising interest rates faster than at any point in decades. This has two important consequences for Canadians. First, it means that thousands, perhaps even millions of Canadians are going to see their monthly mortgage payments shoot up drastically in the months and years to come. And secondly, it means that the interest on Canada's debts will soon approach $50 billion per year, according to this fall economic statement. Canadians will soon spend more on interest. The Canadian government will spend more on interest than it does on health transfers or on national defense. And on top of all that, Madam Speaker, this bill offers no meaningful tax relief for Canadians. The government is proceeding to triple the carbon tax on home heating, gasoline, and groceries. Again, breaking a previous election promise, where they promised that they would not raise the carbon tax above $50 per megaton. So this is in addition to the payroll tax that's set to increase in just a few weeks. Madam Speaker, Canadians can't pay a higher carbon tax with a smaller paycheck. They can't afford higher food prices and higher home heating costs and higher gasoline and transportation costs. As the interest rates rise and house prices remain out of reach, Canadians despair that an entire generation gives up on the dream of home ownership. But Madam Speaker, the problems with this government go way beyond this terrible bill and deeply flawed and disappointing fall economic statement. This is a government that has failed Canadians so thoroughly that it's almost incomprehensible. The government is so hopelessly incompetent that Canadians can't get a passport. They can't ensure access to basic children's medication. There are nearly 2.5 million people waiting for an immigration decision. 10,000 people were ordered into quarantine and threatened by a useless and dubiously acquired phone application. Its payroll systems can't pay. Its procurement systems can't procure. Our Arctic is inadequately defended. Public officials have denied and defied democratic orders of parliament. Emergency powers have been declared under false pretense. Cabinet ministers interfere with police investigations. Basic information is routinely denied to members of the public and to journalists. Our energy resources remain in the ground while Europe freezes and Putin laughs. Canadians can't afford food. They can't heat their homes, and the finance minister continues to recklessly jeopardize Canada's future with reckless spending and punishing taxes while mocking desperate, suffering Canadians by having them believe that she shares their hardships and can relate to them because she canceled her Disney Plus subscription. I have no confidence in this government. I oppose this bill, and I oppose this government. It's time for a Conservative government and hope for Canadians.
The honourable member St. John Rossi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member and my friend opposite for his impassioned speech. And, I have to admit, Madam Speaker, for a while there I was feeling kind of bad, but then I remembered. The party opposite lives in this alternative reality that they are the fiscal managers, the fiscal stewards of this country. And let me remind Canadians, Madam Speaker, this was a party that ran 9 straight deficits. They drove the Canadian economy into the ground. They tried to balance a budget in their 10th year by throwing in a sale of GE stocks and the rainy day EI fund and whatever to try to balance it. But the economy was a mess, Madam Speaker. And when challenged on that, they said, oh, we had hard times. They forget that we've just been through a worldwide pandemic. So my question to the member opposite, would he not agree that he doesn't have a leg to stand on with respect to fiscal stewardship? Thank you.
I remember Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, it pains me to so thoroughly disagree with my friend from St. John Rothsey's, and I thank him for putting on a tie and participating in the debate today, but he's completely wrong. The financial crisis that existed when the Conservatives were in office was then the greatest financial crash since the Great Depression. Canada came out of that firing on all cylinders, the strongest economy in the G7. They didn't resort to quantitative easing and printing funny money like so many other countries did and like this government is now. So we will take no lessons from this government on financial management.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Pagode. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like us to give a shout out to the member. He only said triple once instead of 3 times, so that's good for all of our mental health. So I'd like to thank him very, very warmly. And so yes, I said it 3 times as well. Now, on to the question. Very simple questions, actually. So it should just be a yes or a no answer. I think our colleagues are just as irritated as us when we don't get responses from the government. So first question, what do we do with the governor of the central bank? Second question, what do we do with cryptocurrency?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, I'm sorry that I didn't catch maybe a third question there or get all of that and this talk about tripling the carbon tax. But with respect to the Governor General, I mean, I would hope that all Canadians would expect the Governor of the Bank of Canada to return to their core mandate of limiting inflation to 2% and not devalue Canadian currency. We are very frustrated. I share his frustrations with the lack of responses and answers that we don't get from this government.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, I'm thinking again about the resource extraction in our country and the lack of value add to some of that extraction that happens. So my question to the member is that do they support that there needs to be protections around Indigenous communities, of course, Indigenous women and girls, as we look at expansion of resource extraction in Canada?
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
I think that resource extraction offers some of the best opportunities for remote Indigenous communities to improve, to have access to jobs and the core services that the revenue from these projects produce. And I think we've heard that earlier in the leader's speech. I think that it's very important for Indigenous communities and indeed all northern and remote communities that resource extraction can happen in Canada. Canada has a role to play in the world. Right now, Europe risks freezing this winter and fueling Putin's war for our inability to get energy resources to Europe where they're needed. It's a shame, and this government has tremendous responsibility for this failure of global energy security.
Resuming the... Okay, sorry, just one second here. I have the honor to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill. Le projet de loi
C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my honor to rise today to speak on the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act. As the Member of Parliament for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, I know that the people I represent expect at least two things from me. One is to show compassion, and the other, responsibility. And I know by extension it's what they expect of our government. And that's why when I saw the Fall Economic Statement that was presented by our Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, I was so pleased, because I think it struck the right balance between compassion and responsibility. We know that Canadians are going through a tough time right now. You know, global inflation, the post-COVID economy, the supply chain disruptions exacerbated by the war in Ukraine has caused economic challenges for every country around the world, Madam Speaker. And we know that Canadians are among those that are facing challenging times. And so in the Fall Economic Statement, we have introduced a number of programs to help Canadians who are struggling the most. So what programs did we introduce and how are they helping? Well, the GST rebate for one, doubling the GST tax credit for 6 months, the elimination of interest on student loans, the top up to the Canadian housing benefit of $500, and changing the Canada Workers Benefit so that hard-working families, people that are often making minimum wage, but want to continue working, get a top up to their earnings, and those are now going to be paid quarterly and in advance, Madam Speaker. Expanding the health care program by including dental care and providing funding for children's dental care for families that may not have enough money to pay for it and have to make a choice between dental care or food and clothing. And lastly, the Canada Early Learning and Child Care Program, a program that we have managed to reach agreement with all 13 provinces and territories, Madam Speaker, a program that the Liberal government has worked on for over 50 years and is finally being implemented with the agreement of the provinces and territories. And this program is going to see parents receive 50% rebates in the province of Ontario, where my constituents live, this December, either rebates to themselves or credits on future payments. And that is real money in the pockets of families that are right now struggling with inflationary pressures, Madam Speaker. So these are examples of investing in social infrastructure. And we've heard from across the aisle many comments about spending and how we should stop spending, mostly based on the doctrines of Milton Friedman, who the previous speaker mentioned, and for whom you know, the current leader of the opposition is a great disciple. But we know that these failed economic theories of trickle-down economics have been disproven many times, Madam Speaker, and that the best way to help Canadians is not to hope that money trickles down from the rich, but that rather to give direct assistance. So these programs, such as the investment in child care, early learning child care, will increase productivity in the Canadian labour force. Not only for women, Madam Speaker, but for parents, both parents, that have affordable, reliable childcare. And the uptake in Ontario is 92%, Madam Speaker. 92% of licensed childcare facilities will be participating in this amazing program. There are so many other things that we are doing. And we know, though, that we can't continue the widespread supports that were provided to Canadians during the COVID pandemic, Madam Speaker, because we are facing inflationary pressures. And this is where responsible government comes in. As much as we would like to help every Canadian struggling, Madam Speaker, we know that we have to have targeted measures and be responsible. So their spending has been reduced in this past budget and the Fall Economic Statement. It has come down significantly from where it was during the COVID year, benefit programs, programs that I will remind the members opposite that they voted for, knowing full well, under another leader, however, that Canadians needed that support and that it would benefit our economy. We now have a deficit of 1.3% of our GDP. We've received the AAA rating from Moody's, and we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7. In addition, we have increased selected taxes, Madam Speaker, to make sure that everyone pays their fair share. We're not increasing broad-based taxes, as the members opposite like to say. We are only increasing taxes such as the Canada Recovery Dividend on banks and insurance companies who have made excess profits during this period, Madam Speaker. So we're being responsible, but we're also being responsible, Madam Speaker, in continuing the fight against climate change and other important social programs that we have in place. We know that climate change is one of the most existential threats facing not only our country but the planet. And we are committed to stay the course, to follow the program we have put in place to combat this threat. Now, unlike the other side of the House, which has gone back and forth as often as their leader has changed on whether they support the price of pollution or not, we actually are following through on what we have told businesses and Canadians we're going to be doing. This is important, Madam Speaker, because the kind of uncertainty that the threats the Conservatives make about this program discourages investment in our clean economy and works against the just transition, Madam Speaker. We know that the costs of doing nothing are far greater than the cost of doing something. And we also know, and the members opposite know, Madam Speaker, that all the money that is raised from this price on pollution, all the money taken in, is returned to Canadians. It is a net neutral program. It is not an additional tax, Madam Speaker. And I'll just mention a couple of the costs. I talked about the cost of climate change, that since 1983, the costs of climate change impacts have risen from 0.4 billion to 1.9 billion annually, Madam Speaker. In addition, the health impacts, the cost of the health impacts, a recent article in The Lancet just talked about the global impact, but the monetized value of global heat-related mortality was estimated to be $144 billion in 2021. These are significant impacts that can't be overlooked. The responsible thing to do is to keep on a steady path to fight climate change, Madam Speaker, and we're doing that. We're also investing in our economy, in businesses, and ensuring that we are putting in the incentives to attract investment in Canada. We know that the recent changes under the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States has brought about some challenging programs that we had to respond to. And so the tax credit under the Clean Tech program, the tax credit under the Green Hydrogen program, Madam Speaker, are put in place to try and keep Canada competitive with the United States in this. But we need to be responsible, and we have to be sure that we are not putting out irresponsible messages, Madam Speaker. And on this point, I'd like to say that the disinformation, the misinformation that is being spread with half-truths and with cute phrases and slogans is really increasing fear and anxiety in Canadians. I mean, just now, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition mentioned that everything in Canada is broken. Well, I don't agree, Madam Speaker. Things in Canada are actually going fairly well. We have challenges we have to get through, and we know it. There are real challenges due to these global inflationary pressures, due to the post-COVID pandemic, and due to the supply chain disruptions that we've experienced. But those challenges are experienced worldwide, and we are taking these responsible, targeted measures to help those who need the help most. This is the responsible thing to do, Madam Speaker. What is irresponsible is quoting partial pieces of Tiff Macklin or Carney's statements, and just using little quotes and pieces, or saying that things are happening that aren't happening. You realize that the price on pollution has not increased since April of last year. It can't be the cause of these inflationary pressures, Madam Speaker, and it's not due to increase again until April of next year. So how is it accounting for the inflation that's happening right now? There are many countries around the world that do not have a price on pollution, and they are experiencing greater inflation than we are. So we are responsible for taking care of Canadians, for addressing the challenges that Canadians are facing due to this inflation. And we are taking that responsibility seriously, Madam Speaker, with compassion. But let me end by saying that we have to also let Canadians know that our economy is strong. Not only were our results during the COVID-19 pandemic strong in terms of our health results, but also in terms of our economy, Madam Speaker. We have over 500,000 more new jobs now than we had before the pandemic. Our economy had the largest growth of any in the G7. As we've heard, our deficits are the lowest, and the only thing that's tripled is our triple credit A rating. So, Madam Speaker, we are in a good position. We are facing challenges, and our government recognizes it and is taking action to address that. But we should not be increasing Canadians' anxiety. We should focus rather on sharing the values of compassion and responsibility and all coming together and working together to make this an even better fall.
Questions and comments? Gentleman for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What's concerning is when the government is living on a completely different planet than reality. And that is very, very concerning. Usually we know in math and in economy, good formulas deliver good numbers. So if the numbers are wrong, that means the method is wrong. The plan is wrong. So the plan that this government has been trying to say it's working, it's working, it's working, nothing to be concerned about, is not working. So the government needs to rethink. It's okay if we take a step back and think that we may have to do something else, try another method to get Canadians better life and better opportunities so they don't suffer the way they are suffering. I would like to see if the government is willing to do that, and the first step is to cut down the triple tax on Canadian, on groceries, and on gas and on home heating.
The honourable for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'll try to address this properly this time. I'd like to thank the member opposite for his comment in question. I don't really understand what he's talking about when he says triple, so I don't know how to answer that, quite frankly. We are not tripling any tax right now. We have not increased the tax. I'm not sure what he is talking about. However, I would say when it comes to economic theories, that following the failed economic theories of Milton Friedman, someone who came out in 1970 and has been refuted time and time again, how can you stand there and criticize us? I'm sorry, but I think you have to look at your plan if you even have one. Thank you.
I can't tell her what my plan is, but I do want to remind the member not to use the word you or your, and then she wouldn't be called out on it. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, Madam Speaker, I'm always shocked by the rose-colored glasses that Liberal members have about climate change. Here, once again, the member boasted about her government's record, but that is not at all reflected in reality. We're one of the worst countries in the world. We're 58th out of 60 at a report from the COP27. We invest $8 billion US per year in fossil fuels. We are the worst country in the G20 when it comes to per capita emissions, and the only G7 country where emissions have gone up since the Liberals were in power, not the Conservatives, and they say they're environmentalists. It's remarkable. What is the Liberals' plan to face this?
Honorable député de Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the member opposite for his question and his comments. Yes, we agree we need to do more on climate change, Madam Speaker. And I would just say that while the frames of my glasses are red, the lenses are actually not rose-colored. I'm actually citing facts when I'm talking today. And I'm happy to hear that the Bloc supports us in continuing with the price on pollution and fighting climate change. We have to do more, but I would point out that our emissions intensity has declined. We like to say that our emissions have gone up, and we have met some of the targets, but Madam Speaker, our economy has also grown significantly over the same time. We are faced with a country that is a natural resource-based country, and we are taking action to address that, to go to net zero in the oil and gas sector, as well as doing other measures, and we have to do more. But I'm glad to hear that the Bloc is with us on keeping the price on pollution and doing even more.
For a brief question, the honourable for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, there's a couple of things in the fall economic statement that merit support, but what stands out for New Democrats isn't necessarily what's in the statement, but what's not in the statement. So while the Deputy Prime Minister signals tough times in a recession, There's no comprehensive EI reform. Can the member please explain what their plan is for workers who, at no fault of their own, may lose their job as a consequence of the economic policies geared towards numbers and not people, while their government has failed to tend to the social safety net that they were counting on to catch them?
Yes. For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, a brief answer, please.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and we are focused on workers, Madam Speaker. We have many programs in place that are addressing the affordability crisis right now, and we know that employment insurance is important, which is why we're continuing to fund it and to see the increases in premiums, Madam Speaker. But workers are our utmost concern in this fall economic statement, and we will continue to work to support them going forward. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For one true measure of a nation is its success in fulfilling the promise of a better life for each of its members. Let this be the measure of our nation. As I was listening to the fall economic statement, I thought of the words of President John F. Kennedy in his message to the Congress in February of 1962. And I thought, well, you know, it's important to measure this fall economic statement against whether, in fact, it has improved the lives of Canadians. And so it's important to think about, you know, the layers of hype and peel all that back over the last 7 years of this government and see what the results are. Has this government been good value for money for the Canadians that pay for it? Well, we know that 7 years ago the Prime Minister promised annual deficits, but they would be very small and not too big and not to worry about it. But of course we know that really didn't work. And of course, COVID-19 came along. The Prime Minister promised to have Canadians' backs. And all of this House, we came together and we had Canadians' backs. And we had to borrow money to do it. But of course, the $200 billion extra that this government borrowed, now that wasn't necessary. That wasn't having Canadians' backs. And thanks to the words of the former Bank of Canada Governor Mark Carney, we now know that this extra borrowing, this extra abuse of the national credit card is actually exacerbating inflation and making things more expensive. It's in fact quite the opposite of having Canadians' backs, Madam Speaker. It's taking the shirts right off Canadians' backs. It's causing inflation to get worse. And on top of that, of course, we have the Liberal government promising that their carbon tax would reduce our carbon and greenhouse emissions, and that most Canadians would get more money back than they actually paid in carbon taxes. Well, now, of course, we know from the Parliamentary Budget Officer that the carbon tax will, in fact, cost Canadians more than they get back. And, of course, this carbon tax has done almost nothing to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. But don't worry. The Liberals are coming to the rescue. For those that are struggling to heat their homes and feed their families, the Liberal government is going to save them by now tripling the carbon tax. Just imagine what it will cost to heat your home and buy food once they've tripled the carbon tax. For some Canadians, they plan to send them $500, Madam Speaker. $500 for things that now cost thousands and thousands more dollars. The price of food is up 11%. Food bank visits are at record highs in Canada. The price to heat our homes is double, particularly in Eastern Canada and Northern Ontario, where too many Canadians are facing energy poverty. So have they been value for money? I think not. Nowhere has their promise been more horrifying, the failure more horrifying than on the topic of housing. We know that in 2017, the Prime Minister launched to great fanfare his national housing strategy. He was in Toronto. He's standing right in front of the Prime Minister, or the mayor of the city, and he was going to have this first ever national plan. He promised $40 billion. Then he upped it to $70 billion. He called it a once-in-a-generation vision that would, one, protect current affordable housing stock. It would build 4 times as many units as the decade past. It was going to repair 3 times as many units as were repaired in the decade past. And he promised to reduce chronic homelessness by 50%. Trudeau called it a robust, comprehensive, even life-changing, sorry, the Prime Minister, Madam Speaker, I apologize for that. A robust, comprehensive, life-changing plan that would help Canadians get into homes and stay there. Well, how's that worked? Well, Canadians have they received the value for the money they've paid this government on housing? Well, let's look at the facts. $70 billion was the headline number. Well, we know that, in fact, it wasn't really $70 billion. When you pull away from that, the existing federal spending commitment, and then you, of course, pull away from that, the matching provincial dollars that were required, that they were already spending as well, then you take out loans and other tools that they were using, the number was actually $6.8 billion over 10 years. And you're like, okay, well, that's fine. $6.8 billion, still $6.8 billion. Great stuff, right? Well, maybe. That money was supposed to be spent through the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation through 5 main programs: the Rental Housing Construction Financing Initiative, the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, the Rapid Housing Initiative, the Affordable Housing Innovation Fund, and the Federal Lands Initiative. Well, how have they done? How have they done since 2017, Madam Speaker? Well, the Parliamentary Budget Officer reported in 2021 that despite the overall increase in spending to help particularly low-income Canadians, it's up to $192 million a year, or a 9% increase. Because of their inflationary spending, that actually represents a 15% decrease in the power of those dollars to buy goods. The CMHC programs that were designed to contribute to the cost of construction to address homelessness, like the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, they've spent 50% of their allocated budget. 50%. The Rental Construction Financing Initiative, they've spent 53%. And Employment and Social Development Canada funds to address homelessness, they've increased that budget dramatically from $118 million a year on average to $357 million per year. That's a 203% increase. Amazing, right? Not so fast. The Auditor General now reports that the CMHC and Employment and Social Development Canada has no idea if their programs are even helping. They don't know if they've made a difference or not, Madam Speaker. What a plan. Spend half the money you committed, do nothing to monitor the grandiose commitments of the Prime Minister, tell Canadians that everything will be fine, but we know, Madam Speaker, we know the proof is in the suffering. House prices have doubled since the Prime Minister announced sunny ways in 2015. Report by the C.D. Howe Institute, named after a fellow who actually knew how to get things done in this country, cited the burden of government costs as one of the big reasons for our lack of housing supply. So major cities like Kelowna and Regina, Toronto, Ottawa, homebuyers had to pay an average of $230,000 extra dollars for a home because of the municipal costs. In Vancouver, that number is actually $644,000. Big, expensive government is getting in the way of new construction, getting in the way of retrofits and renovations. It's getting in the way of new rental units. It's getting in the way of accessible and affordable units. It's getting in the way of you ever owning a home, Madam Speaker. All while they ask you to pay more, earn less, and pay higher taxes to cover their ballooning debts. The PBO reported in September that the housing affordability gap, this is the gap between the average price of a house in Canada and the ability of the average family to borrow money, is a whopping 67% now. For the record, in January 2015, just months before this government took office, that gap was 2%. All made worse by a government that, when it's not, bent on its misguided ideological entrenchment, just doesn't seem to get the job done. They talk a big game. The Prime Minister peers into the cameras with empathetic eyes, and he says he really cares. But then he doesn't get the job done. It seems like a cruel joke, Madam Speaker, but to the people in this country, those most vulnerable who are paying the highest price, it is far from a joke. Seniors on fixed incomes who cannot afford to heat their homes and eat healthy food. Tent cities. These tent cities are growing in communities large and small, all across our country. Madam Speaker, this government has failed Canadians. Never has so much been promised and spent and borrowed to deliver so little. The economic statement that we've heard here is more of the same. The Leader of the Opposition has been warning about excessive government borrowing and that it would lead to inflation that would make everything we try to buy more expensive. And now we know he was right. Even the Minister of Finance knows he was right. On a road to Damascus-style moment, she actually started to speak about fiscal restraint, Madam Speaker. But she only talked about it because, of course, she immediately thereafter added another $20 billion of debt to her $1.2 trillion debt. Next year, payments on the national debt will be more than we spend on health care transfers. Canada cannot afford to throw money in the air anymore and just hope it sticks. By this measure, our nation, if we are really interested in supporting those and making sure the next generation's life is better than ours, by that measure, this economic statement is a failure, this government is a failure, and frankly, we should be voting against this economic statement. Conservatives will vote against it, and every single member of this House should do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I must admit I'm slightly taken back by this member's intervention today, although I'm not surprised because I continually hear the same thing from Conservatives. And, you know, Conservatives like to purport themselves as the saviors of the economy. As one of my colleagues said earlier, they like to think that they are the be-all, end-all when it comes to economic and monetary policy. And what we do know is that the leader of the opposition, the individual that this individual is led by in this House and in the Conservative Party, his solution to investing and to the Canadian dollar was to get away from the Canadian dollar and move towards Bitcoin. I'm wondering if this member would.
Le règlement, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Joliette on a point of order. There's a bit of feedback. The member should move their earpiece.
Earpiece near the microphone, and maybe what we'll do is we'll stop the clock and we'll let the honourable member return. And I think he needs to apologize to the interpreters as well, huh?
I do.
The honourable
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First thing I do need to do is apologize to the interpretation staff. I tried to put that on my seat, but I had set it right next to the microphone this time. My question to the member is quite simply, what's his position on cryptocurrency? We know the position of the leader of the opposition. I know that this member ran to be the leader of the opposition and must have engaged in dialogue on this during that campaign trail. Where does he stand on cryptocurrency as it relates to being an alternative to the Canadian dollar?
The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess I should thank the member for his intervention, but I can assure him that when I was running for leader of this party and crisscrossing this country, they weren't talking to me about that. They were talking to me about what it costs to live in this country and the abysmal record of this government. And that's what we're here to talk about, frankly, not what somebody else may or may not have said about anything. This is about their record. This is about their failures. This is about the fact that they have spent more money than any government in the history of this country. And the housing situation specifically, which I've talked about a lot, is worse today than it was 7 years ago, despite the grandiose promises. So I don't care what he talks about. The fact of the matter is their record is abysmal failure and Canadians deserve better.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I really enjoyed my colleague's speech. When it came to housing, it was very well documented, very solid, and the government announces a lot of things, makes a lot of promises, but delivers very little. So let's talk solutions. One of the things that organizations are telling us in Quebec is that there's one program that's working fairly well. It's pretty quick, the rapid housing program. But everything else, the eco investment and so on, it's often loan-based. And wouldn't it be better to send that money to not-for-profits so they could buy private properties, get them off the market to ensure that things work for a longer term? Would my colleague agree with that approach? The honourable member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
My colleague for the question. It's actually a really great idea. In fact, what we need to have here is a situation where all levels of government are working together. I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Municipalities and, to a smaller degree, provinces are the front lines of the housing crisis in this country. And the federal government has a role to play in working with municipalities, working with provinces, and frankly, working with the private sector. This country requires trillions of dollars of investment in the housing sector. We need the private sector on board. We need community groups on board. We need to be all working together to solve this crisis. not pandering to not pandering to grandiose fixes, but actually getting to work and working together to solve the problem. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Time for a brief question. The honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I asked this question to my colleague, one of his Conservative colleagues, and I didn't get much of an answer, so I'll pose it to him. There was interesting news coming out of the United Kingdom today where the Conservative government of that country announced that they were increasing the windfall tax rate to 35% on highly profitable oil and gas companies. They're doing that because they realize that the amount of money they're making is simply unfair to the British people. And so through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to know, why is it that UK Conservatives have the courage to do something like this, but I don't hear anything from Canada's Conservatives when we have the exact same problem affecting our two people?
Brief answer for the member from Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to get trapped in the ideological entrenchment of the NDP, but the fact of the matter is, this government collects billions and billions of tax dollars, and they promptly waste it. So instead of collecting more taxes from companies and hardworking Canadians, I suggest we actually get rid of this government, put a Conservative government in place, and actually spend their money wisely.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Chatham-Kent-Leamington.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to rise in this chamber and bring the voices of the constituents of Chatham-Kent-Leamington to this place, and it's an honor to speak to Bill C-32, the Fall Economic Statement and its Implementation Act. The Conservative Party had two asks going into this FES process. Stop the taxes, stop the tax increases, no new taxes. That includes cancelling all of the planned tax hikes and the tripling of the carbon tax. And stop the spending. No new spending. Any new spending by ministers or ministries must be offset by equivalent savings found elsewhere. Cut the wasteful spending. Stop the inflationary deficits that drive up the cost of living. Of course, none of our demands were met in the Fall Economic Statement, and for that reason, Conservatives, myself included, will not be supporting this statement. I know that's a shock to my members opposite. The cost of government spending is the main driver in the increasing cost of living. As stated by a colleague in an earlier speech this week, Canadians now have to make tough decisions. Why? Because this government did not make tough decisions. And of course, the pandemic required extra spending. We knew that, and we supported those early programs. However, $500 billion, yes, $500 billion of added debt. Of that $500 billion, $200 billion was not pandemic related. Program spending by this government is now 30% above pre-pandemic levels. It's amazing, Madam Speaker. Last week, I was in the riding and I hosted 2 days of a series of coffee meetings to hear from constituents. I was just talking about the rising cost of living, and that's exactly what I heard from my constituents. Over and over again, the rising cost of everything, in particularly food, fuel, and housing costs were highlighted. Madam Speaker, last month it was reported that it was 11.4% food inflation. This month is reported at being 10-point-some%, the rising cost of food. That's what Canadians are facing when they make a trip to the grocery store. Now, while the rising inflation is causing pain for Canadian families in their everyday lives, it certainly has also boosted the tax revenues for this government. So one would think that it would have been an opportunity in this Fall Economic Statement to bring some fiscal responsibility to budgeting. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm not an economist, but let me share some thoughts from some respected voices on the Fall Economic Statement. Let's begin with Douglas Porter and others from the BMO Capital Market Institution. And I quote, "Less than half of this year's revenue windfall will make it through to the improved bottom line. Moreover, the double whammy of slower or no growth and rising interest rates will limit flexibility into 2023. The boost to government finances from higher inflation is temporary. Eventually, costs do catch up to the run-up in prices, and revenues are crimped by the economic slowdown. Accordingly, after a nice run of better than expected fiscal outcomes, Ottawa's finances are expected to turn more challenging next year," end quote. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to adding more voices to this tomorrow. Will this government look ahead and plan accordingly? Obviously, from pre-pandemic times, we know that they did not, and I look forward to addressing this further tomorrow morning when I resume my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private member business, beginning debate at second reading of Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse material, standing in the name of Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Caputo, moves that Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse material, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for North Okanagan-Shuswap.
Here, here.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is an honour to rise today in this House of Commons to speak to my private member's Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and make consequential amendments to other acts. At the outset, I would like to express my thanks to the honourable member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou, who was central in conception and drafting of this bill. The honourable member's years of experience as a Crown prosecutor have afforded him insights into how Canada's laws and legislation, in some instances, are not necessarily as succinct as they should be, and where changes could be made to improve them. Not all MPs have a chance to introduce and debate their private member's bill, so I'm certainly happy to work with the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou to achieve this. The honourable member's experience also afforded him insight into how this House and our colleagues in the upper chamber can strengthen our federal statutes. And I thank the member for his work on this bill and other proposals that seek to enhance protection of Canadians, especially children. Madam Speaker, the Criminal Code of Canada contains many elements, including essential elements that define, prohibit, deter, and penalize criminal activities. This bill, C-291, does not propose amendments to definitions, prohibitions, or penalties. It clearly and succinctly proposes to change the term child pornography to child sexual abuse material. Some members in the House or Canadians watching this may wonder what the motive or value of C-291's proposals are. This is a question that I believe all legislative proposals should be subject to, and I will endeavour to answer this question. Let's start with my motive in presenting this bill. I believe it is essential that the Criminal Code of Canada contain terms that accurately describe prohibited activities. I also believe that the Code's use of the term child pornography is a misnomer that fails to accurately describe the gravity and reality of such material. Pornography is a term typically used to describe material involving consenting adults, but there is no legal basis for children to consent to participating in such material. This factor of consent is central to the motivation behind this bill, and if the honourable members agree that pornography describes material involving consenting adults, I hope they will also recognize that children cannot legally consent to being depicted in pornography. What the Criminal Code currently calls child pornography is more severe than mere pornography because it involves children, because it cannot be consensual. It is exploitive and abusive, and the Criminal Code should clearly reflect these realities. So-called child pornographers are producers of child sexual abuse material. Those who distribute it are distributors of child sexual abuse material. Those who possess it are owners of child sexual abuse material. And those who view it are consumers of child sexual abuse material. These are realities that compelled me to table this bill. I hope all honourable members may understand and support my motivation in proposing this bill. Together, we can collectively make a difference by ensuring Canada's criminal code contains clear terms in what is prohibited in the code. Words matter, especially the words and terms Parliament chooses to apply to federal statutes, especially the criminal code. The term child pornography is a misnomer, and I hope all members can recognize the necessity for our statutes to do away with this term. We cannot miss this opportunity to update and strengthen the criminal code so that it reflects reality. We must call child sexual abuse material exactly what it is, child sexual abuse material. As I mentioned earlier, it is important for us to understand the motive and the value of all legislative proposals, and I hope I have provided the House a clear account of my motive in pursuing the proposals of this bill. As for the value of the bill's proposals, I believe that changing the term child pornography to child sexual abuse material will not only provide our statutes with a greater degree of accuracy, but will also provide a more accurate and true recognition of those victimized by such material. The terms abuse, sexual abuse, and exploitation currently exist in the criminal code, and I believe that this House must acknowledge that these terms afford a truer recognition of the victimization of children and potential future victimization of children caused by child sexual abuse material. We must support those who, as children, have been victims of sexual abuse and exploitation, and I believe this bill is a valuable opportunity for this House to acknowledge the true and severe nature of the crimes inflicted on victims of child sexual abuse material. It is time that Parliament addresses the seriousness of what is occurring by providing clear terms to ensure the words used in our laws reflect the severity of offenses and the gravity of what is inflicted on victims. I also see value of the necessity of this bill's proposals considering the latest crime data from Statistics Canada that clearly states that child exploitation and abuse are on the increase here in Canada. In a report released in August of 2022, Statistics Canada reported that from 2019 to 2021, the rate of police-reported child sexual abuse material increased by a staggering 31% to a rate of 31 incidents per 100,000 of population. For a Canadian city of 1 million people, less than half the size of Vancouver, that translates to 310 cases per year. And those are just the cases reported to police. We all must understand that many more cases go unreported to police, but they do exist. This increase from 2019 to 2021 follows a 47% increase in 2019. These increases have likely been contributed to by criminals using the internet to abuse and exploit children. The Statistics Canada report from this August states, and I quote, "For many child sexual exploitation and abuse violations, the incidents that occur are committed online as cybercrimes. For instance, 61% of incidents of child pornography and 20% of sexual violations against children were recorded as cybercrimes. The pandemic has potentially exacerbated issues related to cybercrimes for those offenses, as children have been more likely to be staying at home and individuals are more likely to use the internet to engage others." End quote. It is also shocking to see that in 2021, there was a 14% increase in sexual violations against children. Statistics Canada 2021 report of the 2020 data detailed how child sexual abuse material is a growing problem across our nation, especially in my home province of British Columbia. The 2021 report showed that amongst Canada's census metropolitan areas, or CMAs, Vancouver, Montreal, Winnipeg, and Victoria reported the largest increases in the number of child pornography violations. Together, these 4 CMAs represented 75% of the increase in incidents of child pornography among CMAs from 2019 to 2020. The same 2020 report further demonstrated how from 2020, incidents of child sexual abuse material significantly increased across Canada. The majority of the national increase was due to more incidents in British Columbia and Quebec, and the data showed troubling increases in other provinces as well. This includes an 81% more incidents in New Brunswick and 55% more incidents in Nova Scotia. The data is truly shocking. But it is not enough for us as parliamentarians to be just shocked. These realities demand a response, especially our response as parliamentarians. By passing this bill, we can strengthen our criminal code. We can acknowledge the true severity and often long-lasting effects of child sexual abuse material and its infliction on victims. We can demonstrate responsiveness that Canadians expect and deserve from us as parliamentarians. At this juncture, the first hour of second reading of debate, I will welcome input from all parties represented here in this chamber for this important debate. Child sexual abuse material is a growing problem across our nation. As I pointed out in the report from Statistics Canada, and Canadians look to us, their elected representatives, to take the steps, big and small, that are required to deal with the problems like child sexual abuse and exploitation of children. Madam Speaker, I believe this bill is a step in the right direction. It is a small but important part of the response that must be issued from Parliament. And I hope that this debate will lead us to an outcome that benefits the Canadians, especially Canada's children and the communities who look to us to deliver results. In closing, or near closing, I again would like to thank the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for his work in drafting Bill C-291 and his passion for improving our federal statutes of law. I commit to answering members' questions today on this bill to the best of my ability. I commit to listening to the members' input, their suggestions, and the interventions of other members as we participate in the debate today and in the future. I commit to the dialogue we need to move this bill diligently and expediently through the debate and committee stages so that we can continue through the legislative process to receiving royal assent. I feel it is so important for Canadians, especially our children. I commit to working with all to deliver results for Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend from North Okanagan, Shishwap, for introducing Bill C-291. I do want to ask him about consultations, what kind of consultations he's had with victims and survivors, as well as those in the policing as well as justice communities. If you can maybe comment on who he's consulted and how that has informed the bill that is presented today.
The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
I thank the member from across the way for his question today and the consultations that have taken place. As I mentioned, I want to thank the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou for his work and advocacy and his experience in this role in prosecutor across in his riding in Kamloops. That consultation, I think, has been done. The key piece here is we're seeing that sexual exploitation, sexual abuse of children is continuing to happen. The production of material, sexual abuse material is continuing to happen. So I hope the members from all parties will be able to support us as we move this bill forward. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech and for his bill that is very important. I believe that there are many people in this House who have children. I have children, and today with internet, anything can happen. We're always wondering what's happening, and it's horrible to think that people could actually break and get into your home and abuse your children. So I would just like to know, we're talking about this change of terms, so that will have a major impact. But if we look at the actual problem of sexual abuse against children, what does my colleague think that we could do to go even further to counter this scourge?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from the Bloc Party on this question. I think there's much more that can be done to protect our children here in Canada. There is so much stress out there right now, and I don't want this bill to become a partisan bill, but part of the stress that's being created out there is the cost of living. We have people that are homeless. We have children in vulnerable situations because of the conditions that this country is under right now. And I think by getting our country back on track, get people back to jobs, getting the ability for families to live and thrive as families is a key part of being able to do more for children, as the member suggests. Thank you.
The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
It's rare for me to be able to intervene in the private member's business hour, and I'm pleased to be able to ask my honourable colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap how he sees this bill as making the difference. I know he covered a lot of this in his speech, but how this bill will better enable Canadians and the Canadian court system to protect our children.
Okay, as the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member from Saanich Gulf Islands for her intervention. We spoke the other day. I believe she's supportive of the bill, but the way that this bill can help is it provides better term in the definition of child pornography within the Criminal Code of Canada. Our judicial system relies on clarity so that there is no ambiguity. I think that's part of our duty, and a big part of our duty as parliamentarians is to provide clarity in legislation and remove the ambiguity that might be there. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Very brief question from the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam. Very short question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wonder if the member could just say a little bit about how this will also help enforcement and also for just making sure that children are safer. Thank you.
As planned, that we could do. Very short answer from the honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said, it's all about clarity in terms and clarity in the criminal code. We've seen how society has changed so much over the recent years, and keeping our criminal code up to date with the terms that are used in the code, I think, are so important to that. So thank you very much for the question.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to join the second reading debate on Bill C-291, an act to amend the criminal code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse material, which was introduced by the member for North Okanagan, Shuswap, on June 17, 2022. At the outset, I would like to acknowledge that I am speaking to you from the traditional lands of the Algonquin people, and I want to thank my colleague for introducing this bill with a very important objective: to ensure that the terminology used to refer to child pornography names what is abhorrent material actually is: abuse of children. The Government of Canada is committed to preventing and protecting children from sexual abuse and exploitation of any kind, including in Canada and abroad. Canada works closely with international partners to combat online child sexual exploitation. This includes international cooperation regarding new and emerging threats, as well as sharing of best practices and lessons learned in combating this crime. Here at home, our government continues to fight child sexual exploitation through our national strategy for the protection of children from sexual exploitation. 4 pillars underpin this important initiative: raising awareness, reducing the stigma associated with reporting, increasing Canada's ability to pursue and prosecute offenders, and working with tech leaders to find new ways to combat online sexual exploitation of children. Under this strategy, we're working to build a safer Canada. We're protecting Canadian children by intensifying our engagement with digital industry leaders to encourage new online tools to prevent online abuse, increasing prevention activities such as research and public engagement, and enhancing the capacity of Internet child exploitation units in provincial and municipal police forces, to name a few projects. We're grateful to the many organizations that work tirelessly to halt the sexual exploitation of children, as well as Canadian parents, educators, and civilians who remain vigilant for signs of potential abuse and work to educate others on how to recognize and report this despicable behavior. Yet still, there's more work to be done, Madam Speaker. The incidence of making or distributing child sexual abuse and exploitation material increased by 26% in 2021 compared to 2019, contributing to 58% increase over a 5-year period from 2017 to 2021. Je suis heureux de la possibilité.
This bill offers a number of opportunities to examine issues that have cropped up over the past year on the national and international scene. More specifically, the use of child pornography. This bill will allow for a clearer definition of what is actually involved. This term, child pornography, is too close to the word pornography, which generally refers to activity engaged in by consenting adults, and it does not contain obscene material.
It appears simple. It proposes to replace the term child pornography with the term child sexual abuse material in the criminal code and 4 other federal statutes that use the term, namely an act representing the mandatory reporting of Internet child pornography by persons who provide an Internet service, the Corrections and Conditional Releases Act, the Criminal Records Act, and the National Defense Act. Madam Speaker, it is important to acknowledge that the definition of child pornography in Canadian criminal law has been part of the criminal code for almost 30 years, having been enacted in 1993 and expanded in 2002 and 2005. Our existing definition is very broad and includes a wide range of material involving the depiction of abuse of child, both real and fictional, as well as materials that advocate engaging in sexual activity with a child. This definition has been interpreted and applied by the courts for almost 30 years, including by the Supreme Court of Canada in 2001 in R.V. Sharp. In this case, The Supreme Court made clear that the prohibitions against child pornography, including the broad scope of the definition, seeks to prevent the exploitation of children, both actual or real, and imaginary or fictional, through material that sexualizes them and fuels the demand for such material. And this decision also ruled that a person includes both actual and imaginary children. I think it is important to be clear here that the intent is not to change the definition, rather just to more accurately reflect the definition in the name. Courts should change their interpretation of the law based on the change of title. I also want to be satisfied that the proposed new term, child sexual abuse material, accurately reflects the full scope of material that is captured by the existing definition. For example, I think it's important that we ensure that the new term could not be interpreted more narrowly than the current definition. While I do not think this is intended by the bill, I think it would be important to consider this more fully and consider if the proposed term should be clarified. While there is no one term that has been universally adopted, terms like the one proposed in this bill, child sexual abuse material or child sexual exploitation and abuse material, and other variations are gaining favor on the international stage. The Luxembourg Guidelines, otherwise known as the Terminology Guidelines for the Protection of Children from Sexual Exploitation and Sexual Abuse, suggests that using child sexual exploitation material as a more general term to encompass material that sexualizes and is exploitative to the child, although it is not explicitly depicting the sexual abuse of a child. As such, I've had discussions with my colleague about potentially expanding his bill to include the term exploitation, and I look forward to continuing those discussions at committee. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I think it would be important to consider if there are other implications of changing the term. For example, although Bill C-291 proposes consequential amendments to 4 other federal statutes, the ones I mentioned at the outset, it would not amend the federal regulations made pursuant to an act respecting the mandatory reporting of internet child pornography by persons who provide an internet service, the Internet Child Pornography Reporting Regulations. Of course, the making of regulations falls generally to the executive branch of government and is not normally done by Parliament. So when this legislation passes, the government will likely also have to update regulations to match. Most provinces have legislation that refers to the criminal code's child pornography prohibitions and definition. It is estimated that there are at least 50 such provincial and territorial statutes and regulations that refer to it. In some cases, the reference is made both to the term child pornography as well as Section 163.1 of the Criminal Code. However, there are some instances where reference is made only to the term child pornography as defined by the Criminal Code. Should this bill pass, we will work with our provincial and territorial partners to ensure the legislation is updated accordingly. I want to conclude by expressing my thanks to the member from North Okanagan, Shuswap, as well as his colleague from Kamloops, Thompson Caribou, for providing us with an opportunity to review the Criminal Code's definition of child pornography, as well as the way that provision is incorporated into both federal but also provincial and territorial legislation. The government will be supporting this bill, and I look forward to working with my colleagues opposite at committee to ensure that this legislation is as strong as it can be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Pragotte.
Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Sadly, pedophilia is overly present in the circles of power, or at least in some cases, it can show that someone has a will to power. The Marquis of Sade described sexual pleasure as a form of aspiration to despotism in some of his works that described domination over children as the logical continuation of that over women. And Freudian theory demonstrated that civilization was based on taboos. The theory of Oedipus stated that parents could not be the sexual partners of children and that children's love for their parents must ultimately be converted into a desire to reach adulthood. The bill before us today amends the criminal code to replace the term child pornography with child sexual abuse material and makes consequential amendments to other acts. It has no direct and immediate legal effects other than a change in the wording, but that is important. In Canada, the age of consent for sexual activity is 16. Between the ages of 12 and 16, young people in the same age group are allowed to engage in sexual activity, but an adult is prohibited from engaging in sexual activity with a young person in that age group. And under the age of 12, no consent is legally possible, in no way, shape, or form. Using children to produce pornographic material is abuse. Child pornography is child abuse, and therefore it's child sexual abuse material, and so we support the bill. The term pornography is unfortunately not clear. Anyone can have their own definition. Not everyone agrees on the level of consent involved in pornography. In earlier centuries, it was not uncommon for certain writers to explicitly advocate pedophilia, nor does everyone agree that pornography is inherently violent. It is not in itself criminal in the legal sense of the term, with certain exceptions, such as child pornography. The difficulty in separating what is erotic from what is violent and obscene is that the consent of the participants cannot be known with certainty. However, in the case of children, the acts are well defined by the criminal code. It is clear that a victim, in order to properly heal, must feel free of guilt about the events that occurred. The onus must be on the abuser. And this is why a term such as child sexual abuse should be used instead of child pornography, in order to make the extent of the abuse clear to the victim. Someone accused of possessing child pornography will not be accused of sexual assault, but they are indirectly involved by not reporting and by taking advantage of the situation in order to deliberately satisfy their urges. Most of the time, the victim is not mentioned in child pornography cases except to say that the child was indeed a child. With regard to child sexual abuse material, we are doing two things. We are naming the abuse suffered by the child, and we are also calling the abuser a pedophile. These are much more meaningful words, even though they are talking about the same act. It all puts things in perspective. There is a victim of abuse in the crime, and there is an abuser, the pedophile. In many types of crime, there are gray areas, extenuating circumstances, possible questions about the level of guilt, and the victim's participation or consent. But in the case of child abuse, things are very clear, and we need to call a spade and denounce this without nuance. And in fact, this expression, child sexual abuse, is already used by certain aid groups, notably the Canadian Centre for Child Protection and the Canadian Reporting Centre for Internet Child Sexual Abuse. In Quebec, the majority of sexual assault victims are adults, but the number of victims under 18 is increasing, and it's increasing faster than the number of adult victims. And when it comes to other sexual offenses, the victims of these are almost exclusively minors, over 90%. And so what I'm saying is there's two different categories, sexual assault and other sexual offenses. And so I'll just talk more about that legal category. So this includes sexual interference, non-consensual publication of intimate images, and so on. So the change in terminology in this bill, which once again I support, would increase awareness among judges. Because we need to admit that not all judges have the full knowledge required to deal with these types of cases. In 2019, only 3 years ago, a judge said out loud during a trial that the victim, a minor at the time of the assault, had a pretty face, and that thus she should be flattered to have attracted the attention of a mature man. Another example, an Alberta judge was dismissed after making what were considered sexist and racist comments about Indigenous people, abused women, and victims of sexual assault. A third example, an acquittal was overturned because the judge who found someone not guilty of child sexual abuse made stereotyping comments. The judge said that since no one noticed anything, the girl, who was between 6 and 12 at the time of the assaults, was not credible. The judge felt that the child's testimony was not transparent, unreliable, insincere, and not credible. These examples speak volumes and remind us of the importance of ensuring that judges undergo training on issues related to sexual assault and the social context surrounding it. That's not what this bill is doing yet, but a change in language like the one in this bill can only have a beneficial effect. Despite the seeming appearance of a libertine utopia, child pornography is actually a system of human exploitation of others that needs to be seriously addressed. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Very much, Madam Speaker. Let me start by saying that I do accept the good intentions of those who've brought this bill forward. I think it is an important distinction in changing the terminology from child pornography to child sexual abuse exploitation material. That brings the question of the fact there can never be consent for children to the fore. But given that there is absolutely no agreement or no disagreement in this House, I had hoped we would move quickly through this bill today, perhaps in all stages. And if I'd been able to ask a question earlier, I would have asked for assurances that this bill would be dealt with quickly and not become part of some larger strategy of delay by any given party later on in this House, either in committee or in third reading. Let's not kid ourselves, Madam Speaker. This change will have, at best, only marginal impact on combating child sexual exploitation. We know what works when it comes to combating child sexual exploitation, and that's enforcement. And that enforcement needs additional resources, especially for the specialized law enforcement units that work so hard to combat this scourge. We also need better coordination between federal, provincial, and international partners, both public and those in the non-government sector who are working to fight child sexual abuse. Today, I want to say thanks to the police and those others who work in non-government organizations to combat sexual exploitation of children. This is, by default, unpleasant work, difficult work, but is so important to the future of children in this country and around the world. Today, I want to say to victims, I am not just an ally, but as an adult survivor of child sexual exploitation, I am with you. And I know firsthand the lifelong impacts that can carry forward from child sexual exploitation. I hope once we've dispatched this bill as quickly as we can, all parties will still be there when it comes time to support improvements in services and supports for survivors. I trust the good intentions, as I said at the beginning of my brief remarks. I hope we can move quickly, and I hope that when the time comes, we will all be there to provide the support that survivors need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Wicht. It is an honour to stand on behalf of the people for Kamloops Thompson Caribou. This, for me here, standing here, is a bit of a dream. As my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap had mentioned, this is a bill I drafted. And as I stood behind him as he was speaking, I was moved because 2 years ago, I never would have imagined that I would be sitting in the House of Commons behind him and standing up here in the House of Commons on this point, dealing with an issue so close to my heart. Making this a reality is key. when I stood on people's doorsteps, Madam Speaker, I would tell them, this is something I want to change when I get to Parliament. And I am indebted to my colleague from North Okanagan-Shuswap for using his spot in the priority to work together in order to get this bill passed. Before I get in any further on this point, Madam Speaker, I want to say that in my maiden speech, this issue came up, and I implored everybody in this House to change the definition of child pornography, because it isn't pornography, it is not consensually made material, and to be speaking to this bill here today is one of the greatest honors of my career. I would like to quote somebody that was a mentor to me on the bench and also in the classroom, and that is the Honorable Judge Gregory Katurbish. Like most good lawyers, he was educated at the University of Saskatchewan Faculty of Law. And I want to say, quote from a decision that he read, or pardon me, that he wrote. Quote, the phrase child pornography dilutes the true meaning of what these images and videos represent to some degree. The term pornography reinforces the perception that what is occurring is consensual and a mutual experience between the viewer and the actor. These are not actors. It is not consensual. These are images and videos of child sexual abuse. Judge Katurbish went on. The problem is so pervasive that police are required to triage and pursue only those with extensive collections or those involved in dissemination. One judge describes it as a virtual fire hose spewing depraved and disturbing images across the internet. In addition to the ever-increasing supply, changes in technology make fighting its growth increasingly challenged. I am standing before you today here, Madam Speaker, a legislator. But I am not the Minister of Justice. I am not the Prime Minister. And as my colleague from the NDP spoke before me, he said, this obviously, pardon me, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I understood him to say, this is a change in the wording. This isn't necessarily a change in what is happening, in combating what is occurring. Let's not make any mistake, though. What is occurring in this type of material is the repeated victimization of children. And I say repeated because the act itself happens. The act is recorded. And every time that media is disseminated, is viewed, or is passed on to somebody else, that child is re-victimized. And we cannot lose sight of that. The child did not ask to be abused, and not only are they abused, but that abuse is perpetuated. And it's my view that sentencing must get in line with the pernicious nature of this offense, with the insidious nature of this offense. As my colleague from the NDP just alluded to, thank you to the police officers. Most people don't know what police go through. If there is a large download, data extraction from the police, what will often happen is that a police officer will have to go through nearly all of those images, often to ensure that there is not a victim there that was offended against by the person who possessed. So you will have police officers who go through literally 3,000 files of media at a constable level. They could be out on the street. They could be investigating robberies. They could be investigating break and enters. But no, they are looking at media that will probably harm them psychologically, maybe for the rest of their lives. It may be for a few months. As a former prosecutor, I remember that some of the most scarring things were reading about what was in these files. And I didn't generally have to look at them. And the times that as a prosecutor I had to deal with these things, even in written words, I can say I viewed it as traumatizing, disgusting, vile material. Make no mistake, I am not in a position to legislate unfettered on this point. But I will say this. If, Madam Speaker, I ever get into the position where I can legislate with respect to sexual offenses unfettered, I have a message. Those who carry out these offenses should be worried. In a world where children do not even know that they may be being victimized, I will advocate for real penalties. In a country where people repeatedly trade images of children being abused, I will not take my foot off the gas pedal, nor will my conservative colleagues do so, until anybody who trades in these images sees the inside of a jail cell. Why? Because they are perpetuating the victimization of children again and again and again, and we will not stop until that is exposed. And I will look under every single rock I have to legislatively to put an end to this. And I can speak for my own conservative colleagues that we will do the same, and I hope every single person in this House does the same and is prepared to commit to the same. Some people may disagree ideologically, but house arrest, where a person can enjoy the comforts of their life, is not an appropriate sentence legislatively for people who produce these materials, who access these materials, and who distribute these materials. And I call for us to end conditional sentence orders for possession, distribution, and production of child sexual abuse material. One of the greatest failings we have allowed as a society, Madam Speaker, is to allow our children to be victimized in this way. This isn't a partisan issue, but I can say this much. When I would attend conferences with people in British Columbia, there would be people in the same room, police officers who, again, investigated this work to the detriment of their mental health oftentimes, prosecutors, subject matter experts, people who worked for nonprofits. And we would get into a room, and I'll never forget when somebody said, you know what? I'm not going to use the term child pornography anymore. Let's call it what it is, child sexual abuse material. And that person stopped saying what they were saying, because it is not pornography. I encourage this House, though, to not stop here. Let's deal with internet luring. Let's deal with sexual interference. Let's deal with all of these cases. It is time for sentences to get stronger, just like I've proposed in Bill 299. I know that my colleague from North Okanagan Shuswap is passionate about this. I can speak for my colleagues on this side of the House. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. I thank again my colleague for using his position in the order of precedence to bring this bill to force, and I hope it is the first in many to come in which we take seriously the protection of children. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for North Okanagan Shuswap for his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from the NDP who spoke on this bill hoped that it would move through the House or through the process quickly. And I think by seeing that debate is collapsing here tonight, it's an indication that everyone wants this bill to move quickly through the process. I thank all of the members who spoke. I thank the member from Kamloops Thompson Caribou for drafting the bill, and I'm glad we were able to work together as neighboring ridings, as neighboring seatmates in this House. It's an honor to work with him, and it's an honor to represent the people not just our communities of North Okanagan, Shuswap, and Kamloops, Okanagan, or Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, but all of the constituents of Canada, the people of Canada that are relying on us as legislators to strengthen our laws, make them clearer, more concise, so that the judicial system can have the tools they need and have the direction they need to drive our country forward. I want to thank all the members who spoke today on this. I look forward to the bill moving quickly through the committee stage and back here hopefully for final reading so we can move it through the other house and receive royal assent. Thank you everyone for your participation, and thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is as follows. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mr. Caputo, move that Bill C-291, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts, child sexual abuse material, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent en chambre...
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes that the motion be carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate so to the chair.
Madam Speaker, I request a standing vote.
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, November 23, 2022, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Order. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Member for Regina Wascana.
All right. Good evening, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to follow up on the Liberal government's proposed fertilizer policy, which I also raised in this House just before the summer break. On December 11th, 2020, Environment and Climate Change Canada released a document titled A Healthy Environment and a Healthy Economy, Canada's Strengthened Plan to Create Jobs and Support People, Communities, and the Planet. The release of this document was important enough to warrant a press conference by the Prime Minister himself, accompanied by several of his cabinet ministers. At 78 pages, this document is a lot to take in, but what is most concerning is on page 45, where it indicates that the government will, quote, set a national emission reduction target of 30% below 2020 levels from fertilizers, unquote. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity over the summer to talk with many farmers and farm organizations about this policy, and there are many people with many concerns. Given that fertilizer is already a major input cost for Canadian farms, it follows that farmers already use as little of it as possible and only as much as is necessary. The only way to reduce fertilizer emissions by 30% seems to be to reduce fertilizer applications by 30%. Such a policy would be harmful to Canadian farmers, Canadian consumers, and to the global food supply. According to the Saskatchewan Association of Rural Municipalities, a typical farm consisting of 1,000 acres of canola and 1,000 acres of wheat would have their annual profits reduced by approximately $40,000 per year if these proposed fertilizer restrictions were actually implemented. Madam Speaker, such a massive reduction would be devastating not only to farmers, but to the many urban entrepreneurs they do business with. Madam Speaker, a massive reduction in fertilizer would trigger a massive reduction in crop yields, which would then lead to a dramatic increase in the price of breads and bread products at the grocery store. With inflation and the carbon tax already driving up the price of everything at the grocery store, the last thing Canadian consumers need is for the price of groceries to be driven up even higher by these new fertilizer restrictions. But the problem will not be limited to Canadians. Indeed, Canada already produces enough food to feed everyone in this country, and we export the surplus to international markets. As brutal as these fertilizer restrictions may be, we should still be able to produce enough food to feed everyone in this country. The problem is that the amount of food that Canada exports to foreign countries will be dramatically reduced. That means that these fertilizer restrictions will simply cause many of the poorest people in the world to starve to death. Madam Speaker, given that the only way to reduce fertilizer emissions by 30% seems to be to reduce fertilizer applications by 30%, how will the Liberal government implement this policy? With a fertilizer tax similar to the carbon tax? Or perhaps by restricting the amount of fertilizer that farmers can buy with some sort of licensing program? Or is the federal government simply going to nationalize every potash mine in the country and reduce output by 30%? Madam Speaker, the Liberal government's plan to reduce fertilizer emissions by 30% does not seem to be particularly well thought out, but I would be curious to hear from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary as to how exactly the government plans to implement this policy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member from Regina, Wascana, and I think he would agree with me that Saskatchewan is one of the world's agricultural powerhouses. Last year, Madam Speaker, despite historic challenges from the pandemic, the drought, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, Saskatchewan agriculture and food exports rose to a record $17.5 billion. That's a powerful testament to the resilience and determination of our farmers in the face of adversity. There is no question that fertilizer continues to play a major role in that success. Farmers in Saskatchewan and across Canada continue to work hard to ensure the responsible use of fertilizer. They are practicing the 4 R's, the right fertilizer source, rate, time, and place for maximum yields and minimum carbon footprint. They are using the latest tools, such as crop sensors and drones, to help them align fertilizer rates to the needs of their crops. And according to the recent census, the number of Saskatchewan producers using trees for shelter belts and windbreaks rose by over 50% since 2016. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we know that we must build on this excellent work if Canada is to remain a world leader in sustainable agri-food production. That is why we are working with producers and the entire sector to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from fertilizer application. And note that word, Madam Speaker, emissions. It is important to understand that this is not a mandatory reduction in fertilizer use across the board. We know that fertilizers are necessary for agricultural production. That, I'm sure the honourable member would agree, is non-negotiable. Madam Speaker, the honourable member mentions consultation, and that is exactly what we have done. Over the past year, Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada held consultations with farmers and the industry across Canada to develop a collaborative approach to reduce emissions from fertilizer use. The conversation has continued into the fall with technical workshops focusing on solutions to key challenges. And we will continue to engage with the sector as we know the challenge ahead of us will require collaboration and partnership. Our goal is to work with producers to develop voluntary approaches to meet the 30% target. Voluntary, Madam Speaker. We know that the best way forward is to expand the use of practices and technologies that farmers can use to reduce emissions while maintaining or improving yields. We also understand that there is a need to support these efforts through information and knowledge exchange. Farmers will also need help when making the transition to new practices and approaches. We certainly look to the leadership of our farmers as well as collaboration with provincial and territorial governments and other stakeholders and partners, Madam Speaker. We want to move forward together, guided by our discussions. We are confident that action to meet the fertilizer target will build on the practices, innovation, and expertise that Canada's farmers and scientists are already using and developing to improve nutrient management and reduce emissions while maintaining the quality that Canadian agriculture is known for around the world. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Regina Wascana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In closing, I would like to share some insights about how this government seems to make announcements first and then figure out the details later. In a reply to my order paper question Q89, the government said that it did not even study how rationing fertilizer would affect the food supply in Canada, affect Canadian agricultural production, nor how lower exports would affect the global food supply. Furthermore, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada admitted in writing in order paper question Q90 that the government didn't study how rationing fertilizer would impact the economy of Saskatchewan, whether it be from reduced crop yields or from the resulting unemployment, including fewer jobs in agri-retail at canola crushing plants and farms throughout the province. So, Madam Speaker, my final question, why is an issue as fundamental as food production not worth studying before an announcement?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And indeed, we are looking at all solutions for reducing fertilizer emissions. Over the next decade, the government will invest over $1.5 billion to help Canadian farmers adopt sustainable practices and technologies. That includes $12.8 million to support 2 living labs in Saskatchewan, which bring farmers and researchers in the field together to develop sustainable practices that work in real farm conditions. Our first ever Indigenous-led living lab will bring together Saskatchewan producers and First Nations to explore practices such as crop diversification, 4R, pesticide management, and landscape diversification. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to honourable colleagues in this place still here for adjournment proceedings. I'm raising tonight a question that I initially asked in June of this year. I was basing my question on a written question on the order paper relating to the ongoing costs to the Canadian taxpayer of the reckless and pointless Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. And in the question on the order paper, I pointed out that the Minister of Finance had said earlier that year that with the rising costs of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, as demonstrated by the reports from the corporation itself, which is a Crown corporation owned by us, that she was going to ensure that no more public money went into this Crown corporation. My question on the order paper pointed out that the assessment of the ongoing debt of the project was reviewed by the TD Bank and described as confidential for commercial reasons. So we weren't going to get to find out. Now, independent economists within British Columbia, one of our leading economists, Robin Allen, had pointed out that no, we have ongoing costs for the tariffs, we have debt from the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion, and that those debts are likely to be written off, leaving Canadians holding the bag once again. But as disturbing as the analysis about the ongoing debt of the Trans Mountain Pipeline is, it was the outrageous, and I'm first, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre, who's also the Minister for Tourism and also a Deputy Finance Minister, it was his response that forced me to think, this better come forward at adjournment proceedings. In the short space of his 30-second response, he made 3 statements that are not true factually. He probably believes they're factual. I'm not saying he's in any way dishonest. Most people seem to believe this rot. So let me just, number 1, Canadians, he said, know how important it is to get our product to market and to Tidewater. 2 mistakes there. There is no market for dilbit. Nobody in Asia is clamoring for dilbit. This is demonstrable and empirically true. And if we have another chance in late show, I will bring forward all the statistics of how few tankers have left Vancouver with available dilbit. There is no market. Number 2 in a ridiculous statement is that this project, this is just misleading, has led to 12,700 jobs once completed. That suggests this is a job creator. The job creation is only the construction. It creates less than 100 permanent jobs. And there will be many jobs if they ever have the horror of a 7-fold expansion of tankers carrying dilbit, because dilbit is a material that can't be cleaned up in the marine environment. So there will be many thousands of people going to shorelines in a futile attempt to restore the ecosystem if we allow this horror to happen. Third, in his statement, that if we do this, quote, Canadians will enjoy full price for our oil on the world market. This is another big whopper that's just impossible to be true. Dilbit is diluted bitumen. Bitumen is solid like tar. They add the diluent not to process it to make it more valuable, but to get something solid to move through a pipeline. And guess what? It is of very low value, inherently low value. It does not become more profitable or get to world price because it's at famous Tidewater. It's just a low-value product that's very expensive to produce and that produces more greenhouse gases than nearly any other fossil fuel. Lastly, he suggests it's going to be de-risked. The Minister of Finance says this too. It's nonsense. It's a risky project financially, and it's a fatal project environmentally.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And on many points, I disagree with the former leader and maybe even possibly the future leader of the Green Party. Madam Speaker, I think we need to be maybe a little bit more transparent on the issue. The Green Party, and this member in particular, on many occasions inside the House, has given her opinions on pipelines. And to her credit, you know, she's been very articulate in terms of believing that there really is no justification whatsoever for Canada to develop or put into place pipelines. And if you were to further explore her thinking on it, it would be more so getting rid of pipelines that are currently in place. At least that's what I can recollect offhand. When you think of the Trans Mountain Pipeline, I would ultimately argue that it is indeed in Canada's national interest that we did what we did when we acquired it, Madam Speaker, because there was a great deal of interest and a great deal at stake. And at the end of the day, at some point in time, it will be divested. And that's when the member will be able to maybe ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability in terms of how it is divested and where we come out on the balance sheet on that divestiture. I am absolutely confident. She makes reference to the jobs, and well over 10,000 jobs even during its construction. And she might say that it's a relatively low number of jobs in regards to once it has been constructed. But there is a resource that is there that is important that I made reference to in terms of the national interest, Madam Speaker. And she didn't talk about that aspect of it. And I can appreciate why, because she doesn't believe that we should be tapping into resources of that nature. So suffice to say, Madam Speaker, when we talk about the Trans Mountain Pipeline, one of the things that we need to recognize is that there's a difference in political approaches or philosophy on the issue. We constantly get targeted by members from the Greens, to a certain degree the New Democrats, and to a certain degree the Bloc, saying that we are doing too much to support our resource industries. Virtually every day we're being criticized by the Conservative Party of Canada, saying that we are not doing enough. Get more pipelines built. One of the first things we did, Madam Speaker, you will recall back in 2016, is establish a process that ensures that stakeholders are brought into it, a process that ensures that our environment is of the most significant concerns, that it is a part of the process. It has to be clearly demonstrated in that issue, not to damage our environment. And it also takes into consideration the economic factor or the national interest, Madam Speaker. And I think when you'll take a look at the Trans Mountain Pipeline, that's the reason why it is that we're moving forward, that those have in fact been safeguarded, that we're very much in wanting to do this in the name of the national interest, Madam Speaker. And at the end of the day, once it does get divested, I think many of the potential answers that the member would like to see in regards to the feasibility of it will also.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Well, I thank the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre, but oh my heavens. I need to say a few things. I intervened in the National Energy Board process. I read all 23,000 pages of their so-called evidence, and I can swear on a stack of Bibles, nowhere in there was there a cost-benefit analysis. In fact, the National Energy Board blocked the evidence from Unifor, the largest union in the oil sands, when they testified and had expert evidence that the pipeline project would cost Canadian jobs, and Unifor was against it. The National Energy Board said the jobs and the economy were not in their mandate, but magically ruled that, yes, there's a lot of environmental damage if this goes ahead, but it's in the national interest. I think the national interest is in a viable planet. I think the national interest is in making sure we try to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius, and we know that every international body is saying no new fossil fuel infrastructure if you have an interest in human civilization surviving to when my daughter, now 31, is my age. By God, this must be stopped.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, the member makes reference to how I started off the comment. And that is that the member would ultimately argue that it is never in the national interest, to build an inch of a pipeline. That's the essence in terms of what it is that she's saying. Now, some, not all, some New Democrats might agree with that assessment. But all one needs to do is take a look, for example, at the LNG project, where the provincial NDP, working along with the federal Liberals, recognized the natural resource and saw the national interest. And I like to think that that's where you'll see a little bit of a difference between the Greens and the New Democrats, is that under no circumstances whatsoever will the Greens ultimately see and acknowledge that any pipeline whatsoever would be in the national interest. And that's where we would have to disagree.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy on a completely different issue, yes. I'm happy to be here to speak a little bit further and ask for some further clarification on a question that I brought up earlier on on youth and children's access to mental health supports and the backlog of these supports as a result, quite frankly, of Liberal inaction. This seems particularly timely as we have the National Child Day here in Canada coming up on November 20th. I want to start by first expressing that I'm a parent of two, as many of us in this chamber are also parents, but I work directly with children and youth in our school systems. I work directly with youth and families in addictions. And I will tell you, I saw the implications on children and youth directly of a lack of appropriate, accessible, timely, adequate mental health support for children and youth. You know, when we're talking about the accessibility in location specifically, having it somewhere nearby, having barrier-free access to mental health supports, the costs were a huge barrier. Looking at free or appropriately priced mental health care. It should be free, but to have it appropriate. The length and availability and consistency. Often youth struggled to build relationships with a service provider without the consistency, and of course culturally appropriate. The wait lists and backlogs, as we all know, are often months, sometimes years long, and the impacts are that these youth and children are not only not accessing the support in relation to the immediate symptoms that they are experiencing, but those symptoms were compounded because they weren't getting access to the supports. The illnesses that they were experiencing were often increased. I saw youth who their access to medication was either under or over inappropriately prescribed due to a lack of access to care. You know, when we have mental health supports that are consistently unavailable, inappropriately funded, this reinforces the stigma attached to mental health supports. It reinforces the narrative that mental health supports are not important. And we know that mental health and physical health are so inextricably interconnected. We cannot disconnect one from the other. And the impacts are not only directly impacting youth, but it also impacts youth and children, but it also impacts their loved ones. It impacts our capacity to support one another in the community. We need to have federal leadership today. You know, the stats don't lie. In 2020, 1/4 of the hospitalizations across Canada for those aged 5 to 24 years was around mental health. And yet, we're still seeing inaction. There was $4.5 billion promised by the Liberal government over 5 years, and to date, none of that has been delivered. This is money that has been promised, that's been committed, that is not being used to support children and youth with mental health, much needed supports. That's $250 million from 2021-22 that was not allocated, $625 million from 2022-2023. You know, I think of my colleague, the MP from Courtenay Alberni, who put forward motion 67, pushing the government to establish the Canada Mental Health Transfer. Now, I see that I'm running close to my 4 minutes, so I want to ask the government, when will they be transferring this much-needed mental health transfer to provinces and territories?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank my colleague for her important question, and I'm pleased to provide her some more details. On est tous d'accord que...
We all agree that we need to give access to children and young people to mental health supports in their location. Supporting mental health is also supporting suicide prevention, and that's essential. In 2020, suicide was the second highest cause of death among young people aged 15 to 34, and the government recognizes the devastating effects of suicide on families and communities. We also recognize that waiting times and access to services have negative impacts on people who do have mental health problems.
More services. We all know about the lack of system capacity to meet needs and that persistent and ongoing barriers to care have been exacerbated by the pandemic. One such barrier is long wait times. This is unacceptable, and we are working to address this situation through a suite of measures. We have responded to these needs by working with provinces, territories, and stakeholders to help spread and scale integrated youth services, IYS, models of care. Cette mesure s'appuie sur les
This measure is based on work done seeking to increase access to mental health supports and fighting addiction among children and young people. This will see a transfer of $6 million to provinces.
Territories have developed or are developing an IYS network in their regions. Additionally, there is an Indigenous IYS network in progress. These hubs are easily accessible, community-based one-stop shops that provide an integrated suite of services, which can include peer support, mental health and primary care support, and employment counseling, as well as support for navigating these systems of care. This demonstrates how the federal government can work constructively with provinces and territories to spread and scale evidence-based practices in the mental health and substance use space. En outre,
Furthermore, in response to the pandemic, we have quickly launched Together for Being Better in Canada, which is an online support portal. We invested $140 million additional over 2 years in Budget 2022 for this portal in order to continue to offering this support to Canadians. Thanks to this portal, people aged 5 to 29 can have free access to a major resource. Youth Listens, or rather, Listening to Youth offers telephone support and other forms of support. The government has recognized how important this is and has invested some $14 million in listening to youth so that young people can benefit from support services in a mental health crisis. in addition to the investments in suicide crisis services, the false statement announced an investment of $50 million to reinforce the capacity of distress centers across the countries, and has supported a number of centers so far.
In the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, CAMH, to implement and sustain a fully operational pan-Canadian suicide prevention service with its partners. HoC Suicide Canada currently provides suicide crisis support via the phone, in English and French, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and by text in English.
Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. Provinces and territories are asking when we will see the transfer, the mental health transfer, and health increase to our healthcare transfer as well. The Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health, for example, sent an open letter with 65 organizations from health and allied sectors indicating that the development of the standards of the mental health transfer should not be reason to delay the establishment of the Canada Mental Health Transfer. It's also calling for parity in legislation so that the federal government will value mental and physical health equitably, which is something that we don't currently see. Mental health stakeholders are calling for a target of at least 12% of healthcare spending to be directed towards mental health. There are so many asks right now, but the bottom line is provinces and territories need more funding in order to adequately staff our health care, mental health and physical health. When will we see the money transferred?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As we look to the future, we know that more needs to be done. As the First Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, the Minister is dedicated to ensuring that mental health is treated as a full and equal part of our universal healthcare system. Achieving this requires building on our current investments.
Over the past year, we have had the opportunity with the Minister to travel across Canada to engage partners and to hear from them with regard to solutions to mental health and addiction problems. There is more conclusive evidence on care models that work and those that don't. We recognize that we need to do more, and we are determined to support these mental health services so that Canadians receive the best care possible at the right time, in particular for young people and teenagers. Thank you.
La motion.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.